What is going on, everybody? And we have a very special episode of No Neutral for you today. It's not only the last episode of No Neutral for the 2021 season, it is also the final day of the Capcom Pro Tour season final. I am feeling so excited about all the matches we have coming up today. It's the heavy hitters, and of course, I am Brian F., joined by my guy,
Hollywood.
Let him know.
Rock TV, and I'll tell you what, I'm feeling amazing right now, Brian. You know, of course, it made me kind of sad to hear you say that it's the last episode of No Neutral for the 2021 season, man. I still remember this was only an idea. I remember us actually coming up with the name for the show, man. Yeah, came from the bottom. So this is really cool, and of course, you can see that right now. Not only is it Big Hollywood, not only is it Brian F., but we do have the GOAT, one of the GOATs, my man Ultra David, and just as importantly, I think we got to go to him first, Jeff Bezos, all the way down there on the left. Show my man.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you didn't call me Budget Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I appreciate that very much, though, Rob.
Okay, I mean, you look beautiful. I hate the fact that you didn't tell us that this is what we were doing today.
It's finals day. I literally every year. You ask Logan Sama. I do this every single year.
Thanks for the phone call, Jeremy.
Love you guys, man.
Come on, brother. Yeah, but I mean, of course, as far as like today in general, man, I mean, we might as well get to the first topic. Just recapping yesterday, because it's no secret, as amazing as all of the matches have been, you know, as amazing as all of the players that we have had all around the world, it's no secret that for the last day, that is where you save the marquee matchups for. And we have so many amazing ones. To start off, I'll give my opinion on. Actually, well, I guess for yesterday, we're going to recap yesterday first. Takamura versus Momi.
Takamura versus Momi.
This one definitely, I feel like it hurt me something, to be honest, man. I have to be honest.
Agreed.
Because of the fact that it's not like I mind Momi winning. If anything, that's great. You know, Momi is a great guy and a strong player, and he's improved so much. But I just can't express enough the fact that you want to see people bring their best, and Takamura just, you know, because of maybe personal life situations right now, which I, you know, hope he's going, everything is going okay with. I feel like right now he just was not able to bring his best game, and that is not to make an excuse. It's just the truth of the matter. But as far as Momi's play, I mean, I feel like we do need to start looking at him at a different skill level, a different tier than what we were looking at him already. Because that neutral game, the whiff punishes, the reads on those B shifts, that man is elite.
Yeah, someone we don't have to look at too much differently anymore, though, when we move on to Central America West, is Kusanagi. I feel like it's finally time to put the story to rest. Kusanagi, the man who came in second place 3 times in a row since the 2020 season, trying to qualify for the Cup. He finally qualified in the 4th attempt, taking that tournament in pretty dominant fashion, I might add, rocking the very offensive soccer. He went up against Gama, who qualified in the first Central America West over him, and it was a dominant performance. I just feel like finally it's time to move on from Kusanagi with the second place curse to being currently the dominant player in the region. I feel like the narrative has changed. It's now time for Gama to have his revenge arc, I feel like, because like in the previous set, I feel like we didn't see necessarily the full force Gama. There was a lot of situations where it felt like he had games or rounds in the bag. He would drop critical confirms or frame trap conversions. And because of that, he just couldn't close out the rounds. But Kusanagi, he stayed steady. Explosive control, using that walk speed to walk out of pressure and establish his zone. His anti-air game was on point. Every single jump attempt was either speed, air-to-air, crouching cures, whatever option it called for, he had the answer for it, and it was a clean 5-1 for Kusanagi.
I'm _ Negan. Waco YUML Spamura.
الأصبح إن شاء الله إليك بربي.
Switched off into Luke to go up against the Barok, a character he has in his pocket. You can see me and Jay.
ندير نشوفوا ديما نسخش بي. أبغى كاين لي ماتش اليوم. تمسخرش.
with a brand new character at that, right? Menard not only put in the work with a ton of the characters he has under his pocket, or under his belt, I should say, but has really exemplified what it takes to be a champ.
I'm __ Negan. Digalayu.
He hit up Brian F to get some of these sets in, but it's not to take away.
اليوم مش ديجا اليوم مشغل مايند بلايند برو. بلويند مايند مش بلايند بلايند.
So again, this set went pretty convincingly towards Luke and Mena RD.
I'm _ Negan. Abridile infiltration Ajebni.
infiltration بارح قاعد اجيبهم بالانفلتريشن البارح. infiltration وكان مستوى اللي كان عجبني انجري بيرد مع بيج بيرد.
And then in
What's your ثاني؟
Brazil, it was Ronaldinho versus Gust. Match that I myself was very interested in. I may have rooting interest.
يا هوندا تاع البارح هذا ثاني تاع حاله اخويا. بون كوزاناغي.
I'm _ Negan. Weech Bob Haydek. Guile Androg. Lizem Chuf live Kerman replay.
بيان سور يكذبش عليك. انا البارح استمتعت ما نقري قدنا جوية مي تستمتع اخويا. البارح والله غير تستمتع اخويا. هوندا البارح معاه اسمه تضحك.
I'm _ Negan. Anna Oninguf replay BZF Italo HHH.
يطولوا صح يطولوا بصح ديما كاين بايك ايدوم. اسمع نعاود ستريم وندير اصبر بلا ما نعاود ستريم اصبر. اصبر نعاود نسيت ايدوم قايتك. رجع ايدوم خويا ايدوم راي. ابديت تايتل.
And shout outs to Gus. Again, he's beaten Ronaldinho a few times now in Brazil. In BR Kumite.
Yeah, phenomenal performance from Gus there, and I do want to make sure.
Guile Androg. Zidlo Quiyal LCPT.
I love watching that character.
But I want to make sure I actually walk back something a bit after the next match. Angry Bird versus
Guile Androg.
نزيدو بيان نسير صح ماشي دوك انا
Big Bird versus
نقدر نزيدو كيما نحب هانيك.
Easily, that could be a Capcom Cup Grand Finals. Easily, literally. So this was one of the most sought after matches throughout this entire throughout the entire billing for the CPT season final. I was a bit surprised to see Angry Bird go with the Rashid. I wasn't surprised to see Big Bird go with the
كيرا نقصلها كابك اللي نقص له هذا ما كان.
Angry Bird is because Big Bird is one of
Stream
the
elements.
best players in the
Phoenix's
world.
game is now
Arguably
live.
the best. Some people might
Streaming
go
Street Fighter V. Watching smiling
but
face
as
with
far as
open
current
mouth
form,
and
I mean,
cold
we just
sweat
saw it,
IDoom
just
smiling face
yesterday.
with open
There was
mouth
no
and
way
cold
that
sweat
he was gonna
Capcom
let
Pro
any of
Tour
those games
2021
go.
season final
He always
smiling
jabbed
face
them.
with
We
open
even
mouth
seen
and
pretty much
smiling
newer
face with
tech
open
where we're
mouth
like,
and
yo,
cold
my
sweat
man did the
SF6.
light, mixer
Guile
on
Androg.
block, or I mean the light a whirlwind
Rana
on
and
block. He
ASAM
punishes it with the
30ULEK
stand jab
Tanny.
target combo. And we can't forget when he jumps back and then he goes ahead and V-shifts the eagle spike in the corner. That was absolutely ridiculous. So the level of play that we saw here was beautiful. And the last thing that I'll say on that match was just, I know that those guys don't like to lose to each other because when it's a good friend of yours, like your best, it kind of actually
too much pride.
Different.
Yeah, it definitely hits different. It adds a little bit of animosity even after the set. I'm sure they ran it back immediately after, but I digress.
Guile Androg.
Going into Asia East, we had NL versus Infiltration. This one actually went down to the wire. I mean, a mean 5-4 at that. We saw a little bit of nerves, I feel like, from NL. There were a couple of significant moments where he had gone into a spiral arrow. He committed to it and got it blocked just straight up. But I will say, I think it's due to the fact that Infiltration did a great job in his movement into thinking NL was safe to buffer at certain ranges.
Lawmine
With that in mind,
_H.
Infiltration, I gotta say, his movement options on defense have been superb. NL, we've seen what he could do. He is a machine. His offensive capabilities and reads are, bar none, some of the best we've ever seen. And the way that it went down, it could have easily gone either way. Despite it leading to one victory, it could have easily switched to the other individual.
Guile Androg.
But again, I
At
feel like
Lawmine
this is one of the hottest
_HYO.
sets we've had. Not only because it went down to the wire, but the constant adaptation of both characters, both players, I should say, was phenomenal and top-notch.
It was great to see a 5-4 final. There was a lot of washes this day. But this next set, it definitely brought the heat. But the player strategy was to put them to sleep. It was the UK and Ireland, the four Phils, Rock and the Falk versus
Guile Androg.
These
LA
players
keeps
were
ZA3MA
timing out
SF6.
round after round after round.
الله
That was
مدى بيئة
definitely on
مدى بيئة
purpose because we saw Infectious' strategy. It's pretty funny to see in a vacuum, right? He would be rolling in sleep, and then he'd just go for the jump cross up.
البارح FX خويا ماشي محبول لك
whenever you're cross up over and over, it just makes you feel silly because you're like, why didn't I see that coming? But that's because the neutral game was so solid between the two that these rounds were like, anytime you're going to see these highlights, there's going to be 30 seconds max on the clock. Going to the time over usually. But whenever he got that cross up, it's a 50-50. Is he going to throw? Is he going to use Ken's jump fierce, which hits extremely low to immediately punish the immediate tech? You cannot tech, you cannot delay tech against Ken. He's going to get that full jump fierce, full combo conversion. Or is he just going to do a cross up straight into EXDP in your grill? The fact that he set up all these mix-ups means you cannot be comfortable at any position. Anytime he gets the plus frame scenario, you know Infectious is willing to take the wild read. And because of that, I feel like he just managed to eke out more damage in any of these instances. Because Falk, you know, she's not as explosive. She gets her damage when she sets up that skill, gets a big punish, maybe a good air-to-air with the V-trigger behind it. But it's not like Ken, who can just explode in a moment there with the jump fierce. Oh my god, when you whiff that throw to that jump fierce, you know it's over. And there's no time on the clock at that point for them to make a comeback. So Infectious took that with a very solid 5-2 win. But that said, that was yesterday. And today, before we get into the matches, we've been talking about it all year.
Yes,
and
sir.
I mean, not even all year. This has been a debate in the FGC since its inception. We want to talk about who the hottest regions are right now, because, you know, the debate used to always be North America versus Japan, but there's another contender in this ring these days. We got to bring Europe into the conversation. North America versus Japan versus Europe. Who is the strongest region right now?
Okay, so for first and foremost, because I know everyone, namely everyone being F-word and Logan, they hate when I give my opinions on this sort of thing. I'm not trying to be a bad guy. I feel like, honestly, Europe is amazing. Not I feel like, I know. Europe is absolutely amazing. I feel like nowadays we actually are getting a better understanding and appreciation for how good they are, because they've always had legends. They've always had these huge players that travel over and do amazing things, winning Evos and things of that nature. But I think that now that we have been stuck having just regional tournaments, it's made it so that we can see how much depth they have.
Right.
There's some players like Four Fields and you know, Reichman's Barnett, and the list is pretty much endless, that maybe weren't traveling so much, so we might not have known their names before, and it turned out, yo, they are absolutely amazing, world-class players. But, you know, now that I'm done giving my flowers, I got to put them on top of the casket, because they are in third place as far as how good they are in comparison to those other two regions. It's not me being disrespectful, David. It's just if we bring up Shaq, Michael Jordan, and LeBron James. If I'm saying you guys are Shaq in third place, you still amazing. You behind LeBron and Michael Jordan. Now I feel like it's easily Japan, then America, and then Europe. Let's make sure we add a structure. Let's say it's 10v10. That's how it would go.
You got to define the structure, because that's what really drives the entire conversation, because we can easily send a Punk or an IDoom to beat anybody, right? Yeah. So to me, like, you're correct. If it's a 10v10 classic style where everybody goes up and one person can dominate rotation, maybe North America will take. I mean, let's not forget, we're going to have a Mena, a Kaba in there, maybe a Kusanagi. North America is a big place.
That's a little bit kind of like drawing the line a little bit too. I think DR could represent themselves.
They definitely, exactly.
They have been coming up.
The billing says North America, so we're taking that.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
That's
the billing says North America.
But
fine.
If you look at the depth of the field between the players, especially I'm focusing on Europe because Japan free.
Japan is number one.
We saw with Europe, the Four Phils taking it in the UK and Ireland. It wasn't Problem X. It wasn't Hurricane. It wasn't even the people we expected. It was the Four Phils. You're right. The regional tournaments have shown to the people who weren't really in tune to the CPT, who weren't watching every single local, every event, the depth of talent in these regions goes far deeper than you would expect. So they're sending over a lot of the tournaments are on US soil. They're sending over Problem X. Even Hurricane barely gets to travel, right? So we would only see like the top of the top of the top, but they have to sweat to get their wins in their region. So I think it goes to show that it's not that close. If you count like a round robin, I almost would give it up to Europe. But I agree with you in a 10v10 10 format, we have the peak talent.
I don't like how y'all just saying yes like it's guaranteed. I want to hear you. I'm interested.
Let's hear the argument.
I honestly think with the round robin format, it might be a different story. I think the UK's or
Androg.
been really kind of
LA keeper Hoyardo.
Little by little. If it was a 10v10, just elimination, like quick elimination, you lose and you're out. I think North America might have it, but at the same time, I think Europe has the strength to take it down.
You Americans with your grasp on geography. Come on, guys, get it together.
I don't care.
What are we talking about with these regions? Japan is a single country with about 125 million people. We're talking about North America. What do we got? About 400, maybe 450 million people here, depending on how you define that. It's pretty good. Europe has 750 million people. It is very large. It has a lot of different countries. And if we're talking about defining it in that way, I want to talk about the different divisions that we could have. What about East Asia? What about the Americas? Not everybody considers, you Americans, not everybody considers that there is a North America versus a South America as separate continents. For many people, it's the same continent. All right, everybody?
I tried to separate it just now.
All right.
But you know.
I don't understand the numbers thing because the Spartans have...
وش رايك الماتش اللي هو بين فينا وهذا شكون ريك مان؟ وش رايك بين الماتش شكون راح يديها الاول؟
Talk about country in the world is the Dominican Republic for sure.
I don't know if we can argue
with that. You can't argue with that. They got about 10 million people and they have all that talent. I don't think that there's anything to be said about that.
البارح كنت نقول انا يا طاكام غراصير بصح ما دوماج.
Go to the DR to train. 100%. You'll be getting your ass beat by people you've never even heard of. They're going to plug into the setup, and then you're going to be learning some Street Fighter. But that said, this debate is going to go on forever. There's never any conclusion.
Look,
we
need to have the 10v10 at some point.
We need a super team to beat Japan. That's what we need. You know, that said,
team up actually.
Let's team up. We got to get better. That's all I'm saying. But that said, ton of heavy hitting matchups coming up here. The first one being Reichman's Barnett versus Phenom. Of course, then we're going to a match kind of near and dear to our heart. It's me versus Rob TV after that.
I can't wait.
It's so awkward.
About to be a good one, huh?
So awkward.
We'll see how that one goes. After that, we have
Mr.
Crimson versus Kills You.
YA3JEVNI Brain.
Nephew versus Chris CCH, the title of the
Brian
Higuchi versus Mago, the two qualifiers from Japan, the first two events that they had. Then, of course, Punk versus IDoom, the conclusion of the 2021 rivalry between those two, and Kawano versus Daigo, some of the biggest names in Street Fighter 5 coming at you. And there's too many good matches here, but I guess we have to talk about what our favorites are.
Ooh, okay, I'll kick it off. I will say that my favorite right now, of course, I already said Mago versus Higuchi is high up there for me. But honestly, I woke up today definitely feeling that Daigo versus Kawano. That match is going to be amazing.
Dialogue him Haydaxine GA3 Tikabi.
First and foremost, I don't care how many times I say it, Daigo is my GOAT of all fighting games. He reminds me of like, I know not like the political stuff and all that, but I'm talking about like Muhammad Ali. You know how Muhammad Ali is important for what he's done outside of just winning. I feel like that about like Daigo, like being like the first person to really travel over to America and make that connection. I feel like he's an amazing ambassador, and then as far as his actual gameplay, that backs it up just as well. But we have that constant storyline that we've had in Japan this year of the OGs versus the new guard. We do know that Daigo is the heavy favorite in this matchup as far as their head-to-head history, and Guile wins the character matchup. But I actually do have faith in Kawano, just seeing what happened with him versus Tokido at Kimono Michi, where he got absolutely slaughtered and then comes back in the Capcom Pro Tour and actually gets the victory. Prep time Kawano is nice, man.
No, without a doubt. I think with my favorite, I would have to say Nephew versus Chris CCH. You guys have taken my picks earlier before we even went live. But I will say this is one of my favorites.
And Dire Quia Popcorn.
These guys have both had a stellar career in Street Fighter 5. Prior to whatever past experience they've had in previous iterations of Street Fighter, they've proven their best forms in
Maybe
this
in
version
shop
of the game,
Dayban.
and they rock it so well. They've made such a climb. If you compare their seasons, right? Nephew has had such an explosive season in 2019. Continue to do so and be near unstoppable. Chris CCH, I feel like with a couple of character switches, has really found himself and found his own rhythm.
And
he's
Iro
starting to show
Felder.
it off today. I'm really excited to see who could actually claim to be the best in the West between these two youngins.
Oh, we definitely need to see the conclusion to that saga. But David, I'm wondering what's your favorite match today?
2 minute
I'm definitely going to go with Mr. Crimson versus Kills You.
Fire.
I love it. I mean, I think that there's a couple different interesting angles here. One is that Crimson is somebody who started off Street Fighter V very, very strong. He won some of the first stuff that we had in Street Fighter V. And then had a period where he was still good, but wasn't quite up to that level again. And over the last year, he's become right back up there. I think he's absolutely one of the best in the world. His Dalsum, even when it's not Dalsum, if it's G or anything else that he's playing, he's got a mastery that I think is incredible. He's able to make great adaptations on the fly. He's very creative. And then on the other side, we have Kills You, who is young, who's still on the come up, who has a training partner in Crimson and a close relationship between the two there as well. When they've played.
Just a second. هادي مع هادي مع هادي مع هادي. Yes.
Can beat Crimson, I wouldn't be surprised.
And I think Kills You is actually the youngest person who qualified for the Capcom Cup.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else had anyone.
No, Chris CCH there was like, trying to see who was the youngest. He wanted to make sure that no one younger than him qualified. We thought,
how old is he?
He's 20, so he's tied.
He's mad old.
He tied with the 4 fills, but here is Kills You, 19, playing at an elite level. So that's fantastic to see.
Bro,
but
I feel hella old just reading these numbers sometimes. I'm not gonna lie to you. I see these numbers on like the head-to-head. I'm like, man, this is hard.
But that said, put all that behind you because you guys know the best match of the evening is obviously going to be Punk versus IDoom. We've been waiting for this conclusion, and I can't even say conclusion to be honest, because it's gonna whoever wins, they're gonna be vying for that next run back. And these two have been going head-to-head at so many moments in this season. Punk qualified in the first NA East versus IDoom, and one of the most electrifying sets that I have ever seen in Street Fighter V. He was like down 0-2, make the comeback, became the he doesn't need that fire, doesn't need that like enemy.
ماتش شباب ماتش شاب ما كاش كيفاش تعطيهم. نقص له الصوت تاع الصوت تاعو اسمه.
اقدر اسمع مليح لا
انا نسمع فيك طيب يا 6
ما بدي نكون ناحيه الكاس
انا بكون نقص لك باسكو ذاك النهار كان عندك الحس نزيد لك شويه
بصح ما نسمع
نقص له شويه انا نقص له نقص له
I gotta ask you. Who do you like? Actually, straight up.
Who do I like? I like.
Come on, let's hear it.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's Rob TV.
I like Brian.
What? Okay.
That's just he's trying to give me a vote of confidence, or I appreciate.
Yeah. Well, good luck to everybody.
Just hearing you bring up these names, man. Punk, Daigo, all of these legendary players. We have all of them here at Capcom season final. People who have put their entire livelihood into this, all the blood, sweat, and tears. It all comes to a head now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Capcom Pro Tour season final coming at you right after this break.
انا زدت له
راك تسمع لي ولا ما تسمع لي
6 اور 5 6 اور 5
ما تسمع طيب
تربيه
ما طرطق تاع
لا العافيه. So thank you for the heart, bro. أبدأ ترتق. أبدأ ترتق. كنا خرج باش نشري نسيت شغل درت في بالي وليت لقيت الحوان كاع ملغي ما حوش. نورمال. نبي سقسيك لي يربحو دوكا
ما كاين والو يعطونهم الدراهم كل 2000 دولار ولا
والاخرين اريد اسمه اريدون ولا كائك ما راحش نتاعنا.
نو هذاك ما كاين حتى واحد كاليفي يا اخي كاليفي كان بيج بيرد ما تشفاش.
شفيت سي فري لعبوا معاهم. بصح قال لي مع الله قصرت مع سي فري نفكر قال لي ما نقدرش نلعبوا كاع.
نقول لك ما شفتيش في مع انجري بيرد وبيج بيرد ما شفتيش جوجو ما قال الاخر لعب مليحه ولا اسمه اجري.
صح ما الاوفلاين يا اخو الاونلاين ما تقدر دير والو. ادريس اسمع نقول لك هذه بركو بالك راهم يسمعون الناس وكان اللي كونفيرمي لي. ادريس اوفلاين مجنون خو مجنون.
شفتو سمعت هو سمعت قلت له
تمسخرش انا لعبت معاه خو قسما بالله غير مجنون.
اسمع بصح لي بيرد هذوك يا خويا
يعني دوك لا اسمع لي بيرد انا ما قلتلكش معناتها ماشي ملاح ولا انا نقول لك مرك لا شونس باش لعب مع دوكا بار اكزومبل ريدون ولا ما باليش ولا كا اكس ولا ادريس يلعب في الاوفلاين خويا تشوف نيفو واحد اخر مي لا غالب. انت كي يحطك انت مع منا يحطك مع الميدل ايست واش حبيت يا خويا ماكش منها كاع على بالك.
اللاك بزاف بصح اللاك هو مزوج جوايه
بصح ما تقدرش تلعب البروبليم
بصح راه مزوج جوايه اللاك.
هي لا راني فاهمك بصح شغل ما تقدرش تمد الماكسيموم تاعك هذاش قصدي. ما على زوج جوايه راك معايا. صح انا اللي ما فهمتهاش كابكوم علاش ما ديرهاش مع الاوروب بورتو عندنا بينغ مليح مع الاوروب.
بصح احنا حاسبين
اي نورث اي محمد اي نورث افريكا ماهيش سود افريكا.
شوف واش راهم على حسب ما شفت راهم يخيروك شغل راهم يخيروا الدول على مثال مع الدول
شغل هكاك هيك شغل هكاك ماشي زعما تاع ماشي بيهم زعما اريا ولا عفسه واحده اخرى. دوماج
ما درتوش مليح بالضبط.
تكلخت الملح مع الاول.
لا ديروا مع الاخر واش مليح
كاش منها كاع مع الاخر مع الاول.
The wait is over. You have just tuned into the culmination of years of work.
Mago.
You've tuned into
Daigo.
the energy, the hype,
IDoom.
the electricity that has captivated fans from
IDoom
all
هذه اداها من الاخر. هذا واسمه انا لا
nights like these, they were built by our legends, built by our OGs.
دايجو توكيدو.
Even a stream to tune into. This was built by every message that a fan has ever dropped in Twitch chat. This was built by every single piece of content that has entertained us or
شحال كان يعجبني هذاك واسمه هذاك تاع يلعب بردي واسمه مانا اردين. شحال كان يعجبني يا خويا عنده الملح عنده شغل بزياده. عنده الملح بالزياده.
ان شاء الله كيلو كيما كنربح الكابكوم.
ما شفتوش انا ما شفتوش. ما شفتوش انا.
ربح توكيدو هذه كاينه باكوما كان شر.
اكوما يا
ممكن يربحوا.
تاكامورا اللي غاضني البارح انا.
تاكامورا هو الجولد.
قل من الجولد حاشنا ما والو اونتيار زيرو اونتيار. او سماج.
Hey guys. And we got James.
ماري.
How's everybody going?
So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to see.
بيك سماج يا. شحال شتي طويل هذا؟
يبداو بفينوم.
Look, you guys have better been.
يبداو بفينوم الاول.
Okay, so you already know it is going to be a best of 9. So first to 5.
ما كاش منها. شفيت عليه سي بون شفيت عليه.
To get the 9 games, we got one yesterday. But obviously today we have some great matches going today.
وش رايك روب تي في برين اوف؟
انا نقول باين اخير.
Last rounds, let's go.
كارين سامتا.
بصح راه يلعب لعب باورو اسمه ابراهيم راه يلعب لعب
لا يلعب اورو ما يلعبش بوكسر بالك
يلعب لعب اورو
لا يلعب اورو لا يلعب اورو
هما عندهم 5 ماتشات عندهم لا شانس باش يبدل كارات
بيان سور
عندك مستر كريمسون كريزي ولا غير ماتش واعر هذا باسكو كريزي اللي اخترت له
والاخر هذاك اللي يلعب ميكا ما طلعش اسمه
لوفي
ما طلعش
ما طلعش
Man, every single one of those is a killer. Well, maybe 5 out of 6 of those is a killer. Nah, you guys are beautiful.
One of them should
مع نفيو
so don't worry
نفيو يخي يلعب باسمه يلعب كار اسمه كولين
We are playing for the big bucks. You know, we're here in the FGC. We're
وكريس
we do not
باش يلعب
compete. That's not what we do. We've never done that
كريس
in the past.
كان يلعب
Each one of these first to 5 sets is for a grand total of $5,000.
صح البقاله كنلعب كامل
some quick math there. That's about like 2,000 per win according to Smug Math. So that's pretty good money for these players. So keep a lookout for these matches.
والبارح
What have I been doing for the past 2 decades?
I don't know what FGC is. People play for the big money around these parts.
3 decades?
داروا واحد
شفتها
لعب هذاك
Alright, that's a little look at what we are going to have here throughout the day. The first match that we'll have up, as Marine said,
صافي دام تما معاهم كاع
Phenom, but first
إيغوتشي
we're going to
مع
take a
ماغون
short
نقول
break.
يربح
We'll be back
إيغوتشي
with that in just a bit.
ماتش صعيب
إيغوتشي واعر بوسمو
ما قلت ماشي سهل خا
بصح هذيك الخطره عارفه دار فيهم العجب
واش نكرههم انا شوف
ترى القايب كاين دار بهم العجب
هي ذيس every time
نقول ايدوم
يقلقوني كي يطولوا بزاف
طولوا معليش انا درت الله ما طلع من
كيف البارح كنت نتفرج شي اسمه انا ماجيري داير سيري في حلقه فيها 20 مينوت
تجي الماتش حبسها
كي تجي الماتش نتفرج وكي الاخر نكمل وهي رايحه سمعطه
قاعد نشوف في الماتريال تاع البيسي
ايوا نفس الحكايه بزاف يطولوا ياسر كما قال الاخر عثمان علي واد
يطولوا اي اخي شوف ايماجين راهي دوكا الوحده حتى ل 6 تاع الصباح باش يكملوا
انا شكيت لي ماتش مسجلين ماشي كيما البارح صاحبي نتايا سيدي
دوكا مسجلين يصرى لهم مشكل في الستريمينغ
كانوا مسجلين لا ما يصرى لهم والو
صرا لهم مشكل في الستريمينغ
انا شكيتهم مسجلين قلت لك هذو كاع راهم مسجلين لي ماتش بون كيما نقول لك كاين اللي ماتش اللي مسجلين كيما البارح السيد يسكن في امريكا واقيل تاع اوروب
بصح يلعبوا اونلاين
والله 3 الصباح يلعب تمسخر بيا
ما باليش انا كيفاش ممكن
البارح مسجل خا سورت البارح انجري بيرد مع وسمع قداش لعبوا 3 الصباح وقيله ولا على الوقت تاعنا هما عندهم واحد 6 الصباح ولا 5 الصباح واش بيك
شوف من الاخر سناني دوك نجي نروح عند انفيكسيوس ونسقسيه
سقسيه
اصبر
ما يعطيكش الرسم المشكل
شوف يقول لك
ما يقول لكش ما يقدرش يقول لك باسكو بالك يكونوا قالوا لهم ما تقولوش باللي كان مسجل
اخبرتو هاني بات له شوف
خلد راح يرقد.
لا والله غير ريبوند عليه وما فهمتلوش شو ريبوند عليه ما فهمتلوش قال لي اموتشو ما فهمتش
ما لبلش.
Another exhibition that will be happening in the European region. Next, we're going to the Nordic Baltic region, which Riekemann Barnet did win that one over Phenom, and that's exactly the exhibition we're talking about next. Now, Riekemann to me, fantastic player.
I love your pronunciation, by the way. I can tell
Dude,
that you've been working with Veggie and for the last couple of months. You know what I mean? You got that in there. It was clean. I respect it.
I had to do it, man. Day in and day out, I had to get Riekemann Barnet in there. But yeah, listen, best player from Sweden, and we've had him on the show. He's loved his Manat. But it's interesting because when I was talking about this on commentary for the Nordic Baltic CPT, I said the one person Phenom did not want to encounter at a late stage was Riekemann Barnet. And lo and behold, he met him in the grand finals and it didn't work out.
You know what? Phenom is a mercenary as well.
I like it.
He is a professional player. He plays for the money. So whichever character
فينوم حقه عنده ميكا ثاني. عنده كارين.
shamelessly switched to Karin.
كارين هو مين كارين ماشي ميكا.
لا كان يلعب مع اللوب باسمه كان يلعب نيكالي.
كان بعد نيكالي هو سوا بزاف.
يعني رفاوة.
Perfect sense to me.
But the thing is, for me, like in the past year and a half, I don't know about you, but the past year and a half, because I have been playing him a lot more on CFN, the archetype that's been giving him the most trouble are the zoners, the people with extended long limbs.
Manats, the poisons, the sims.
Right, he's literally gone through about 35%, 40% of the cast to go, I need someone for this answer.
Has he got an answer today? The money's on the line.
I hope so, man.
on the line.
I hope so. Best player in Sweden versus best player in Norway. And again, Phenom's one of the best players in the region. Or best players in the world.
He's one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I totally wanted to.
He's going to want revenge as well. I'm really hyped for this one, man. It's going to be good.
Listen, revenge couldn't be any sweeter in coming to this exhibition. So please, we got to hand it over to Des. Maybe they might know. Maybe they might know what character he's going to pick. But gents, over to you.
Thank you very much to Jammers and to Logan for introing things for us there. Once again, I'm Ultra David, and I'm back here with Smug and Brian and Marine and James, and we're
and Morad
on this upcoming match between Barnet and Phenom. Smug, can you start things out here? How do you feel about Phenom?
ما درش عليا يا اخو.
Phenom is a really good friend of mine, so I know he plays a lot of characters. You know, when he streams, he plays like the whole cast. So because of that, you know, he's running up against a Manat, and you know he chose various characters like Cammy, Karen, Nakali, and I'm pretty sure he probably has a pocket Luke. So with that being said, I don't know who he would probably choose. Maybe
يلعب بإكس بوكس 360.
to start it out, or maybe Luke.
ما تمشيش فيها بلا
صار يلعب بها.
لا لا مستحيل.
إكس بوكس تمشي في البي سي.
A very big break in the way.
مانيطة ماشي.
مانيطة لا ماشي لا.
People forget that he is literally one of the best players to ever touch Street Fighter V, third place at Capcom Cup 2019. He kind of leans into the absurd situations that Street Fighter V comes up. His brand has kind of been getting styled on online in ranked matches on Twitter and laughing about it. So I think people see that and they forget that this guy is nice. But on the other hand, Reichman's Barnet, this CPT showdown was him showing to the world, like, hey, I'm at this elite level. He was kind of a newcomer to the CPT side of things. He never really popped off at any event like that. He was always doing work in the online locals that they had going on. But I think to the wider
audience,
YouTube, know how nice his Manat really was.
I watch you enjoy the stream.
Him, you know, take the tournament pretty convincingly over Phenom. I love the losers final set in this tournament where he went up against Low High. He had the guaranteed win with the V-Trigger combo, and instead of just going for the easy peasy V-Trigger 1 into super, he did the most stylish combo, ended it with the Manat taunt.
What do you think, Phenom or Ricky? Ricky
hoping it's not just Luke zoning
Brent,
out. I
what
want
the
to
heck?
see
What
the
does
stylish
mean?
Monat combos.
Yeah, definitely I agree with you, Brian. And you know, just watching.
سعد قال فينا معناتها
Reichman was able to reset the bracket.
هذيك كنت تلعب واسمها كنت تلعب بلورا وقيله لا لا
He switched to a Necalli. And anytime I think of Necalli, I do think of Phenom.
كنت تلعب هوندا كنت تلعب واسمه بلورا وقيله شبه واحد الوقت
But
هذا اللي تهضر
I definitely am very interested to see like a
ما تشوفها اسمها لورن ولا عبسة اسمها عبسة
but it'd be a really good learning experience for those of you at home.
أول شيء لا كنت تلعب بلورا كنت تلعب بلورا
This is going to be one of those tough situations.
ما كاينه واحده نشوفها كانت تلعب ماري كانت تلعب بالضبطين
because this is the weakness of a character
Yeah.
specialist.
لا هذه كانت تلعب بلورا
But Reichman's Barnett has no idea what to practice against, right? So who's he going to hit up? Is he going to hit up, you know, the Necalli experts? Is he going to hit up the Karin, a Luke expert and such? You know, Phenom obviously, you know, again, I mean, I just have to shout out Phenom. Best reactions I've seen in all of the FGC, by the way. But, you know, he can play so many characters so well. The real question comes down to is how does someone like Reichman's Barnett, you know, prepare for this? Or do you just play your Monat game and just hope that you can just, you know, impose the zoning? And it's going to be a tough one.
You know, I felt in his victory that was almost him capturing lightning in a bottle, the way that he ended up winning, the way that Phenom chose some character matchups that maybe like didn't seem like the best call. I don't know. And I think that's going to be a pretty tough slog to make happen again. Marine, how do you feel about someone who has had that big victory, as you have had, and then continues to, you know, play and enter again? How do they recapture that big moment?
You know, it's kind of hard, especially, I just think of, like, you know, V-Trigger, you know, because, like, V-Trigger is, like, definitely the comeback factor, and you're just trying to think, like, okay, what are my options? Which roads do I take, especially with your opponent having, you know, like, a full stick of butter, or just having V-Trigger on deck as well. It's like, it can go either way. Sometimes it's a little hard because it's like, oh, I really, really want to do this. I want to do this cool thing, or I just want to, like, play patiently. It's, I don't know. Genuinely, I have to say it's kind of hard to tell, in my own opinion.
Okay. Smug, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, like sometimes when it comes to stuff like that, it can get pressured and
Phoenix's game.
But I feel like you just have to keep your composure.
It's work. I was thinking it's not working. Anyway, GG's.
That's how I feel. What do you feel about that?
I mean, I just feel like Phenom is going to stick with Karen or Luke and do his best. Really hard for Barnett, who's definitely
Saul Sosh Giasa.
The insider intel, we talked to Phenom a little bit.
Hi. Hello.
He does win their sets. They play a decent amount, not just in the CPT, but in other tournaments and just in training and sets. So generally, Phenom does come out on top. And if Reichman's Barnett wins, it's a close set. So it's rare for him to have a dominant set, which he did have in that grand finals. I mean, winners finals was 3-0 with Karen. So when he reset the bracket, it was, I believe, 3-2 Monat Karen, and then he did Necalli and Cammy, and that was 3-1 for Reichman's Barnett. So I think Phenom lost his steam and confidence in that bracket, and I think if he doesn't have that affect him today, it might be heavily in his favor. But like I said, I'm a Reichman's Barnett fan. I want to see a good match. I want to see some stylish Monat stuff here in Season 5 of Street Fighter 5.
I'm definitely rooting for a good match either way. That's absolutely right. Let's go to the commentators. We have Vicious and Tasty Steve.
What's going on, everybody? We're here to get ourselves ready for
البارح تخلي عليه بالدبزة.
the game of the day, and I gotta say, with Reichman's Barnett as well as Phenom, it's been so ambitious.
والله تخلي عليه بالدبزة البارح.
About it literally all day. Who is gonna strike first in this matchup?
هاكا إذا تعاوته أنت كنت تحضر ولا تحضر معي تعاود.
تسمع هدفه.
The way Jammers is saying it, they're actually
كحلة.
كيف مع فيكسيو سقسيتو أنت كنت تحضر معي في الجوجة.
Oh, they start.
Do you see this?
Yeah, they start.
With the imp bison, what's a lot of the plus frame options? I want to see what the adjustment is going to be for Reichman's Barnett.
This was the Street Fighter 5.
Phenom لعب.
They were going to say Phenom has another character.
Bison. What the heck?
And it's a big surprise that it's Bison. We haven't seen this. I haven't seen this on the timeline at all.
مليح كونتر.
ما تسحقش. That's gonna be. That's gonna be nice.
Early got off of a hit. This is actually very significant. Will not have enough to build another
Plus.
V-Trigger, I should say.
Plus.
Phenom should be in full control.
Ooh.
No matter what, hit or block would have been advantageous to Phenom. Getting it blocked would have been plus frames. Getting the hit.
Mr. Plus, let's go. Nice.
This matchup is 100% for Bison.
I don't know. You never know. You never know. Oh, nice. Crush counter direct. Never mind. Okay.
I got it now.
Oh, the Psycho Axe. Watch out for the throw. Baiting it 100%.
Just swinging for the fences right now. There's the stun, and Phenom going good in his first game.
Watch out for the throw again! Phenom utilizing that slow walk speed, making it ever so intimidating. And not only that, the fact that Bison has the biggest throw range, his back
اوه ضربوه طفاه نكذب عليك.
قلت لك الماتش اب هذا مليح البايزن. لعبت ديجا كونتر ديمينات بيجون نربحهم فاسيمون.
ريو مانات اللي مشكل.
We're not sure what the play is. However, I feel like that unfamiliarity is kicking up right now. And it's important in his first game.
شحال قيادة باري شحال.
Reekman's Barnett's gonna make in the second game against M Bison from Phenom.
And will we ever get the consistent pronunciation of this name? Probably not. I'm gonna mess it up a couple of times.
I've already messed it up once. I'm going back to Reekman. I'm going back to Reekman.
Oh, nah, okay.
Dash up once again. Using these big buttons from Bison kind of pushes him forward, trying to get this Manat to swing and found
nice.
a counter, but not able
plus. Oh, never mind. Switch side. Yeah, switch side. سليمة. Oh, slick sweep هذاك. Sweep من بن عمران. Another sweep. لطيف. دوك عندك ما تبلوكي. عندك ما تبلوكي. عندك سيا. Dead. Dead.
I don't think.
But at the same time, that could have been like a pixel
come on.
No, her CA scaling really does. I remember looking at this
mad
fact
damage.
Once you get the CA at
عاد مسخش فول واسمه فول كومبو ما تمسخرش.
Stuck in this corner yet again, but has
Plus.
done a great job of combating against Phenom in this tight corner, right? Although it's plus frame city for Phenom, Rickman Barnett has been testing it every single time. And look at that
nice.
timed on the drill kick.
He's playing a slow jump back
once again. Low jump.
Big crush. Sets up the EX.
Plus from. Nope.
Good tech in the corner. And instant check.
دوك تشوف شيب من Oh, nice.
Jump in Phenom, big damage cash out. Has full V trigger, but no meter to do anything with.
That could have been huge. That whiff punish on the throw bait would have been hit for Rickman's, but
هرب له من المقلة كما يقولها خالد.
Speaking of, goes for the slide, activate of his own. M Bison, Phenom, still in control of this match and just playing the down back game. Gonna make this Manat come to him full screen, about 30 seconds left on the clock. And V trigger on deck for M Bison.
Oh boy. And still has it locked down. Phenom.
What's gonna be?
Oh! Right there. In out that slow walk speed of Bison. That's gonna be the second round. The second game, first round.
Shimmy.
Nice.
This is a lot of back and forth right now. I don't even know what to say.
Phenom's done that a couple of times, right? In and out, just outside of that range, right? It ain't beef patty, it's definitely moose meat, I'll tell you what. Phenom now locking down Rickman's Barnett again.
Oh,
the jump backs
natural jump.
Great call out. The back throw
Sweet side.
more so important, but the EX head stop out of there. Oh, he's still
why
in
would
there.
you check right there the crouch medium punch?
Yeah, بايزن تلعب باش نتهرب الجيم ما يجيش روح.
Okay. أنا قفرته.
The stun not quite there, but the throw will do it. He's trying to fade down, but still gets a nice and easy crouching jab. And it's 2 games straight, looking phenomenal.
There's so much back and forth. The round for round ratio that's happening right now is really throwing me off.
حق الكونكسيون.
Decisive person is keeping control of these rounds the entire time. Lots of in and out of the corner battles.
قفرته ما يكفي يعرفها قفرته وش معناتها. غير أنا وياك.
خالد ما يعرفها.
خالد ما يعرفها. لا خالد بالك يعرفها.
And also being able to mummy drill or at least drill kick out of the corner at the right time and could kind of confuse Phenom with just a normal jump back heavy punch has been so sick, right? Phenom has not had full control necessarily. It's still only 2 games. Rickman still has a lot more to show.
Oh, nice.
Recall into the orb combo. Another. Okay, excellent V-ship.
Just the jump back, you already talked about it. Crouch short this time, gets clipped by the orb. EX just to keep the pressure. Orb right there by the ankles, calls it back, gets the knockdown with the EX, gets the counter hit drill. Another knockdown fighting back out of this corner.
Can you believe Rickman is still going in for seconds?
Okay, didn't confirm the jump in. Here's the trigger activation.
Mix up.
Nice and easy, still trying to contest with a couple of light normals here.
ما زال ما ميكساش.
3 on the side of Rickman. Does get the punish against the sweep. We're going to see a trigger activation for Phenom. As soon as the orbs aren't a problem.
رفضوا.
Cross counter sweep.
ما عرفتوش. نوب.
ولا ما اكتيفاش.
سلايد باش اكتيفي سلايد باش اكتيفي باين عقليتها بيزا. What the heck? ايه سمع عقليتها واسمه. احس قفرته هو. بلس.
I love that meaty setup with the drill as well. It could lead to so many instances, right? It could have been a back throw.
Tries to go for the slide again.
Ooh.
Weakness Barnett. Getting a little close to this corner. Big crush counter. Gets a little space. Tries to go for the devil's reverse to get back in. Getting closer and closer to this corner.
شو الفيتيري قرادي اللي عنده سكرايك وكشر ياك؟ Activation. Whoa!
Oh my God, the V shift on the V trigger. Okay, okay, gets the crush. Here comes Phenom. Gets the knockdown mid screen. Another implant. Oh.
Oh, not gonna V shift this one.
Oh, what's gonna be?
I respect that.
Yes.
That was brilliant. So brilliant from Richard Barnett. That was actually insane. The V shift on the activation.
في شيفت مع الاكتيفاس مع اسمه سيريمان.
I've actually never seen that. I actually have never seen that. But we taking a look at the lounge. I saw the pop off, man. The good art lounge out there, bro. Can you you know it's hype when you instantly cut through the lounge and everybody's already going on.
I never see that.
I see the discussion. Just the kid is always.
دار له وسمه باش يطرقوا ودار له فيش تمشي فيها
شتمو كيفاش خمم منها.
I wonder who
قال لك لوروب عيانه ما راه هذاك روب تيفي
روب تيفي ما يحبش لوروب هذا مكان. روب تيفي مصالتي من بكري ماشي من اليوم.
I think Range has Rickman's Barnett, am I right? Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Oh wow. But if you look at that.
ودوك ولا شغل كما احنا نقولوا كعاله تاع واسمه. كعاله تاع بانك. لا لا واسمه روب تيفي. لا لك على
It's been very steady. It's a steady incline.
نايس. قفرته ما يكملهاش. ريح.
Can we talk about Phenom now adjusting to the jump backs against Richard Barnett? He's using a different option to chase down the air to air.
Nice mix up.
Almost had to confirm what a block on the overhead.
You gotta be quicker than that.
Ooh, gets the crush. The Psycho Axe. Dash up once again. The forward throw. You were talking about the range on Bison throw. Even though my man is so slow, the dash up gets a lot of Bison. They don't want to keep getting crush count. And once again,
it could have been a roundhouse. He's done that a bunch of times so far in this set. But I think the biggest threat.
اي حب يسلايد له من قندار.
Still had that trigger, or at least in that last round. He had the fact that he had the trigger ready. It could have led to explosive damage either way.
ما تصوتيش.
There's another throw. He conditioned Rickman's Barnett for the last 3 games that the throw wasn't coming, and look at this.
Once again, back on his
خلينا نكوبي الميكرو تاع تاع الديسكورد ونسمع لك مزيان.
باش ما تشوفش روتار.
صح تسمع لي كي نهضر له.
تسمعك بيان سير. كوبي الصوت ماشي الميكرو.
كوبي الصوت تاعو.
It's still a regular throw, right?
اصبر شوف.
We've seen how many times he's done that with the Kali before.
Yo, the reflect on the orb, yo, they are playing.
Oh, nice.
That power child? Technically, he did. By default, right?
I mean, technically, yeah.
اسمع فيها
انا اسمع فيك طيب يا
اسمع فيها مراد
يس
There we go. Absorb the orb this time.
So just kick to get back in there. Slow the EX out of nowhere to get back
بلس
to this corner.
شيمي ما مشاتش او
Orb still there though. 25
قلت
seconds
حاجه
left
بتشوف
on the
اسكراني
clock.
مع
There's the
ستريمينج ولا
large
لا
life bar and the stand medium kick to close out
قولوش حركه
another round.
انت
That's
حركه
3-1.
الاستوديو
او خلاص الماتش
3-1.
I think, yeah, there was a pretty tough field battle up there for Rickman's Barnett. Didn't have the resources necessary to really amass a comeback. She had to, or Manat had to play that a lot slower than usual rounds, honestly. Again, we've seen how offensive Barnett can be with the right resources, but the fact that she was rained out right before the end, it's like there's no way.
انا اسمع فيك
There's no way that Phenom was going to allow her,
لا
or
هذا
allow
في
Phenom,
الديسكورد
or allow Manat
Go
to get this
on.
comeback.
اوكي
Excuse me.
كملوها ديريكت ما حبوش يبدلوا
كون ربح مشتوت
Well, if you look at what's been happening
في نوم
even though Rickman's Barnett has really been contestant
ناحية يدك
Phenom will use meter, just EX raw scissors to get back and get that pressure. Just to make sure. We saw once they got to the corner, you saw a bunch of heavy standing.
اوه سلايد من بن عمران
So we know what the game plan is for Phenom. And here's the corner.
انا مزيد له الطرف
Looking for a throw, and once again, the Phenom rinse, recycle, and
You
repeat.
can't V-shift that. You cannot V-shift the cycle cut, or excuse me,
The
cycle
cycle
X
X.
like that.
منقص له
Wild
منقص له
stand light kick this time. Gonna get the EX. They're gonna be able to
أنا
get
أسلم.
a little bit out of this corner. What are you gonna do with it though?
Staying in there, yeah. Very wary of the orb, and Phenom
gets
again
the
absorbing it
scissors follow
again.
up in the corner.
Disgusting.
Plus.
Phenom in control.
What's gonna be? What's gonna be?
And the orb's got to be coming. Oh, not gonna be a
اوه
bigger punish.
نو
Okay, and just some of the resources here. See,
نو
oh, gets the
you're
hit.
dead you're dead
You're actually dead.
you're
No
dead
meter
No CA
necessary.
needed.
No,
Oh, why would you say
no
that?
way.
Why would you say that, Vicious?
He could do it.
I
He could
bet
have
you.
done it.
Oh,
No.
It would have been optimal.
Oh.
You could have finished your combo.
ما كملش كومبو تاعو
Jeremy, no. Expect an email
اوه
or tweet or two. Here we go.
Oh boy.
حب يشالونجيه
He could have.
فهمت علاش ما
Shoulda,
كملش
woulda, coulda,
علاش ما كملش
Shoulda,
الاخر
woulda,
تاعو
coulda.
That's not my fault.
انا
EX this time.
It might have been.
كان دابا ايه اكسير
Trill. Oh, damn. This. You see what I
طبعا
mean?
لا
Phenom is completely
Oh.
willing to get the momentum back by wasting bar.
ماشي
in the
ميتي.
neutral. Didn't work out this time because a throw came from it. Rickman's Barnett starting to catch on.
I feel like that's exactly what
Good
Bison
one.
needs, though. Just being able to close the gap in plus frames.
Plus.
That makes it even more of a
صح،
threat.
هذاك هو
You have
challenge
Phenom
هنا،
that can
ماركيتو.
counter you. You could get the
Challenge
throw if you
هاخذ
wanted to.
challenge
So I
أحسن.
do believe, you know,
دابا
going in
كذا
for the
أكتيف
EX
فيتريجر
kick
لا
is
خطر
pretty,
لا
a
خطر
pretty solid
بلوفري.
game plan with Phenom.
Oh.
اوه نبر
I think he was stuck in block stun.
جنو
قفرته
Getting
قفرته
moving forward a
قفرته
little bit. Gets the combo on top of it. A lot of life gone. Get
Yeah,
close
it's
to
gonna
stun.
be.
Phenom in control. Your
سعيد
trigger on the
وحشة
table.
سعيد وحشة
Activation here from a knot. Trying to make something happen.
The block is phenomenal.
Oh,
I
nice.
love the air-to-air decision from
Oh,
Phenom.
finally gets the hit. Wasn't able to make anything happen
See ya.
though. Full
See ya,
CA
table.
on the side for Rickman's Barnett right now. Sets up the orb, the EX, one more hit left, and the raw slide that's gonna take it to 4. Phenom needs one more.
Are you see
Wow,
Khalid
that was backed up by a trigger. No matter
shit.
what. That sweep would have
Shit,
looked like a
Khalid.
would have been blocked anyway.
Shit, Khalid.
That was a really smart decision. I do like that from Phenom.
Oh,
right? There was
man.
a lot of reluctance
Fiyaro
coming from
party
Rickman's
tag,
Barnett. Didn't want to
كيفكم
press the
وانت؟
button any sort of fierce because of the fact
انت
that
تهضر من الديسكورد
Bison
على
was
بها
so
ماشي
far
شي
ahead.
كيف
But that slide is a lot
Yeah,
faster than a Psycho Axe, that's for sure.
I mean, just even catching some of her backdashes in the corner and
انا صار لي
using
كحب الدراجة نشوف الماتش قبل ما
sniping out the V-shift, using that Psycho X as well, like you called out. All things I feel like Phenom was prepared for. I wonder just how prepared
one,
Rickman's
let's go.
Barnett was prepared for this in Bison because it's not looking like
Inferno.
he was.
حابي قفرته
I mean, if you guys disagree, you could just take a look at the score above, 4-1. Phenom in dominant
Yeah.
fashion with his Bison.
اوه قفرته
Not saying it's not a winning, you know, it's not saying you still can't win, but right now it's just looking like Phenom is so
كي
much
قفرتك
control. It's gonna take a
ريو
lot of Barnett to run this
بايسون
back.
ماشي كيما
And it's been
قفرتك
taken
مينات
back so far, right? In terms of the
شوف.
rounds, it's been pound for
مينات
pound.
شوف.
Rickman's Barnett has
شوف
fought
مينات.
his way
إيه.
against Phenom a good amount of times. And here comes the mix.
الآخر يكمل
Phenom's
لك
defense
بالكومبو
is
كتير.
just superb right
أبدأ
now.
أبدأ
I said I
أبدأ
spoke too soon. I
أبدأ.
did it again. No,
I did.
Brittany.
اوه
Once
بلايس بلوك
again, the block on the overhead. Phenom's defense is ridiculous today.
لا ماشي ريديكيلس دار
I'm saying
كلش
that he's almost stunned,
Yeah, his defense, amazing. He's
right?
about to get stunned,
He's
though.
about to get stunned.
It's fine. He evaded the
عاود
danger
تحلب له
zone.
تحلب له
It's gonna
هاو
be
يصوت
fine.
شتو
Slightly at the deficit with the trigger on deck.
قفرته.
It's going to be very dangerous.
أو
Barnett.
نو نو قفرت واحد اخر
Oh, V reversal. It's time to get out of there. Psycho Crusher sets out the ult. Jump back. Didn't hit a button that could have been. What? Backdash. Didn't get the bird. Oh my God. Phenom. 1 round away. These scrambles are not working out for Minot. This is, oh man.
Missed the punish. A significant punish at that to set the pace. That's going to do
Phenom
a ton of mental damage. Phenom is looking all green. I'm not talking about the Bison. Green for go. He has just been going in since then.
I actually want to see Reekman get this under control. Not letting up. Okay, gets the confirm.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Mix reset.
CA is right there on table. Probably not going to use it just yet. Goes for a third reset. There's the stun. Wait a minute. Okay.
He has to spend it, right?
CA?
Yeah, he has to spend it. That's going to be the dead. No doubt in my mind, this is definitely going to
be. Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay.
Scaling I've seen that before. We've seen it this set.
Right? The scaling is so crazy. It really throws me off. But either way, gets the knockout, gets the KO. The CA no longer on the table. Phenom has full trigger. Not there yet, excuse me. But the CA just using 1 EX bar so far.
That's going to be... Oh, nice.
That's a giant buffer, too. That's standing heavy punch doing
crash counter.
And already building that bar. That was the meatiest Psycho Axe. Arby's hit a Bison right now. That was actually the meats.
Oh, wow. Tries to go for a cross-up maybe right there. And using the ultra offense, once again, just raw EX scissors kick from Phenom. And this is looking just about done. Reekman's Barnett giving something, but no resources on the table.
It's over.
You weren't cooking. You weren't joking about them being cooked.
Plus.
Reekman's Barnett just running low on resources.
Plus.
This is almost impossible to run back, and it won't be coming back around this time. Phenom lets you know that it won't be a second time you get away with it. Brings out the M Bison, gets the 5-1 victory over Reekman's Barnett.
Nice match.
And man, it was good to see the Minot, but it's obviously not enough to get the job done for. Did anybody see the M Bison coming? Because I did not.
I didn't get to see it at all. I mean, I've seen his social media. I've seen the kind of posts that Phenom has been putting on Twitter. I mean, I had no inclination that he was going to pull off this Bison. Personally, I would love to know if anybody can tag me. Logan Sama, F4 Jammers, I would love for them to be like,
I want to know. I want to be a part of that conversation.
We did this pre-show, but I can tell you right now, we knew all along, Jeremy.
Man, I would love to be a part of that conversation because I love that we have this spotlight to see some of these other players. I know Capcom Cup, typically when we get to the finals, this is supposed to be the best of the best at the end, but I love the fact that we're getting the showcase from these regions because, once again, we don't get to see a lot of these players make it out sometime, whether it be because whether it be because just not being able to come to the tournament. This is a nice way to show what these regions have to offer. Man, Reekman's Barnett definitely made me a fan from way back when I watched it the first time, but the fact that we have a dedicated Minot from a player like that,
super impressive.
براين اف صعيب ماتش مي تميل بزاف للروب تي في
تقول روب تي في انا نقول براين اف
ماذا بيا
مي ماتش يجي مزيف
زي بيان سور.
Now we're going to throw it back to the analysts just to give us their thoughts on this crazy pick. Not too crazy from Phenom.
Yeah, let's talk about it as Phenom is 5 games to 1.
يبرد شوية.
Reckman's Barnett. Smug, how do you feel about how it went?
I actually did not expect the Bison,
but
at the same time, I did expect that he was going to pick a different character, probably if it wasn't Luke, Karen, or Nikali, because again, he can play the whole cast. And remember, he once played Bison in Street Fighter 4, so he was kind of comfortable learning Bison for this matchup, which it clearly showed advantage in the matchup, and it was a lot easier too, he got through the zoning a lot easier where he would have tried it with Karen, Luke, or
مشكلته دائما
I think it was definitely a great matchup pick, and he's also used M Bison before in tournament for Street Fighter 5. It's kind of like a season 1 kind of character for him.
بصح ماشي ما يخلعش.
I think it was a great pick for the matchup, and to quote another Bison aficionado, M Bison he's the tax man. You know, you got to pay the price to get out of the pressure, and unfortunately for Minot, paying that price using the V meter is not a cost-effective form of her building up the space because of the fact that her V-reversal, it doesn't knock down. So when Bison does those big plus frame situations with the Fierces, you're incentivized to V-reversal to push them off you and get your turn back, but she can't do that because it doesn't knock down, and she needs the V-trigger to make the comeback, to make the offense go. And you saw that when Reichsman actually did the V-trigger, he had the ideas, but he just did not execute properly. There's so many situations where he was close to landing that amazing V-trigger sequence or comeback, but it just didn't work out the way he intended it to, and because of that, it just wasn't enough to get the job done.
Each day we've had replays that we've been able to take a look at, provided by Arby's. Let's take a look at one now with the Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Oh, Phenom definitely is dropping that big meaty deposit towards Reichman's.
Yo.
Okay, so of course the points that Bryant and Smug made were like on point because, you know, we did see that Phenom literally playing Bison because, yeah, we thought that he would play Luke, you know, Kadian or Nikali, but he definitely dominated against Reichman's Barnett's Manats. But yeah, we see the V-trigger sequences and whatnot, but he was able to block most of it, even like the
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I feel like Phenom did such a good job too when he was able to block a couple of those just to kind of build the distance and get that V-trigger to waste away. And I feel like Rickman's Barnett was almost kind of panicking in a lot of those situations, using the orbs in moments that he wasn't supposed to. And, you know, speaking of Phenom, you know, sometimes I feel like players who can use lots of different characters can kind of handicap themselves because they can second guess themselves. We've seen them change when they shouldn't have, but Phenom is just at another level.
ما ينعرف شغل تلعب معاه واسمه مع داسيم.
This guy is a
world-class player. شغل هكا من بعيد يبدا يدير عليك ما خليكش تافونسي كاع من عندك. ليبول تصوتي عندها كراوش هاي بانش I think. اونتيير. ما مش حتصدر.
No, poor Rickman's Barnett, and unfortunately that's the exact result.
Yeah, I think what stands out to me too is that as one of you was saying earlier, there's clearly player familiarity. His defense, Phenom's defense, was really, really strong in a lot of these situations, and some of the V-trigger mix-ups that actually worked were actually kind of like weird and not exactly intentional. There was an intended instant overhead that actually just kind of like didn't really hit, and then the orb hit from a funky side that was a little weird. But for all the setups that were a little bit more traditional, Phenom blocked the overheads for the most part. He blocked the lows for the most part. He had excellent defense, even on top of having the really good character pick.
Yeah, the V-Skill 1 usage also I want to highlight from Phenom. The fact that, you know, Minot wants to throw out the orb to control the space, and she'll pull it back to get her extended offensive strings, as well as her zoning options using the orb explode if you try to move forward. She kind of controls the screen with that. Every single time that Reichman's Barnett threw out that orb, it was simply absorbed with Bison's V-Skill 1, which can absorb a projectile, and that gives him a projectile in return, which he can chuck out and then follow behind with the scissors to get the pressure going. So it felt like all of her tools were just perfectly countered, and it just kept the offensive going. And then once he's on the offense, she can't V-reversal. She just has to hold the pressure, and she can't get out. So it was a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, and I think that was the smart pick for Phenom because he still wants to rush down. You know, that's the main objective, to try to get past her zoning. And Bison was the perfect character for that. You know, a lot of his characters, like for example, Karen, it's hard to get in to get things started. You know, by the time you get in, you're probably going to have like 10% less health, or you know, even with Nikali, it's still going to be really hard with his tools he has. It's going to be hard to get things started. But with Bison, once you have 1 bar of meter, you know, you do the EX ball,
or EX scissors, no neutral, man. That's no neutral.
You whiff punish with EX scissors all day.
See, this is why it's really good to have multiple characters in your arsenal, because if you stay with one character, you can easily get counterpicked, you know, and the more characters you have, if you have 2 characters, then you can work with what you have against certain players. But when you have multiple characters, or like somebody like Phenom, you can play the whole cast. It's really hard to do your homework on somebody. It's hard to download the opponent because you don't even know what character you're going to pick. See, that's the problem, man. That's what I'm saying. The more characters you have in your arsenal, the better you will do in tournaments.
All right, well, thanks a lot to our sponsors for the event for this whole weekend. One of them is Game Gooder. Whether you're doling out hurricane kicks on screen or shadow boxing dragon punches outside, Game Gooder has you covered with their wide range of sunnies and blue light blocking shades.
And of course, Arby's is a proud sponsor of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. Connect with Arby's on social and follow them across your favorite social media platforms at Arby's, and sad Rob's not here. Don't want to steal his announcement thunder, but because he likes to roast people and start beef, he's dropping the O out of his name, and he's going to be officially RBTV from now on.
Okay.
Let's go.
Oh
hey,
my
you know,
God.
Marine, are you a Dan, are you a Zangief, or are you a Ryu?
What are you talking about? I'm cringing. I'm cringing right here.
Street Fighter Duel, the Capcom authorized mobile game, is now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Other regions are also coming soon. Follow Ryu, Chun-Li, and others to explore the mysterious organization, experience the classic stories with all your fighters, and recall your memories of the original Street Fighter. It's got an impressive array of fighting elements and innovative multiplayer combos that offer you a new battle experience challenging your strategy and control. A variety of PvP gameplay and tournament with in-game rewards will inspire you to fight. The arcade legend is reborn on the mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and join millions of other players to find out who is the best fighter. Coming up next. Any idea who's coming up next?
Yeah, we have idea.
Oh, is it
Rob
me?
TV.
It's you, buddy.
Oh,
That's right.
I gotta go play?
You gotta go play
I
now.
play this game, I don't just talk about it?
You do,
oh,
in
wow.
fact, play this video game. Coming up next is going to be Rob TV
واحد ما يقولوا له يا
versus
ولد.
Brian.
مسجلها باينه.
That's gonna be really good.
Is
I hope.
it?
تسكروب تي في راه هنايا يقول لك فعلا صافي يقدروا يلعبوا نورمال هاديك مي بون راهم هنايا ولا ماهوش هنايا راحوا
هنا
اصبر نشوف باغي نشوف كيكون يلعبوا نشوف الا كاين واحد منهم في المغرب يسمى لما كتشوف في زوج صافي راه ماشي مسجلها لايف
يبان نورمال. انت حبيت يخرجوا في زوج في بعضهم ما تمسخرش.
مراد هذيك الكارت المر اللي عندي تمشي يجي عليها اي 5 2600 2400 2600
اي 5 4600 اللي عندي الاخ هذاك هو ولا الكا كيما حبيت. هذا واش اللي يطلعوا عليهم حاجه اخرى حاجه اخرى ما كانش.
هذاك هو الماكس.
هذاك هو الماكس.
من الاول نقول لي عاود جي بي سي واحد اخر.
يا جاي هكاك ما عندك ما دير.
Easy mode too much? Sucks to be you. I'm always ready for a fight.
نرفيوه اليوم يديروا له النرف.
شكون واسمه؟ بالك
لوك
بالك
راه صامت بزاف. هو غير ما خرج راهم يلحقوا به لا فينال نورمال.
مونستر هانتر هذه قلت لك اللي عاملين عليها حاله ما باليش انا.
الغوايز بصح هذه ما خرجتش. خرجت لا هذه خرجت لا هذيك خرجتهم داروها انونسمون.
هذيك هي اللي
Welcome back to the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. And we are going to move into North America, and it is the Midwest. The Midwest for the first time
انا نشوف التليفون نلقى نلقى 660 سوبر نلقى مديرينها 500 اورو وهي جديده راني لقيتها 430 اورو ما تفهمش
ما تلقاهاش بصح
كاينه جديده كاينه
البلاسمون تاعها وين يجيبوها لك
لا هنايا نورمال هنا تكومونديها تجيك تلضى
كومونديها
مازال هذاك كوموندي نديرها في بيسي كي من هذا ما كاش
كاين يختلفوا يا خو اسمه يختلفوا 1660 سوبر كاينه 3 فان كاينه 2 فان
تروا فان كبيره بزاف داخل البيس لازم لك واسمه
ديك براين اكيد كان صغير
كاش بلا مسطاش
لا يمشي غير بلا مسطاش صغير قراو
Rob TV, he just cleared out the whole Midwest.
Easily.
Like, he displayed the levels.
The disparity.
The gap was enormous, you know. And for me, it's almost as enormous as his shoulders, as enormous as his back.
What? راح تكون اكسا. عجب. Just a second. We back. سيادة كم شيء وقت الماتش. وجيت وقت الماتش شي كارثة.
As enormous as his biceps
and his confidence.
The gap, nothing's as enormous as that. Let me tell you, nothing as enormous as that. Poor Brian, is he going to about to pull anything out? Are we going to see Boxer carrying? Are we going to see some Oro?
Do you know, I think at this point he should probably just hit with
Oro's going to get more clickable moments, right?
قلت واش عديتك فرا
whoever pays the bills. Whoever pays the bills.
Well, I mean, it's first to 5. He's got a lot of opportunities. That's at least 10 rounds to get a great Tengu Stone combo for that clip. Brian, that's the pick, bro. Let's find out what's going to happen, though. Throw it back to the studio. The Midwest region, Rob TV against Brian F. Over to you guys.
We're back. Thanks again to the UK folks for providing that all weekend long. My name is Ultra David, and as you can see, I have characters up here. Missing a couple who've been here most of the time. There's no Brian, there's no Rob, and maybe they're busy. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out shortly. We got Chris CCH, Brian up here now.
بيان سور ما يجيبوه باسكو كيفاش يلعبوا
Let's talk about this matchup between
معناتها يديكلاري بلي راهي مسجله
كاباب يلعبوا داخل الاستوديو نورمال
ماشي هادو انا قلت لك على كلش كومبلي بصح معليش نورمال
معليش خلينا نمرقوا
Grand finals, he beat Rob. I mean, sorry, not beat Rob, beat Brian. Got my names reversed there. And just in extremely dominant fashion. So Rob has just been completely dominating that region. I mean, it's so hard to win both the CPT qualifiers for your region. I think the only other person that did that was Nephew over in the West Coast.
جرافيك راه يحلل فيا باش نشارك قلنا ما نكملش ما نشريهاش قال لي سيل تبلي ولا يحلل لي يحلل راني ساق دراهم قلت له انا ما نشريهاش ما نشريهاش في خطره ما نزيد
You are the best player. Like really
قال لي انيس كون قال لي مانيش
on
فيما
the
مانيش في
5v5
بارك
that
جيبها لي
that you kinda
سيا
destroyed Rob, that that might say something about the
جيبها لي
strength of
سيا
the,
مال
the respective regions, but
Okay, can we cut
He
his
can't
mic?
even
defend
Can we
himself.
cut
He
his
can't
mic?
even. You know what? No, Chris, you're right.
حمطة جاني
Rob clearly
حمطة
the strongest in the
جاني
region.
أنا
That's really what I want to bring up.
What do you got, Shine?
شكون هذا؟
Well, I mean, it can be said a lot that, like, you know, it is a
معليش
dominant
قولوا
match.
welcome.
It was a dominant
Welcome
match,
حمطة جاني.
as Chris said. And I think that more so than that, I think there's just a
Don't
lot of
forget,
stress
like,
on Brian, not just because of the win itself,
and subscribe on
but
YouTube.
the consequences if he loses. Right? Like, this
فين
is
هو
Rob we're talking about.
play
This is
Street
how they
Fighter or
lose,
something.
Right?
I don't know.
So, like, you know, Rob is that guy, right? He's going to talk a lot if he wins, and the odds, you know, statistically, they're in his favor, right? Like, they played a lot, even beyond their CPT region. You know, they play a lot in online locals, NOBC. So, and normally it is Rob that takes it. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how that goes. But right now, it is heavily in Rob's favor, and the pressure is really on Brian.
Yeah, and I want to see how that pressure really comes into play, because we have seen the Oro come out a lot more from Brian now, and maybe that's that extra push that is going to push him over the edge, because, you know, maybe the character matchup experience isn't there as much, and also Brian feels good playing the character. Like, when you hit the Tango Stones, I know we made a funny joke about the clips coming out. Those combos feel really good to hit, and it can have your opponent guessing, especially with the variability of how the Tengu Stones work. I think, you know, the real implications of this match, though, is no matter who wins, they still come second to Nephew and, you know, the best coach.
Oh,
absolutely.
God.
You know, I mean, it's okay. You know, you become the bridesmaid no matter what. Absolutely.
Y'all, first of all, let's correct some things. It's
هذا مش
mid
هذا اللي
best.
شعره كبير ما نحبوش.
It's mid best.
شكون هذا؟ هذا اللي عنده شعره مغفل. كحلوش.
These West Coast.
That's right, Chris.
First of all, y'all ain't got any good fries out here. Second of all, your players are second. But let me get to my original point. Let me get to my original
شكون يعجبني هذوك الزوج باس ستيف فرطاس فرطاس هذاك كنت ستيف هو فيكاريوس وقال اسمه.
And I'm so curious to see what strategy has to come at the
هذا
table.
فيه الريحة هذا اللي
There's some oral players that know the Tengu Stones. They watch Brian F's content.
والله.
Combos. But when it comes to neutral, that's going to be super important. There's a certain aspect of getting to the Tengu Stones without, you know, having enough health or diminishing their health enough so the match isn't a wash like that. And also, I think there's some pressure on Rob, despite the fact that he loves this kind of pressure. There's pressure on him to get that win. If he loses to Brian, can you imagine? Can you imagine the heat?
We're going to call him DVD TV. He's not Hollywood anymore. He went straight to home video.
Television? People still watch television?
I don't think so. He went straight to home video. Got the VHS tapes. We're going to have to go back a little bit because he's not ready for the big screen. If he loses here. I'm just
Salsash Giasa.
How do you feel
Good
if it is Oro? If it is Oro versus presumably Karen, how do you feel about how that goes? Any idea?
Yeah, so I know Tango Stone got brought up a lot, and of course, no matter what the matchup is, Tango Stone is always going to come into play. That V-trigger is phenomenal. Also, Karen doesn't have a lot of health. Definitely going to be a problem for her to deal with. But when it comes to neutral, it's going to be really hard for Oro. And I know Rob has been preparing a lot for that matchup. Rob is the type of player very analytical, breaking down matchups. I think he's going to be
كارين مليحة في
I
نوتشر.
don't think he's going to get hit by some kind of an unusual character like
شوف بهم هذا كذا أورو ولا يلعب
really prepared no matter whether it's Balrog or Oro.
I think it can be said that, like, if Karen doesn't really use her V trigger, so when it comes to the Tengu Stone, she's always going to have defensive options ready that Brian has to consider anyway. So I think she wins before Tengu Stones it comes into play, and she has options for when it's available as well.
Right, like it's not as bad for her as it is for other characters. Yeah, I can see that. Well, we of course did see in the no neutral 5v5 earlier this week when Brian did play that character. He played Oro, and he beat Smug. He beat Smug 3-0 in fact.
Convincing.
He did. He sure did. I don't know if it's going to be Oro or if it's going to be Boxer or what, but to help us call the action, we are going to go over to the commentators where James Chan's doing something. And there's Marine as well.
All right.
That's very nice.
Thank you.
Guys, we are here with the CPT Mid-Best with Rob TV and Brian F. I am joined here with Mr. James Chen.
From the Best Coast.
Really? I literally said Mid-Best. We're talking about the Mid-Best, Midwest here.
We're talking, yeah, exactly. We're focusing on the Midwest here, of course, with Rob TV and Brian F. And, you know, I mean, look, we heard all the analysts talking about this. I mean, it sounds like Brian is up for an uphill battle here.
Yes. no kidding. Yeah, because I did hear that Chris and like the other analysis has said that like Brian might go with the Oro or maybe Balrog, but we'll see what he's confident with. And of course, Rob TV playing Karin. I'm super excited because like I did play Rob TV
Karin,
ma
Oro, let's
strong.
go.
Brian F is also strong.
But it is gonna be the Oro. Let's go.
Let's go.
Brand new character here.
أرجوك واحد ضفر.
Obviously, you are from the
صلوا
Midwest
شو.
region
سي
here,
جسا.
so I mean, how excited are you to see all these players here representing?
Algeria
Yeah, of course.
FGC.
I'm very excited to see these players, repping the Midwest
Oh,
because again, Midwest is definitely a big gem that you cannot miss. And of course, Brian F starting out really strong, keeping Rob TV in the corner with Rob TV having all those utilities like those footsies. It's so good.
Yep, and I understand why Brian F had some choice words about Karin as a character, but I mean, this is what you're seeing right here. You see these sweeps and then just running in there with the Rasenha. And look at this, Brian already, Rob already feeling himself.
Yeah, and of course having critical art.
شوف راهم اللايف راهم يلعبوا الداخل.
انا قلت لك كيفاش كان مخدومه.
عادي شي طعم ممكن. بالك لايف
بالك وبالك لايف كيما تحكي انت.
Okay, here we go. Cross counter here. Gonna have an opportunity for a little bit of a combo extension. Nicely done. I love.
Ooh, that was unsanitary. I like that.
What's gonna be?
Another one.
Nice.
He gets the stun. Now there's gonna be a ton of scaling on this. So unless he.
Whoa!
Oh no, I think he tried to do the jump cancel because I did play Brian F earlier today. He did the jump cancel and he's like, whoa, like I usually drop that. I can't believe that worked. I was like, yeah, it worked on me.
Never mind.
Come on, man.
Yeah, no, and he can't. The practice this morning was not paying off for him. So
ما وقع لهم لايف
a little bit of the nerves right here. Because I mean,
I don't care, bro. I don't care. I don't care. Really, I don't care.
If he loses this, Rob is never going to let him off the hook.
Yeah, no kidding.
Rob will be talking endless.
Je pense راح يجيب. I think
that's why I call him
he will switch to Balrog.
He is the talk of the town all the time, but with the talk of the town, we got the V-trigger activation.
Look at this damage!
Are we gonna see a little hard just to do the major damage? No,
Skilling.
with the EX bar, totally fine. Smart
Wow.
option from Brian.
Oh, but then the wake up EX.
Slide activation.
Busting out of there.
And the Rufik winner.
If he had baited that out, it would have been the end, but instead gonna get caught by the crouching medium kick. And there it goes.
It's that medium kick.
كريس نيرف ده.
كريس نيرف ده.
خليه يرفضوا ما يموت.
ما على باليش. هذا يبقى.
What do? Do I just use a reversal? But
ما باليش يدير باك داش ما باليش.
كارين عندها هذيك المايه نتاعها ميديوم كيك.
It's crazy to me because previous to this, obviously there are
صعيبة الميديوم كيك تاعها.
Chun's crouching medium kick and third strike, etc. But the one button hit confirm that Punk really started proliferating with that Karin really has spread into pretty much like all the, like I almost feel like you can't be a top Karin player unless you have that skill in there, and Rob definitely has picked that up as well. And it's crazy to me how much Punk has changed the expectations of a Karin player.
And I feel like she's just been so strong since season 1 too. And as of that, the crush counter combo into the corner, and just one more hit to stun,
perfect.
And that is working for a perfect Rob too. You see him? Yeah, let's go. All right. He about it.
I like it. I like seeing him pump himself up. Pumping himself up here as Hollywood Rob TV would do.
Yeah, he always pumping himself in the gym too. That's why he's so swole.
One of those scenes was like a while ago, and Rob actually looked like thinner.
Oh yeah, baby Rob.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and what a whip punish coming from Rob TV, and of course out of the corner.
It's time for Brian. Let's go.
The V-trigger activation. It's gonna do a lot of damage, considering that critical art is on deck if Brian wants to use it. But he'll definitely use a bar because we did see this before.
Right. He doesn't want to spend it just yet. Okay. Goes for the overhead setup, and there's that V reversal. I think it was Shine who was mentioning that.
Oh no,
he drops the combo!
He missed the combo. He missed the combo.
Yes, sir.
Oh man. I see Brian's probably going to try to he's like, where's the volume switch? Can I turn up my headsets a little bit? I need to, are these noise cancelling headsets? Headphones over here?
Brian's like, yo,
يهضر بزاف هذا
نحبوش again, like I said, you know, Hollywood
كارين توب تير ما عندك ما دير لها خاف.
So funny, like, you know, he's always talking loud, he's a lovable person, and of course seeing Brian F just switching with the Oro pick too, like we usually see him play a lot of Balrog, right? But he has been
Balrog Karin
so long where it's like looking really, really good.
Oh, okay.
he don't switch.
We had a little bit of a little pause in there. Nope. I thought it might have been Brian trying to change characters, but no. And see, there it is again, that single hit confirmed, 17 frames. And in fact, it's become such a expectation of high-level players that, oh God.
Goes for the back throw for the stun. And look at that. Of course, trying to also work for that perfect, but doesn't matter. Rob TV still golden as ever. Brian F still trying to formulate a plan, trying to think of what he needs to do.
Is Rob trying to pump up Brian F now? Come on, let's get some work here.
Hey, both of them are on on the
لازم
no
يسويتش لازم
they
يصير
know each other better.
زي في الغلطة تاعو راهي.
As I was saying about like
الآخر يلعب اوفنسيف بزاف.
We've even seen that in some of the patch notes that characters will just get their window of cancellation extended from 16 to 17.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now Brian with some crucial drops, and here comes Rob. Oh no,
he's shimmy.
But really close to stun. Brian has feature activation, does activate it. We got all the rocks on deck. I remember that he was telling me that the Game Boys are like RNG with the V-Trigger does more damage, but unfortunately it is not here.
I wonder if
what's gonna be
whoever wins this for next season, do they get to be the official host and the other person has to be the co-host? Is that what's on the line here?
Yes.
Oh, the chip damage!
Oh, no,
he just got it! Okay, he just got it, but it doesn't matter. Just jumping in there with the Rasenha. It's 3.
Dude, we literally hear him in our headsets and literally
Rob, oh man. Dude, we're going to see the analyst desk here, and you know, this is why I don't enter tournaments at events I commentate. Everybody knows how salty I get when I lose, and I will jump on the mic, and I'm just going to be like, let's see if maybe if this keeps going the way it's going. Let's hope Brian can still provide some analysis, you know, without talking about how broken Karin is.
He needs to switch the
Balrog. Of course, it definitely takes some time because we did see that Brian kind of like pause there, get a little bit of breathing room and whatnot. And it's all fun and games because you can learn from your mistakes.
Oh no, he's not switching.
So we are going like 3-0 coming from Rob TV. Goes for the back throw to start out.
Yeah, let's see on the board here.
I don't know.
You don't want to go. I know the first time they played in CPT.
براين روب تي في راه خير منه بزاف. شفت البارح ترى كامورا مع واسمه هكذاك صرا له البارح.
بصح انا ما حكيتش سويتش ما فهمت.
At this point in time, Brian might even just be playing for pride.
Oh, definitely. And of course, you know, you're just hearing like Rob TV just shout next to him. But it is looking kind of grim coming from Brian. Ow!
It's over. It's over.
Yeah, you hear him?
Let me play. Yeah, of course, these guys do get to play offline on the optimized Arturo Sanchez monitors here.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Refresh rates.
He's been great, helping us like be very optimal with our setups and of course helping with each other. But critical art on
Brian F out اليوم.
and then Rob TV just kind of backing.
لا ما شاء الله هذا عيان كارين.
يا ودي كارين وهبوله وخاف.
Oh, there it is! Punish again! This neutral! Why are they on a show called No Neutral? Rob TV needs to change the name of the show to All Neutral because he is dominating this neutral game right now. Oh.
And of course, Brian is still alive in this. Tries to go for the neutral jump, but Rob TV not taking the baits.
Yeah, and no Tengu Stone anymore. The comeback potential for Oro without the Tengu Stone, not particularly good. Like a wash right now.
حنشوفوا 5-0 قلت لك.
Yeah, we're taking the trip.
قلت لك كارين ماشي سهلة.
It is a certified wash right now. But hey, we can't count Brian F just yet. We might see a Balrog switch.
قال لك هم تاع جاني وما جاني وراح.
لازم يسويتشي ما فيهاش نقاش.
And of course, Rob TV, Brian F, they've played so many times, and of course being partners on No Neutral, like they know each other.
لو كان يخيلوا ريو كاع المهم يخرجوا من هذيك
keep going with Oro.
I mean,
اورو ناتورال تاعو ماشي قوي بزاف.
He spent a lot of time.
صح عنده دي كومبو ملاح. صح والله غنلعب بيها.
And sure enough, he's gonna stick with the Oro. Come on, Brian, get a game on the board. Get a game on the board. Otherwise, if I pass him in the halls, I'm gonna have to just be like, what's up?
ما راح يجمبي هذيك تاع الدبل جامب.
Not bother him.
Yo, and look at the life lead here, James. Like super close to stun.
Dude, he has not been able to get him with that overhead. And Oro does have one of the unfortunate overheads on that. Actually, I don't even think that's an overhead.
No, it is not an overhead.
Yeah, never mind, actually. It's just a nice plus frame move.
Right, yeah, you definitely don't want to press a button there. That's why we've been seeing Rob TV do B reversal all the time.
Rob dropping, but turning it into a reset. Gets the throw. Crush counter. Here we go. Let's go. Brian F.
I want Brian F to say something. He's like, yeah, I got that round. I got it.
That's right. Pump yourself up. Oh, never mind. Actually, never mind.
Oh, yeah, a little shimmy with the grab. But Rob TV coming here with the reactions. Brian F really here we go. Stun depleting now.
Rob really trying to, solidify his claim that he's not just the best in the Midwest, but one of the best in the United States.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Match point.
هو يلعب بالجي وكان جاب له الجي جي مليحه كريم.
But Brian F gotta think of something quick here.
Come on. Oh no, this is not a good start for too far away for the heavy punch to connect for Rob. So a little bit of luck for fortune right there for Brian F.
Yeah, but of course, just starting phase 1 foot low forward.
ما فهمتش على واش تجمبي كاع.
And there we go, the throw towards the
واحد ما تقدر الجمب. الجمب تاعو يخدع يدير زوج لي جمب يخدع.
هاو دارها
But unfortunately, can't punish the whiff that way. Okay, here we go. Crush counter side switch.
Yeah, that's really good for the side switch because Brian, he does not want to let Rob TV out of his sights. But again, Rob TV is so good with those V reversal answers.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly, I think it was Shine or Chrissy CH, one of those saying, like, Karin doesn't need to use her V trigger. So all of those bars are just there for V reversals, which is perfect for fighting Tengu Stone.
Oh no, that could have been a lot of damage.
Yeah, that could have been it. So Brian again, twice now, he's been kind of given a little extra life in this round. He just has to avoid not getting hit by that crouching medium kick.
Dead.
Oh no, is that gonna be it? Especially in the corner? It's in the corner!
Dead.
Rob TV!
Rob TV!
Yeah.
I'm here too. Anybody here want to money match? Let me know. I promise you. And I'm that nice honest and on the
Oh, he has his phone.
Everything that I say. I'm that guy. Hating.
Oh my god. Oh.
هذا تحبوله.
ضربة واسمه بانك رقم 2.
I think Rob said it all right there.
Yeah, he's literally the commentator for both of us. He said it all. He was there. He literally 5-0'd Brian F with his aura. We hear him too.
Pop it up. Oh, well, look, Rob TV, like I said, clearly at this point, the strongest in the Midwest. But, there was a question on Twitter a while ago that was like, name your top 5 U.S. players. And in my list, Rob TV was there. I mean, I saw it, like, first season of Street Fighter League, on all of the tournaments, you could see it on the way that Rob TV was playing. He was not going to be the kind of player that was going to stay at that kind of gatekeeper level. He was going to rise to the top. And I really feel like Rob TV right now is one of the biggest threats that we have in Street Fighter 5 here for North America.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that like Rob TV is just so consistent over so many years, especially in like the Street Fighter 5 community. Like everyone, like including me, you, and everyone else here, like we're scared of Rob TV. But again, like he's a super awesome guy, lovable guy, and like I'm super glad that
lovable guy.
Like, such a strong scene, Midwest, Midwest. Well,
زعما قالت ليفل قال على روب تي في.
Super fun commentating both Rob TV and Brian F's match, but looks like we're gonna hand it over to the analyst desk. We'll check you guys later.
Wow, it was a big 5-0. 5-0, Karen versus Honda. And not even just that, but not that many rounds for Brian F either. Thanks to the guys for commentating up there. Marine and James, nice work. Chris, let's talk about this match. How do you think it went?
Yeah, so I said Rob is the best player in the Midwest right now. And, you know, what better way to prove it than just 5-0 Brian F. He was extremely dominant and played extraordinarily well. I mean, those whiff punishes, my God, like, just phenomenal play in neutral. And something I noticed is, like, after he won the first game was actually a little bit close. It looked like it might be a bit of a close set.
بعد بدا يلعب اوفنسيف ديريكت.
Really started to smell.
انه يبدل انه يجيب بالرول.
Maybe just the gap in skill.
بالرول
ما صعب
لا يقدر يلعب
just dashing in, doing all sorts of stuff. He pulled out.
لا بوجاش كاع ربح وقال ربحوا راوند واحد.
راوند واحد. He shoulder in a stand like kick reset. Not entirely sure
ما
why he
يقدرش
does either of
يدير
those things. What I do know is that he's been doing
على
this since the first day I ever met him. So those are his specialties. He pulled those out. Played extremely aggressive. Played extremely well. Phenomenal footsies. I mean, I can't deny any of what he was doing there. It was amazing. So good stuff to Rob TV.
Yeah, I mean, what else did I say? It was an execution, right? Like it was. There's no other nice way to put it.
That poor old man.
Yeah, I mean, but Brian F is a really talented player, right? Like you didn't get to see it much there, but he is really talented. He plays multiple characters, and I thought that he was going to actually, you know, play. I thought he was going to play Oro, but I think on paper the best pick probably would have been G. I don't think he's been playing much G, but I think G definitely does the best against Karen out of all his characters, and I think Oro actually does the worst on paper. So I'm a little curious as to why he picked Oro. I think it's just more of a comfort thing. He's been playing mostly Oro, but I do think G was the best pick on paper. I think he probably should have went with G, but
yeah, he told me a couple of days ago that he's basically.
شوف قلت لك ولا ما تجي قلت لك ولا ما قلت لك.
He's not even playing Boxer or.
هقول لك ما الجي عنده ماتش مليح مليح كونتر كارين
كبير.
هذيك خطره كريم سنه ما ربحش بونك بجي.
Is there any way that we know we're
صعيبه يا صعيبه ما صعيب. كارين
اسمع. We gotta do it, I guess. Let's go to the Arby's meeting moment, unfortunately.
كارين توب تير بزاف.
Arby's, we have the meat.
You know, a man like Rob TV, he had to stream the execution live to over an audience of 40,000 people, and I wouldn't have had anything less from him. You know, you see just the fantastic play, and even though the first game looked incredibly close, like we can see here, very back and forth for Rob and Brian. As soon as Rob, you know, he smelled the meat was cooking, he had to put a little cheddar on there. The taste was present, and I don't think Brian was ready. I don't think Brian was ready for that kind of heat.
He said, keep the meat off the street, bro. Not on mine, all right? You wish you could, but you're not in my hood. The thing about Rob is that y'all talking about, you know, he's best in the Midwest. Top 5 in the U.S., he been smoking cats like that, all right? It don't matter where they from, he gonna smoke them. And I like the fact that he had game plans against his character. Not a lot of people lab on Oro. I'm gonna be real with you. He did, as we saw, the Rasenal get the fireball and things like that, the whip punches coming through, and it was a gradual progression too. So once again, Rob getting that win, no offense to Brian, but I knew it was going to happen like that in the end.
Yeah, the work that he put in really was the meat and potatoes behind everything. It was very important that he was composed, he had the matchup down on lock, and, you know, a little bit of character inexperience wasn't going to stop Mr. Hollywood, okay? He read the screenplay. He read the screenplay.
You got to say it right. We got to say it right because he did win. Hollywood! Rob TV.
Here's what I'm interested in, too. How are you guys going to handle walking out of here on break and seeing Rob TV out there? What's your game plan? I'm curious about what your game plan is.
I mean, I'm already trained for this. I'm used to it. I'm immune. I'm good. Chris, you got some things to worry about, but if you need any tips, I'm here for you.
Yeah, I might need some tips because I might have said some things earlier that I don't think Rob's gonna appreciate. So hopefully,
well, I mean, that's
nervous, huh?
That's just something you gotta deal with.
That might be something I have to deal with on my own.
I can't help you.
دوكا مستيك كريمسون
Yeah,
we were talking about the
kills
West
you.
Coast, and I mean,
كيجي يلعب ثاني بكا يلعب كارين.
If I didn't have to
صح
play
مع
next to it, I might just,
مع واسمه مع درسيم شويه.
we gotta get out of here.
اسمع ولا غير واعر.
Sorry,
انا مش
واعر شوف يلعب بلاك كيجي.
مع درسيم
هذيك انا مع درسيم هذيك النهار شفتونا يلعب ماتش معاه جاو 3 دور بالسيف.
To Rob TV for taking it. He is a very good player. Let's stop talking about him for a while. Your favorite Street Fighter characters are now available as Magic the Gathering cards at secretlair.wizards.com. We saw these Yesterday morning, we got all sorts of characters. You can see some of them up there. Chun, Ryu, Ken, Zangief, Dalsim, Honda, Blanca,
أنا ماشي كابكوم
etc.
أنا نمشي كل شيء رجله.
And if you want to check out more Street Fighter 5 action on the streets themselves, we're going to have the Japan Open Tournament coming through on March 12th and 13th. It's a 1v1 tournament, and you can see some of the sick players already seated right there. Mago, Higuchi, Daigo, and Kawano, and your boy's going to be on the mic, so get with it, all right?
We've also got some news about a dream collab between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. The collaboration will go live around the end of March. It's got all sorts of popular characters from Street Fighter V joining King of Fighters All-Star as special fighters. Look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more.
انت بشغل بلي كارت ما تخرج له كارت على
being prepped for the collab content. Additional info will be revealed through the official KOF social media. Look forward to that. Coming up next, we're going to have a match that I am very much looking forward to. It was the one that I identified as the one that I was most looking forward to for today. That's going to be Mr. Crimson versus Killzoo.
أيوة وش تقول؟ مستر كريمسون
مستر كريمسون صح بصعوبة.
أيوة باسكو الأول تاخذ فينا وجبتها الدوزيام قلت براين أب بصح قلت لك أنا روب تي في. مستر كريمسون آخر. أنا هنايا عندي مستر كريمسون كما قلت انت ماشي سهله كباب يخسر نورمال كان تولي بورسونتاج تولي 55 45 55 مستر كريمسون اوف كورس 5% تعرف طالع هابط يكزو حتى عجبني هذه هذوكن بكري هذه
ستريت فايتر زوج
يا ليت هذيك هي بيقولوا زوج
جي 5 تعرف جي 5 جي 5
لا
جي 5 طوموبيل فورد جي 5
يا جي 5
جي 5
The Gentle Killer King. Hello there.
Hello, bro. How are you doing? The Gentle Killer King. That's name.
The Gentle Killer King. Fine, fine.
You wanna watch final season with us? Or you're interested in the game?
Gentle Killer King. Well, I'm from South America, Asia.
Oh, nice. We have South America fighter yesterday.
The Gentle Killer King.
I
don't speak a good English.
Yeah, you did great. I can understand what you think. What he's saying, I'm sorry. I am from North Africa.
The Gentle Killer King. But I try understand you.
You do, bro. I know you can do. It's easy English. I speak. Anyway, don't forget follow in the bottom.
The Gentle Killer King. Yes, I see the match of South America.
Yeah. And then today it's day of IDoom, bro. I like IDoom. I play with Laura. So I believe it's IDoom gonna take it. What do you think about Mr. Crimson and Killzoo? We have next match. It's Mr. Crimson and Kizio. Do you know him?
Guy Leandrog. I think from Crimson. The Gentle Killer King. Me compatriot win the match.
Well,
the Gentle Killer King.
Season final.
Nero
Day
the Boxer
number
Rythian.
3. My name is Ultra David, and as you can see,
The Gentle
we have
Killer
some
King.
new folks up here.
My
Yet
asterisk.
Again, we have
okay.
Sabin, aka NYC Furby.
You see,
we have Rob TV. We got
okay,
James
Mr.
Chen.
Crimson? Okay,
And we
we're
have
gonna see.
Ringe.
It's easy, it's hard
What's
much
going on,
for
everybody?
Mr.
Did any of us
It's
just play
Dustin
a match,
vs.
or are we all good? Are we just hanging out up
I
here?
think,
Everybody's just
Karin?
commenting and analyzing
Yeah.
today? Or is anybody...
Well, I definitely have a few things to say.
Let's see.
After that match, my adrenaline is up a whole
Do-
lot right
do you
now.
play boxer?
Coming off of that, I had to come up out of the hoodie. But what I want to make sure I get across is what the hell Hollywood Rob TV stands for. There's a whole lot of people.
The Gentle Killer
99%
King.
of people
Well,
love
in
me.
this
I have a
match,
lot
I
of
think
support, and
win
I
M.
understand that.
Crimson.
But just like with
Guy
anybody else, there's always
Leandrog.
going to be that 1%
Killzia
who likes
is a
to hate, who
solid
likes to
player.
distract. Why is
Yoga
he this?
The Gentle
Why is he
Killer
loud?
King.
Why is he so cocky?
Yoga
Well, what
Fire.
you don't understand is what I
Yeah.
stand for is actually those
Yeah,
miles
Mr.
that I had to
Crimson
put
is
on my
good, really.
1990-something car years
But
ago. when I
vs.
was
Karin
struggling
is
trying to
hard.
pursue this
Guy
dream. That's
Leandrog.
what I stand for. I was just
Glitchlet
going around the
FB block.
Midwest when no one knew my name. Before any Capcom hit me
The
up.
Gentle
Before
Killer
any
King.
team ever hit me up.
Right
Before I
thief
ever
yellow
had a fan.
quadrilateral.
Before any of that.
Yeah, exactly.
And what I have to make sure what I have to make sure I clarify. There's people in my ear right now. What I have
Stop
to make sure I
talking,
clarify
Mr.
is I'm not
Rob
about
TV, please.
negativity or anything of that nature.
Shit.
I'm a beacon to show what other people can achieve without worrying about everybody else. Be unabashedly yourself, and I promise
Bro,
you
he
you're going
talks
to
so
win.
much.
I promise you you're lucky as well that you did not have Capcom Cup because I would have eaten wherever you from, whatever country.
Talk to him, Rob. Talk to him, boy.
Congratulations, brother.
I'm
terrified. By the way.
Not enough. I wish I had more games to play. I wish I had more games to play.
That's what I'm talking about.
A lot of people like to talk in Twitch chats and all
The
that,
Gentle
but I tell you
Killer
what, I
King.
like to put money down on it.
Which is your
so
main in
anybody talking Twitch
SFB?
chat, whoever don't like what I just said,
I'm gonna show you.
too
Watch.
arrogant. I look better than you. I'm buffer than you. I dress better.
Ooh,
All of that.
okay.
Put money on it then if you
It's
don't like
Laura.
it.
All right, man. Look, you play great, for real.
You see
Don't
here.
Yeah. No, don't turn.
You see here, Laura. And there are you. It's second main.
And finally, in what's got to be described as one of the most exciting grand final sets in Street Fighter history, he took out IDoom,
Yeah,
the
this
former
will.
Capcom
Yes.
Cup
Yeah.
The Gentle Killer King. Shocked. Guy Leandrog. He just won VS Brain, not Punk or Tokido.
Red Bull Kumite would definitely be the peak of your year. You need aim no higher.
Mr. Crimson vs. IDoom.
Was just getting started. Just a few months
I like it.
later,
I like it.
The Gentle
I like
Killer
it.
King.
as I like to call him,
The
went
beauty
on to
Laura
take
Purple
the
Heart
France,
Sneaky.
Spain, and
Yeah.
Capcom Pro Tour
The
event.
Bonita.
Once again, taking on Luffy in one of the closest sets we've seen for the entire season.
Yeah, broken
Mr.
team.
Crimson fought from the losers bracket to reset the grand finals and take the victory over Luffy and confirm his victory in his Capcom Pro Tour.
Let's see. We're gonna see a great match, you
Then
know.
traveled to the US to participate in the Street Fighter League. To lead
We're
the
gonna
Vodafone
see
Giants
great
to a
match.
top start and an exciting finish, taking out household names every week along the way. And so here we are, the CPT 2021 season finals. And one of the most exciting years we've seen for any player in the Street Fighter V era. We've arrived at National Crimson versus Killzone in this first to 5 set.
The Gentle Killer King.
Sorry
In
about
this
that
days
French
I
accent
try
right
work
there.
with
Believe it or
Laura
not, his
and well.
English accent is actually
What's your
even
rank?
worse. It's true. Ask him
I
to do
hate
an English accent.
I hate when he does his French accent.
The first time I went to dinner with him, he put it on thick for the
Right?
week. Oh my!
Is everybody in Poland?
I'm
No,
telling you, it's,
okay.
it's not great. Anyway, but really, really good package yet again. I love these things that F4 has been doing. Those have been super, super interesting. Very, very well done. Let's talk about this match, which, of course, again, will be Mr. Crimson versus
The
Killzone.
Gentle Killer King.
Yeah, so
I decided to have a
before I get
Laura.
into
It's a
Crimson's
good
praises,
option
talk
for
about
me.
Killzone for a bit.
Yeah,
You know,
it is.
Killzone, we've seen him at
He
the
had
Salt
bad
Mine
matchup,
League,
but
we've seen him at CBT's doing his thing. Like he did
he
qualify.
did
so that's
well.
why he's
He did
here.
well
He's
against
definitely
other.
like an underrated Karen, like one of the best in the region.
I was
One of the best in the
playing
world
with the
that
Kage
character.
and I
of
switched
course,
to Laura.
Crimson, of course, you know, he is the representation of this character right now at the highest
I think
level.
after gold,
Should bring up a Street
rank
Fighter 2 reference.
gold,
Street Fighter
I switched
2,
to
he
Laura.
had a video from the Japanese scene called 100 Killing Arts of Yoga, Well, for Street Fighter V, we have like 100 killing arts of Yoga with Dawson.
Oh, Crimson France.
He has seen it every step of the way. So what you're about to see
know.
is Dawson play at the highest level. All the setups on lock.
I was
True
thinking just Luffy.
Right, but I think it'll be a close fight. Like I don't know who's gonna win actually, although Crimson is favored. I think the matchup is gonna come down to Karen versus Dawson. It's a war of control. Like, you know, Dawson wants to space out and he has control, but Karen, if she gets one
the two players are from France.
Turn. What do you think, Rob?
I mean, you know, of course, this is a matchup that me and you play all the time in these online events like NLBC. But as far as speaking on these two guys specifically, I would say individually, what's interesting about KillsU is he is actually the youngest player to have qualified for Cup. You know,
Gentle Killer, what's your rank in Street Fighter?
Yeah, Chris CCH. This guy's only 19 years old. He's still a young buck. And this is not the only game that he's a professional in. He's also a pro in sports games as well. So it's just really cool and shows how talented that he is. And as far as Mr. Crimson, right now, I would say that just within this last year, he has crossed that barrier from just an amazing player to the elite of the elite, like a threat to
the Gentle Killer King.
Like Capcom Cup. The last thing that I'll bring up before this match, as far as my point, is the fact that these guys' relationship is so deep that Mr. Crimson actually paid for KillsU to go to his first ever major event when he was 17 years old. What?
The Gentle Killer King.
Bring out the next generation.
XD.
Love to see it, man. You know,
the Gentle Killer King.
5 years, so it's been really
but with Heart of Warlord.
6 generations of Street Fighter, to say the least.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now I guess we're going to have an opportunity here to see if the student can defeat the master then at this point.
Just don't be salty when you lose.
Talk about is kind of the journey, and of course we have two players here who could probably speak about this even more, but the journey of the Dhalsim, the character, right? I mean, this is a character that, you know, for a while there was questions of how strong he was, and I feel like in this season here, especially with the addition of that V-shift mechanic, has really just kind of propelled Dhalsim into this upper echelon where
if you play Laura at Phoenix's game can help you a lot to grind so fast.
I mean, we have definitely been seeing success, not even just from Mr. Crimson, but from Arturo Sanchez here as well. Once
South
the season
America
was going underway, he was dominating a lot of NLBCs, a lot of you know, tournaments all over North America.
I give you some
advice.
So
this character has really come up, and it's funny too, because traditionally a zoning character, I mean, now it's like a meme now. Now it's like a meme that he's a zoner.
Yeah, he zones. Right?
I mean, they did make some significant changes to his V-triggers next season. You know, Trigger 1 got the buff where you can burn from half screen now. And it can't be reversal it. And V-Trigger 2, you can actually cancel into a V-Trigger 2 after Gale activation or anything. So, like, he has more offensive options than he did before, and combined with the V-Shift, you know, like, he's really a terror in this version of the game. You love to see it, though.
Look at range.
Yeah, and both of these players play each other a lot. I believe KillsU lost to Crimson 3-2 in the CBT that Crimson qualified in the top 8, so it was a very close set. And in reviewing that set, I think I have some keys to victory here for both players. I think KillsU, he's very V-skill reliant on trying to close the distance up against Dhalsim, so I want to see a little bit more stand heavy punch, stand medium punch in that type of range. And in general, I like the stand medium punch EX10 from long distance. It's a classic Karen strategy. I felt like he wasn't looking for that much. And of course, offensive V-reversal, I think that's a hallmark in the matchup of Punk, of yourself. Everybody that plays Karen up against Dhalsim, you got to knock him down and start your pressure on. Crimson, on the other hand, I want to see more Yoga Galen pressure, be a little bit more greedy. But most importantly, I think he needs to cycle through his defensive options, which he's so good at, and maintain pressure after anti-airs and air-to-airs. When I was reviewing the tapes, it looked like a lot of the time when he anti-aired and went for the meaty drills, KillsU was ready for that and jumped up and ended up taking his turn back himself. So hopefully he avoids that, and he'll be good to go if that's the case.
Well, Mr. Crimson won Salt Mine League actually
Mr. Crimson,
days.
Wow.
And that's right, with Luke. But he's also won 5 of the last 9 Salt Mines. Like, he's killing it out there right now. KillsU got third. KillsU got third today. Like, it's not like he's any slouch, right? He's consistently doing well out there as well. But I do agree with what you said, Rob, that Crimson has vaulted himself into that high up echelon.
Yeah, he's absolutely elite right now, bro. I mean, we've seen him, of course, first at Red Bull Kumite. And another thing to bring up with that is the fact that Crimson says himself, like that big grudge match that he had with, you know, a brother of mine, Punk the God, that big grudge match that they had out there, he wouldn't have won that match if it wasn't for his training that he had with KillsU in that Karen matchup. But we've seen how strong he played there. We've seen what he did at Red Bull Kumite, at Street Fighter League. I feel like outside of just actual in-game skill and the X's and O's, what may be the determining factor of this match is just the experience and high level in high pressure situations. It's interesting to see if KillzU can handle it at 19 years old.
Okay, well, let's head out to the commentators. For this, we have Vicious and Jake Ryan, and I'm excited because I know you two are going to take Dalsum very seriously. You're not going to rag on him at all. You're going to treat him like the very legitimate and reasonable Street Fighter V character that he is.
Not one bit, David, but I like you trying. I appreciate it.
Right?
No, all jokes aside, I mean, I've had a lot of talks with two of the main Dalsum players from the West Coast, Commander Jesse and Danka Diaz, man. They've talked about this character for a good time, and they've made me a firm believer. I don't know about you, Jake Ryan, but I think Dalsum is a legitimate character and has been for quite some time.
It's a bit of a stretch, Jeremy, but I'm going to have to agree with you, especially after talking to Danka Diaz.
You got me.
It had to be done. And, you know, we have some of the best Dalsum. We have one of the best Dalsums in the world in the building right now as well. So yeah, I think the argument for the top 5, it's out there. I mean, not the traditional style that we see Dalsum play anymore. You know, he likes to get in the zone. Right up close and personal. The rush down is present, and we're already seeing that too. Great. It can't write this. It writes itself. It writes itself.
KillzU wants to play in a range that is what? Mid-range to closer? I mean, obviously, CQC when it comes to Karen is her strong suit. But at the same time, Dalsum has been developed so well to the point where he can actually contest in that range without any flaws. I feel like he can deal out so much damage and get out if he needs to. Karen, maybe not as much, or not as easily.
Okay.
Yeah, Karen having a hard time.
No. Oh my God!
What do you mean,
What?
All right, goes for the TK Gale once again. Goes for the side switch, and now in the corner. This is so incredibly close. Great block on the cross-up, and now this is where Karen can just shine. What a back throw! You're kidding me!
Mr. Crimson, yeah, having the patience.
Wait
a minute.
Nope.
Yeah, just clearing the space.
Sniper.
Excellent choice there from Mr. Crimson. A little bit of a dab there from the jump.
Oh, Sniper, you're dead.
No punish on it. Another jump jab for the snipe. KillzU actually was on Mr. Crimson's tail. That could have been it. But just in time for the jump.
Double sniper.
3 times over. Crush counter into the sweep. Get the knockdown.
Yeah, the jump recovery was so important there. And even if the chase down came out, KillzU just wasn't coming in time. And Dalsum is just smothering Kareem. But no,
never mind.
Able to connect right there. The quick get up after the
nice
jump reset, and now
suicide.
Yeah, so
just
smart.
The defensive option just to jump out of that string was so superb. But again, the counter hit there from the drill. We wanted to see him maybe neutral jump to counter it, or even a light kick. I think KillzU went for the light kick option and got stuffed out. But either way, Mr. Crimson with a hefty life lead activation
was gonna
be pretty tough.
Nope,
if
nice.
Mr. Crimson just sits there and takes a throw, he'll definitely do that.
Oh,
but he doesn't
dead.
have to. That's the thing. There's just so much control from the roundhouse. Mr. Crimson taking it flawlessly 2 rounds straight against KillzU.
Yeah, didn't really have to hold anything, and something that was brought up by the analyst, so that's really important to note, is that as you want to be able to use those offensive V reversals to keep Dalsum locked down. We saw the V trigger activation late in the round because he just wasn't able to approach in an effective way. Didn't even really get to use the V skill like was mentioned too, and it felt like everything was coming up Crimson in close range and then at a distance, and that's it's so hard to like even say anything that he could have done better there because Crimson was just playing so well.
No, I think you're absolutely on the money for that one. I think there's going to be a little bit of a development from KillzU to kind of notice some of these trends, or at least notice some of the offensive options that Mr. Crimson has taken, or at least within neutral, right, to kind of close the gap. But so far, he's been trying to slowly creep up, utilizing the walk speed of Karen as a way to open up for offense. For the most part, right? It hasn't been anything too risky yet, but we'll see how it plays out. KillzU already at the deficit, but still putting Mr. Crimson in the corner, and he's going to be just fine. Man, you tried to stop the teleport. That wasn't the same spot.
Bentley Marsh.
Anticipating to possibly teleport in front of KillzU's face, but that's not the case. And I like that, just going for the crouch medium punch into the Tenko confirm, because I think the low forward would have been too far out to actually go through with it. But KillzU, great awareness so far.
Yeah, and this is exactly where KillzU wants to be. Feels confident in the combo. Yup, there's the V skill we were talking about. Checking, what a great low forward. Are you going to spend out? No.
Guyliandrog.
The meter for the critical guard, but the throw
Count
comes
5
out.
Elda.
So much that KillzU had on the table, and goes to back throw optimal meter build as well.
Yeah.
Now feeling comfortable here.
Hello,
but Crimson still great checks. That's such a good call out on the tackle forward.
Welcome, Bentley Marsh.
To be fair, that was a really great move from Mr. Crimson in anticipation for something like that.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wait a minute. All that for naught, though? That was one whole sequence. That's very Karen-like.
Oh, mush.
The shimmy comes out again.
Shimmy,
Very Karen-like
okay.
indeed.
What's
Continues
gonna
to move
be?
forward, and the V reversal, and the V reversal. That's exactly what we wanted to see. The offensive V reversal, the offensive lockdown. And now she's slowly poking out of the corner. But no, this is a big confirm. Not going to be able to kill.
This is going to be great.
Overhead.
No,
never mind.
Mr. Crimson, because
Mr. Crimson, okay.
He's still
We're gonna
reluctant to do it. Okay,
there it
from
is.
that far, I like that idea.
Yeah, try to destroy your dad. Wow, what a critical art. Cancel afterwards. Knew that he had to get out of the carpet. Knew you had to stop the gray life. But Crimson, one step ahead of the battle order, right? I've seen through the smoke and mirrors. No Jedi mind tricks today.
I have the high ground.
I have the high ground, kills you. I've always hated you, Crimson.
Shit.
Dang, that actually is the Lord today.
Oh, another slide.
You are like a brother kills you.
Oh,
you were supposed to bring balance back to the yoga, not leave it in shambles.
This is
I'm sorry.
Don't touch me.
Yeah, I mean, you have to defeat your sensei, and right now he said, nah, not today. I do have the high
Drill.
ground. I have the advantage.
Nice.
The fire is burning. But Korean has other ideas, all right? The concept of family doesn't go down well.
Clemson, I gotta say, he is not.
What
was that? Defensive pressure. He was just sitting there, letting the V trigger just.
Oh,
man. Not flinching for a minute.
Mr. Crimson.
When it comes to playing the Karen matchup, without a doubt, right? He's played against one of the greatest to ever do it with Punk's Karen.
Exactly.
Like, are you gonna be flinching against your own student, the one that's kind of like brought you into the ring?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of tough.
It's definitely when he's teaching him how to move like water. He's like, I am the water. All right, you have to learn to move like me. And I've played the best of the best.
Bro.
And if you're not playing to that, I'm not impressed.
For American standards, it's the Rocky versus Tommy Gun.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Dolph is on the screen right now. Mr. Crimson just shows up all buff and imposing. And there's nothing Kills you can do.
And it's really tough right now. I gotta say, Kills you is slowly starting to figure out the options here. But Mr. Crimson, again, you've said it numerous times, is just a step ahead every part of the match.
Senha. Nice.
Now it's looking like Kills you is turning it on, finding all these great pokes.
Oh,
maybe
okay, stun.
Not sure, maybe a jump, but not going to get what they're looking for.
Nope.
Nice, goes for the back turn.
Nice.
Now one more touch sequence will go. Are you going to take the
No,
throw?
nice
No, you're
shimmy.
not.
And one interruption on the drill, very important.
There it is,
That's
the
the
reversal.
reversal we wanted to see from the trigger activation.
Oh,
no, he's
back.
cooking up so much after that.
Just
the meaty slide, and even worse, cooked up.
That's the second time we've seen that exact same
Come on, this man is
reversal. But Kills you getting so antsy when the carpet's on the ground, all right? You can't do it. It's a trick. The glasses are all going to stay there. You cannot try to deceive him. Okay?
Plus-
He's going to pull the carpet right out, and everything's going to pay off for him. And now Crimson, he might just go to a 3-0 right now. This is,
Slide,
sorry,
yes.
student. You should have showed up to more classes. Extracurriculars right now are necessary.
Go back to the corner. Nope.
The options that Kills you is presented in terms of trying
Okay.
to
Yeah, for which trigger? I think you're gonna activate
because
now.
of the fact that Mr. Crimson has changed up the normal usage, right? Medium kick, and then the roundhouse immediately after. Was that a...
Oh, he's gonna burn him. Burn, baby, burn.
Yes, just for. Do you know
Goes for
what?
the V-trigger activation here, and this is where the party gets
okay.
started. Not gonna
Just
have
for
to
fun,
get your dad
hit the
again.
trigger.
Just another confident slide comes out.
Bro,
he's not
he's insane.
afraid to continue
He's
the
insane.
approach. He's not afraid when the
He's
V-trigger is
insane.
active. He knows that his student isn't ready.
All the Dalsum lovers in the Gooder Lounge, they can't believe that the games are so short. You can tell, look, they're very upset. They have the thumbs up on. You want to see more games.
All
Let's
Americans
go,
play don't like
Dalsum.
I get
dancing.
it. I totally get it.
Dalsum.
Yeah, no, these guys, again, they're booing because they think
Yeah,
the
ما
games
يبغاش
have
كريم
gone too
سلوز
fast. And
أمريكا.
it's been the trend all weekend long. We haven't seen a full on
man.
other than the East Asia.
It was
set.
crazy.
But I gotta say, man, all those fans of Dalsum, they're ecstatic.
They're eating it up right now. They're eating it up. It's definitely a moment where, you know, I feel like Dankadias, the man from the hometown, he's feeling really good. He's like, yeah, you know, this character is pretty good. It's pretty, you know, I'm pretty good, but this character's all right. This character's pretty nice. And that's what we're seeing right now. Mr. Crimson putting on a clinic against, you know, Karin, who's been a top character for the entire lifespan of Street Fighter V, and I believe will continue to be that way. So the fact that Dalsum has slowly inched forward and, you know, now reaching for the top.
Making it look really tough in this matchup in general, right?
Exactly.
This is like a very blatant Karen stopper, right? I think it's just Mr. Crimson specifically,
Yes.
but I'm slowly starting to think it's Dalsum. I don't know, it's just the way that he's piloting this character is a notch above the rest.
Yeah,
Don't jump.
The
Oh.
notches coming up even further. It's a mix of
jump.
nice slowing down the approach of Kills You.
Oh,
while
nice
also just
sweep.
continuing to burn him up. And
the play, what
now
the
getting
heck?
great confirm right there.
That was sick, by the way,
Yeah.
that medium kick.
لكن نبغى لعبوا كونتر دارسين نسقوا فيه نحبوا نسقوا فيه هو يجي
Still
لي
being able to get the drill into a
صار
full
شاسك ده
sequence, looking
Huh?
very, very clean in the
Ah,
Again,
get off.
Mr. Crimson has
راك تسمع مراد
أنا
حنا كي
اسمع.
نلعب كونتر دارسين
or give
دارسين
Kills you false
كونتر
hope into
بتاعو
moving
تيسقيه
in. No,
look at this.
مشياك اقول لي
Watch the
مشياك
offense he can.
لا ويجي لك
Dawson is
شو يلعب
just so
بيزون
powerful.
غير
بليز
What a cancel! All the V reversal, not afraid to go for the
رايح
chase
ليه رايح
down.
ليه
That's what's so crazy about Mr. Crimson.
ستان
He's
ستان
not
ستان
afraid
dead
to
dead
Chasing Karen.
dead dead
Why is
perfect
Dawson the one chasing Karen?
it's broken
Rush
bro
down character right here, all right?
Sim
Not a
is broken.
traditional zoner. No, Dawson
لا
is rush
بصح
down.
نو
Dawson,
هو ثاني
you know
مليح
what?
شبيه
Honorary
لا لا
SoCal,
سيم
you can
سيم
come out
بروكن
here,
ماشي
Mr.
زعما
Crimson.
ماشي اللي نهضر
Honorary
ماشي
SoCal, rush down legend.
نو بصح ماشي ماشي مبروكن
هو هو يلعب مليح بيان سور يعني بدون
بصح هو سيم هو الميور في المود كاين بزاف يلعبوا
على بالنا ما كناش بصح نقول لك نهضروا جينيرال ماشي
It's a really roundabout way of just increasing your own winnings.
فانك بقى
That's actually true. Yeah, you
أنا شوف فيها أنا
actually train
5-0
somebody up to be a part of this exhibition. He's like, oh, well, I get my dividends now.
I met you know you paid the $30 once for the tournament entry, you know $5,000.
Nope.
That's a really good investment
أروح
right now. And Mr. Crimson is trying to run away with that. And Dawson,
makes sense.
You go fire.
Makes sense now. It's a grand
nice
action.
after.
All right, listen, in 5 easy steps, Mr. Crimson.
Back
to the match, as you can see here, and kills you.
Man, he went from a yoga class to a finance class.
It's true, all right?
That's gonna be. هنا صح.
No, bro. I was gonna say he has Mr. Crimson in the corner, but Dawson could just
slide activation.
I mean, as simple as much as I'm simplifying it, it's not even close to that way. But the way Mr. Crimson plays it, it makes me see.
very strong.
Oh, nice.
So clean.
Yeah, on paper he's making this matchup look heavily
أروح لك وأنا تبغى ثم.
look like
don't matter. شوية تاع سي بي
على شو ناقص.
Oh, I like that.
That was really smart.
Very
شوية
nice idea from Kills.
يزيدوا
Can he
شوية
keep
ماشي
the
حاجة
momentum against
بلاش.
Mr. Crimson? Just running into the
غير الكمية.
again, just a little preemptive from Mr. Crimson, throwing it out there.
It feels like there's these moments of hesitation from Kills you not feeling confident. Again, okay, this is huge. Has the activation
what's gonna be?
We're gonna see. We might see the trigger activation soon.
what's he gonna be?
Might not even get the opportunity. One more touch.
Nice.
Great throw tech. He is not afraid. He's not taking these throws at all.
امشي.
Oh, he's cooking up. He's gonna be cooking up soon.
What's gonna be?
Get the
What's gonna
recipe
be?
ready.
Nice.
Not yet. Could have been it. There it is. Okay, this is tough. If Crimson gets this opening, Kills you was actually dead.
See ya.
So one touch. Wow, what a confident jab after the land. Knew the carpet was there. And any hit from Mr. Crimson was a kill confirm, a set confirm. Kills you says, you taught me well, Master.
No.
I know what you're trying to do here.
Nice.
Very unfortunate too.
He was
that last
lucky.
sequence just now, a little bit too far out for
nice.
Senko to hit. No conversion off of the Shadow from the crush counter. You have to make every hit count. V-shift, the Yoga Gale scenario.
Plus. The drill comes out once again, and yeah, Kills you has been getting these great hits, wonderful crush counters, but not really. It's not paying off. The dividends aren't there. And now Mr. Crimson again, so comfortable in this corner and not really getting stuck there. So smart.
Activation.
That's actually going to be so much damage. Look at that continuing the combo. You have another Yoga Fire. You are actually dead. Cooked up. I thought it was just going to be like, he might be more knocked down with the slide, but he had
combo.
He had 2 bars.
The fact that he's able to...
Damn, this character does hella damage.
There was a lot of comments earlier in the seasons that...
ما زالت ما كملوش كومبو مازال يزيد.
A lot of damage off combos. I want you to take that clip and tell me he doesn't have damage. That was almost 50% on Karin. That's not fair. All right, you know what? I agree with the crowd. Boo! Mr. Crimson, #1. You know, one of the best players in the whole world. Jesus, I can't believe it. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna do that. Hey, but we got to see the 2 best players, the friends, really out here on the stage. I'd love to see it personally. I would love to see
the American
come
like
back to this kind of meeting, to be honest with you. I mean, it was a clean sweep. I got to say it how it is. 5-0, Mr. Crimson, showing exactly why he is truly the man of the hour for France. And again, very impressive either way. I'd love to see more of that a little bit more. It's definitely not going to be the last we see of Kills You.
And the thing about Kills You too is, like, Mr. Crimson is the huge proponent of Kills You, and one of the best ways to learn is to lose, especially against your teacher. And that shows that Mr. Crimson didn't hold anything back, wanted Kills You. Like, Kills You had to earn that, especially if you were able to prepare Mr. Crimson for one of the best, like I'd say, the best Karen in the world. The best Karen in the world, Punk the God, and help him get to that point. You know that your Karen, it's got to be at a high level. You know, it might not be there yet, but, you know, getting closer every single day. There was a lot of rounds that looked like one split decision would have gotten him that victory, but that's somehow it crumbles. You know, you have that top of the top where they're not going to let those decisions slip by, and that's why Mr. Crimson was able to get the 5-0, because Kills You, a couple more decisions, and maybe it would have been like a 5-1, 5-2, but I think it was Crimson all the way, no matter what.
I think it was kind of wild, too, the way that they were swinging right out the gate, and the fact that Mr. Crimson happened to suppress Karen's offense with his own offense. Imagine that, the zoner being able to suppress
one of the heaviest hitters in the game. That was super impressive. We got to throw it back to the analysts to give us that full breakdown because it was ridiculous.
Thanks very much for the commentary, folks. Yeah, again, very, very impressive performance by Mr. Crimson with fantastic 5-0 victory in that set. We have a Dawson player on my side over here.
Man, that was rough. Well, you know, shouts to Mr. Crimson, of course. Like he was on his game. Like you see, like the offense and the execution. Everything was just perfect, super on point. Killzoo had some answers, but we can even see like when Crimson got his offense started, he started to V-shift. Mr. Crimson's Gale, and you couldn't even get a punish. You know, so it's just impressive all around, pretty much. What do you think you could have done different, Rob?
Oh, there's so many things, man. And, you know, first and foremost, of course, I am proud of the young man. But because of that, I have to make sure that I give him my honest critique. As far as that matchup, the main thing that I want to harp on is timing. Again, me and Art, you know, play this matchup all the time. And the biggest thing I would say is that against Dawson, people feel like they need to get in, right? It goes without saying. He has these far, long-range normal controls the whole screen. Because of that, you may feel pressure to hurry up and jump right now or dash forward. If you go back and look at that, I promise you, you're going to notice that at almost all times, Killzoo is moving forward. So what should he do instead? Sometimes what you want to do is actually wait. Sometimes you wait a whole lot just so that he doesn't know when you're going to do it. So even if he doesn't, the Dawson doesn't know exactly if you're going to dash, if you're going to press a button, if you're going to jump, if you're going to Resenha even if he doesn't know what it is, if he knows when it's going to come, that's already half the battle. So I think he should slow down a whole lot. And I will also recommend throwing in a lot more stand light kick. So that's the main things I would say. And I do think Mr. Crimson was just a stronger player because when he did get in, he almost never made the right read. Dawson does not have the tools to stop Kieran from destroying him.
Well, in honor of that delicious artisan roasted white meat, let's go to the Arby's meeting.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Yeah, I mean, look, as a person who has, you know, grappler player fighting Dhalsims my whole entire life, a lot of times, like Rob was saying, when he gets you into that middle range and starts pesting you with those normals, I have had many times where I have purposely jumped backwards and get myself to a full screen, reset the situation.
Reset your mind and everything.
The more frustrated you get, the more you try to push in there. You're just trying to barrel forward. And, you know, you saw Mr. Crimson, he confirmed that standing medium punch into the super based off of seeing Karin move forward, right?
واليوم كاين الصباح يولوا اكثر الصباح باسكو كاين لانونسمون.
But he was able to just confirm off of that forward dash. And so, you know, I feel like maybe Killzoo was coming in maybe a little cold. I mean, obviously he got to grand finals in the CPT.
Oh my God, the fireball loop! You saw that fireball loop, James? Oh my goodness!
But, you know, the thing is, when you're playing in CPT, you had multiple rounds in a row of, you know, playing against and being in that tournament mindset. I'm sure Killzoo played a bunch of matches before this exhibition started, but it's just not the same kind of thing. So maybe a little bit of that youth, the inexperience.
AliExpress مليح اوفيسيال مورا.
Really? I feel like he slept wrong. He didn't have a good meal beforehand. Bro, when I saw them play in CPT, he played it so much more patient, so much better. The stand like he said you were talking about, he was doing that. It was 3-2 in CPT. This was a 5-0 wash. Not to say that I agree with y'all that Crimson has really elevated himself into an upper echelon, but man, Killzoo being his main sparring partner, I was expecting a closer set. Big ups to Killzoo as usual. You know, he is a phenomenal Karen. And the only thing that I have to praise Crimson about, besides, you know, running his game as usual, was that he did fix the air-to-air thing. We saw the air-to-air stand medium punch and immediately going into Gale rather than drill to keep that pressure up. So, I mean, phenomenal stuff. He didn't have much to work on, and he still fixed that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that that is to say, Mr. Crimson's play was in part about how well he knows Killzoo. Yeah. I mean, they know each other so well. They are sparring partners. They have so much experience against each other. And if you are, as we were talking about earlier, the person in that pairing who has the more experience, has the bigger results, that kind of stuff, this kind of thing where you are playing against somebody else over and over again is going to be more in your favor, I think.
100%. And I would also add that when you play against certain players in high pressure situations, like Mr. Crimson playing against Punk, the result, throw that out the window. It doesn't even matter him winning or losing. there's certain things that you can't get away with. Like that's something that happened when I started training with Duel a whole lot. So when I play against him, it's like, man, I can't win this. If I miss one jump, it's this, so on and so forth. It's harder to read you. It's harder to open you up. So when you play those matchups and then you play against someone who may be good, but they aren't at that tier, it feels like the other person is playing with ankle weights on. If you remember, there's actually something that I had, I haven't played Crimson myself, but I remember watching that Punk versus Crimson match and seeing how Punk would actually whiff punish Stand medium punch with Stand Fierce in the EX shoulder. And I actually do that now after I stole that quick. That's a pro tip right there. Make sure I steal any good stuff that you see. But definitely, I feel like the experience that Mr. Crimson has had playing against players like that, and outside of just the character matchup, even playing against the IDoms of the world and everyone at Street Fighter League, a lot of these other guys can just feel like they are at like a lower level. So even though Killju is getting the experience with the valuable experience of playing against Crimson, I think he still needs to get outside a bit more so that he can level up to his level.
Have you been stuck inside for nearly 2 years? Maybe. For any reason? I don't know. Maybe things have been going on. I'm not so sure. Have you been using screens as poor replacements for human interaction? If so, your eyes may be suffering for that. And for your indoor digital forays into events like that, Game Gooder's Blue Mirage Sunnies will protect you from the alleged evils of blue light with their blue light blocking technology.
Beautiful stuff. And of course, Arby's has been a proud sponsor of the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season finals. So be sure to visit Arby's.com to order ahead at participating locations. You don't want to wait, my man. Already got the sun blockers on, making sure your eyes are healthy. Make sure you don't waste your time either and treat yourself right.
The Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. Other regions are also coming soon. Keep a lookout for more news on the global release and get ready to join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best fighter in the world. Well, we have been traveling all over the world throughout this weekend, seeing tons of great matches from a bunch of different players. We have many more to come. Coming up next, we are going to stay on the West Coast where we currently are, and we're going to look at Nephew versus Chris CCH.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand after defeat, so fly.
Alice Dobanina. Bum. NGO.
We enjoyed to watch this event. We have next match, Nephew, Chris CH. Who's good Nephew, Chris? Who's gonna win? Sadi? Sadi.
لا خرج وحده. الو حكت ما فيه. خرج وحده خرج وحده. زيد مش عجب لا قلت لك 60% for QCCH and 40% for Nephew. I think this match gonna be 5-3, 5-4. I think. So close.
show you.
How do you like this? It's time for war. That is the truth of what you must seek.
The exhibitions have been absolutely fantastic, and you know what? We got to do another prediction. And for me, who is the best player in the West Coast? The number 1 versus number 2, Afro Samurai style, Nephew versus Chris CCH. I mean, these two go back and forth when it comes to, I like to call it a results rivalry. They just go back and forth. The CPTs, the Intel World Opens, coming back to the CPTs as well. And then Chris CCH had an amazing showcase at the Red Bull Kumite Vegas, coming third. Only losing to NL and Problem X.
A really big breakout year for Chris. Chris is a young player that obviously, you know, he's on the West Coast, but he's not a California-based player, and that's very important to remember because a lot of the shine and focus on that West Coast is always directed on California. I've been watching Wednesday Night Fights, and let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, his Luke is an absolute terror. He won 3 in a row.
Well, look, I mean, last year's exhibitions for the season for 2020, Nephew beat Samurai in that. Maybe he can uphold his exhibition win streak by beating Chris CCH here. Or again, Chris CCH can just stamp his foot down and say, listen, respect me, put some respect on my name, and let you know what's up happening in this exhibition. But you know what? Again, Nephew versus Chris CCH, I think at this point we might have to call it a West Coast classic album or something, a timeless classic, because these guys never fail to deliver.
All right, then, let's get into it. It is time. The West Coast is stepping up, and it is going to be
والله الكالتيرا في شريتها ما كنتش واحد تعرفوا له على ربي هكذاك نقول
now up against the young buck Chris CCH. Let's throw it back to the studio. Over to you guys.
مسايتها ما والو.
Thanks again to Jammers and to Logan for profiling these players here. We have on the West Coast, it's going to be Nephew and Chris CCH. Joining me, as you can see, it's a whole gaggle of new folks. We got Punk up here, we have Rob TV back, we have Sankola, and we have Vicious as well. Let's start by going to Punk. Punk, can you talk to me about how you're feeling about the match between these two players?
Well, first and foremost, you know, I want to say that I'm very happy that I get to talk about the West Coast.
مسيتش
America is not celebrated as much, and I think they are very strong. And you know, I'm gonna give myself a little credit here. I did live here for a year, and I will say, I watched the progression of both these players. Nephew, of course, I lived with for a year, and then Chris. You know, I used to play him in Wednesday Night Fights a lot, and you know, back then I feel like he definitely improved so much now that is actually crazy. It's like looking at a whole new player, and he's just so good. And
انا تبان لي هذيك 6500 جديده واحد ما كسرش راسه ولا حاجه جديده.
A rivalry there. Nephew beat Chris, and I think both of the CPTs, but then Chris beat Nephew in the Evo tournament. So, you know, there's a back and forth here, but now we have a new character coming into play here. The new character, which will be Luke. And when you talk about Luke versus Colleen, Luke is very favored in that matchup. I would say it's very hard for Colleen
3 hours left,
you know, just
for the announcement.
Even with having V-Trigger and all that stuff, yeah, it's just very hard for her to get around just the fireball in general. And then once you get around the fireball, she probably does have better buttons in her. So I expect to see maybe a one-sided match, to be honest with you. I don't know what Nephew can do much, and I love Nephew, but I feel like Chris his Luke is amazing, and then the matchup is just so bad that I would say that Chris is going to take this convincing.
Wow.
What do you got, Rob?
You know, honestly, I feel like Chris CCH and Nephew,
في
they
2018
mirror each other in
2018
so many ways. I think
اه
that both of
2018
them are on meteoric
2017
rises
كنت
right
راح نشري
now,
كارت
but
جرافيك
they were just in different parts of their
960
journey. Even though
ب 40
they both have the same trajectory.
دوكا تروح
Nephew, of
دوكا
course, is
دوكا
at a
في
spot right
5
now
سنين
where I
موراها
would say that
5 سنين
he
موراها
is trying to. He's already like the.
باش
I
حشريتها
think me
هذه
and
سي
Nephew are like similar skill
660
levels, to be
فوق
honest.
في هذاك
I mean, of
الوقت
course, my man Chris CCH is
تنقول لك
already talking
بتعرف
trash. I heard about that, talking
20
about
اورو
Nephew beating
شيء
me in the exhibition match and all that, but obviously that means that my man is
عندها
dead
5
nice.
سنين ولا
But
6 شريتها 20 اورو
I think the
وسيد
big
كان
difference
راح
between
يبيع
them
لي
is that
960
Nephew is
وليت
more
شريتها
solidified, and that may be the deciding factor in this match. Nephew has already been on Street Fighter League for
دوك هذه
multiple
660 راح
seasons, you
يدير
know,
100 وزياده
working
في
with
الكونكور
Panda Global, who he actually
ما
just
تفهم والو
recently
يا زلمه
departed with.
عباك
And
شنو
my
صاير
man
في
Chris
السوق تاع
CCH, I would say that
هذه
his
كارت
big
جرافيك
break
كيما
just
السوق تاع
happened
الطوموبيلات في
at
الجزائر
Rib
تشريها
Kumite when he
جديده
put
تبيعها
on that
قديمه اكثر من اللي
amazing
شريتها
and
جديد
inspiring performance. So I think that these guys definitely both want to get this win outside of just the
مشكلة
financial
هذول
side of
ما
things because of the rivalry that Punk brought up and because of the fact that they are
خليناش
both knocking
نبروفيتي
on the door to what I would say is greatness. And the last thing that I would say is region-wise, just again, because Chris was talking crazy on this desk, I cannot wait for us to finally lock in. I think that Punk exaggerated a little bit about the West Coast. They're good, but they are the, you know, last place out of all three of these.
Are you going to forget the fact that, you know, Chris CCH had a wonderful performance over at the Intel World Open? Or he's going to skip over that fact? You're going to talk about the breakthrough year from Chris CCH? He's been dominating even years before that. When he was at the Geico tournament, he took down every single top hitter in a wide array of West Coast players. I got to say, man, I think, honestly, Chris CCH saying that he's had a breakthrough performance this year is an understatement. I think he's one of the hottest cats right now in the West Coast with his character, and the fact that he's moved on to an even stronger character with Luke, I bet you will take down everyone at this desk.
What do you think, Saint?
Well, what I think is, I'll let Rob, answer that question a little bit later on. But what I will say is that despite having pretty similar paths,
وكاين بروغرام تشوف بها الكارت جرافيك اسكو تسخن ولا ما تسخنش
Chris CCH is a wild child.
ما تقدرش تعرف اسكو ماينين داير بها الماينينغ ولا لا.
I feel like that the beginning of his play, like last
الله
year,
ربي
the year before that,
لازم تشري حاجه خفيفه باش تعرف 3 جيجا وسهله مزيج.
and now he's really tamed it down, and that makes those explosive moments even more dangerous. Same with Neff, who's got these sides of burst here and there, but I can't wait to see the fight between the two of the different clashes, the different play styles. And I also can't wait to see if Chris CCH, pulls something from, behind the desk and just rips up the name of the paper or whatever. If y'all remember that from Red Bull Kumite, that was the meanest thing I've ever seen.
I would like to thank Filipino Man for that one.
Yeah.
That was the person
Brilliant
that did it.
planning from the West Coast congregation there.
There's something right there.
You're talking about like the
لازم السي بي يو ولا كاع فيهم جي بي يو كيما رايزن.
that people might not think about is the fact that they were both more so people who were in their shell a bit earlier on, I would say. More quiet guys, you know what I mean? Maybe you could say a bit shy. And, Nephew in the dark that's coming about. Him becoming the undisputed king of TikTok. I'm pretty sure he has the most followers in the world on TikTok outside of like Beyonce and Jake Paul. So
both of them combined.
Yeah, my man has actually, Nephew has popped out of his shell a whole lot. And then now seeing Chris CCH come out here and, do commentary or doing this analyst work, he streams, we're seeing and then with St. Cola reference right there, not a lot of guys will have the confidence, even though Anton thought of that. Chris executed it very well. Like we all know, man like Drake has ghostwriters, but Drake had to go out there and do it in the end of the day. Chris CCH is kind of like, he might be the sixth guy. How's it? How's it not?
I think what he's trying to say is that he has to actually execute it for the most part, right? The planning can be done and everything, but he actually has to go out there and execute it.
Yeah.
But I think the point you made also with Nephew, I think a large proponent with that was being roommates with Punk. Punk, I gotta say, since Nephew has actually leveled up or played against you, there's been a significant difference, and I think, I gotta be honest, I think you're responsible for a good amount of that.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't like to take credit from people because, even if I can help him, it all boils down to if he can actually do it himself, so I can't really get on this, or I can't, talk to him and be like, yo, you can whiff punish this button, but he has to actually do it, right? I can only help him so much until he has to execute it. So, I feel like me living on the West Coast in general, which is maybe lit a fire in them. I feel like before I moved there, everyone was kind of lazy. They didn't really care to.
Damn!
I think it had
I feel you though.
It had the same kind of effect when Justin Wong moved from New York to California during the Street Fighter 4 era. Everybody had a fire lit under them, and we were just like, he came to invade, and we have to step it up. I think it had the same kind of effect. Once Punk hit the floor with Wednesday Night Fights, we had to step it up. We were forced to.
It's interesting that Punk, you brought up their kind of back and forth match results. It's actually more than that. I checked it out on fgcombo.com, and actually the last 5 of the 6 times that they've played, Chris has taken it. So it's becoming a little bit. I mean, hard to say that's no longer back and forth, but like it is more one-sided at this point. If your nephew, do you have any like specific? I mean, you play Colleen a little bit yourself. Do you have any specific ideas for how to approach this matchup?
The biggest thing I could say is when if you can somehow manage to get the health lead early on, then you can try to lay back a lot more and you can play with your V trigger a bit more. But honestly, if you can't get the health lead at the start, which is most likely not the case most of the time, the matchup it's just really tricky. You know, if I'm nephew here, I'm not playing Colleen. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay.
I would pick another character. I don't think that's in Nephew's thing. We did see him play the Rose against Samurai, I think at one of the CPTs, but I don't think Rose is even enough to get the job done against Luke, so good luck, nephew.
All right. Well, we will see. Let's head out to James and Ringe for the commentary.
West to West, y'all, we have arrived at the Capcom season final. You know I got a lot of regional pride, James.
Oh, yeah.
Home of the championship Rams and all that, but actually, none of these players are from SoCal. Nephew from NorCal by way of somewhere on the East Coast. I'm not exactly sure. And Chris CCH, I think there's a slight misconception that he spent some time in California. No, that man is Seattle through and through.
Yes.
Put some respect on the West Coast up there, the North. No Vince Staples, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's so interesting to see these two players go up against each other. I mean, you know, all of us have been hanging out here this weekend. You cannot find two of the more soft-spoken, quiet guys over here, and these two are going to be going up against each other. Can we expect any Rob TV-like pop-offs?
Oh, nah. They'll let their game do their talking for sure, but you always got to watch out for the quiet ones, James. That's something I learned very early on in life. And both of these players, once you get to know them, once they get out of their show a little bit, as our analyst alluded to, there's some funny guys, and they definitely got some spice to them. So we're going to see that in the gameplay as well. You know, we were talking about that Colleen versus the Luke. It's going to be tough for Colleen to get past those fireballs, and she just in general gets bullied by projectiles a lot. So every EX vanity step is going to be huge, right? Using that to try to get through some of these fireballs, hard call it out. It's going to be big. I also think he needs to stay at that stand heavy punch range. That will be his most effective button, to me at least.
Yeah, and it's really cool to hear Punk, you know, talk about the West Coast here. You know, for a while, I've even kind of believed that West Coast was kind of falling off a little bit, and that hurts me to even admit that.
I understand.
But I remember when Chris CCH, when we interviewed him at the CPT, he was saying that, nah, West Coast is as strong as ever, and this is their chance to show this right here. We get this Best Coast exhibition going right now.
And oh my goodness, you see all these back heavy kicks. And Nephew said the most pure thing I've ever heard a fighting game player say this weekend. He said, when I'm in back heavy kick range, I hit back heavy kick. There's no, you know, some type of complicated formula to it. If I'm in range, I hit the button. Ooh, speaking of being in range, though, the whiff punch from Chris CCH. And that's a key in this matchup. You can't whiff against Luke. He just gets such a high reward.
Yeah, again, one of the things that makes Luke so strong, and a lot of players right now feeling like he's one of the strongest characters in the game, it's just got all those forward advancing normals, and it's, you know, in a game where, you know, reputedly, like a lot of characters have stubby buttons except for that back heavy kick. Yeah. But when you have stubby buttons, having those kind of forward moving buttons that Luke has is very, very powerful.
And you heard one of the things Punk said was the key to victory was getting that life lead early and then being able to make Luke come to him, but already cornered up and then interrupted with that stand medium punch so strong.
Now here's the throw.
Oh, nice.
That's plus afterwards. It's such a nice option to have.
Incredible. Ooh, just letting the V trigger rock now. Yeah, utilizing the V skill as well, get that charge up.
And here we
That's
go.
Plus.
Here's the frame. I mean, the life advantage for Chris CCH now. So this is where Punk was saying that this gets kind of hard.
Yeah, man.
One hit, it's over.
Chris CCH is backing off.
Far.
Unfortunate. And then again, yeah, we'll see if Chris kind of tries to
hit confirm
stay back on the crouch medium kicks, not always cancel into the fireball. So step through, but Nephew looking for it so far. Does get an STO.
Yeah, he's also been getting frame trapped by that crouching medium kick into the fireball a couple of times. Just trying to do something in between that. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
راحت له EX.
Trying to tie it up. Oh my God!
No, anybody's game, no counter hit, unfortunately.
Oh, that standing medium kick from Luke, it looks like it's short range. But the way that Luke pivots on that front leg, it's so deceptive of how far that button actually hits. It's such a good button.
You just can talk about every single button with Luke, right? Like, it's like, oh man, the jab is so good. The stand medium, the back medium punch, the stand fierce. And then all those buttons are not even the stand medium kick, which we just saw is one of his best tools. And it's one of those things that Luke players really look for when they have that feature to cancel it. That's how good it is, man. It's very fast, great range as well. So once again, it's going to be tough for Nephew. That's what our analysts predicted, and it's looking like it so far.
Yeah, and yesterday was kind of like the day of Luke, right? Like, I think Luke won every... And, you know, in the lounge, a lot of the players in the lounge were like, man, Luke is so good. He's so cheap. And you just see Chris CCH just sitting to the side like... So
yeah, definitely earlier today, Chris CCH and Nephew were talking about the merits of their characters and how strong each was. And Chris was doing his best to make it sound like Luke was, you know, comparable to Colleen. But right now, on display is this character's strength. You see the low forward confirmation.
And which is crazy, too, because obviously Colleen is such a good character as well, you know. But we'll see how this plays out here again. Just can't get this life lead early on. This might help, and this will also be a lot of corner carry to get the... Oh, no, going for the hail instead of the dashing forward. No anti-air.
Unfortunately, yeah, I thought he backed up to keep him locked in the corner, but he does have that.
All right, so here we go. You can see Neff right now trying to play a little bit more of a careful hit-and-run kind of game. Close to stun, baits out the DP, and here we go. Back throw for the most meter for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, when you test these high-level players, when their life's on the line, especially early on in the set, they like to let that EXDP rip. Good stuff from Nephew.
It's what I always call the desperation uppercut. If you're about to be stunned or if you're about to be killed, they always go for that EX uppercut. One of the easier EX uppercuts to read for players.
The EX just actually challenged right after, too. You can see Nephew willing to press these buttons.
لازم يربحوا بصح هكذاك يحل فمه.
Oh, what a challenge by CCH. And now back to the corner, and here we go. What a backdash to avoid the throw. Nicely done by Neff.
Such a clutch backdash. Buys him so much real estate now, but you can see challenging him for CCH again. Ooh, EX banning him off the activation.
Was he trying to go was he trying to go for a reset into a throw or something? Not sure.
Yeah. And now Chris CCH back to that bully game, even getting a V skill in here. Interrupts though. That is Colleen's way in. We're going to take the throw at this point. Just want to eat more damage. Very smart. And another beautiful challenge from Chris CCH.
Again, it's the situation where he wants to get in there. Nephew does. He wants to get in there and try to apply some pressure. And, you know, similar to the last match where we saw where Killsy was trying too hard to push in, kind of makes the forward movement a little bit easier to read.
Yeah, you see that heavy punch really goes in the back head. He knows that one.
عنده fast Hadouken.
لا بتريجر عنده.
In here, you see just checking with the crouch medium kick. And because the V-skill saw, it's going to be so much more damage. Yeah, look at that. Getting the DP follow-up off that.
Charges up, and yeah, gonna punish. You saw the startup of the V-skill animation, so we knew he had the free punish. And here we go. Here comes Nephew, trying to tie it up 1-1.
It's so poor. You can't let this met out, but it activates. That's right here, and then the slam blast. He's keeping himself safe.
Out of V-triggers, you saw the punch, losing the little extra icicle range.
Luke, he's just gonna sit on this V-trigger now, starting to build back up.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're at that range, you're always micro-stepping to block that fireball, and so Chris read that, dashed forward and threw him. Oh, here we go!
Dead.
That's what I'm talking about from Nephew. Back heavy kick into the
What?
TH. No! On a magic pixel?
Oh, no.
How much magic you got in this, bro?
Oh, no, where's the super?
Confirm off the sandblast. I'm not sure if that works or not, to be honest with you. V-skill installed. That EX meter. Still anybody's game at this point. Ooh, gets in there. V-trigger is active once again. Installed. Double KO on the draw game. You're kidding me. But it's the draw. That is a ace round for both sides.
That's a 0. That doesn't count at all. That doesn't count at all.
Yeah, we only handed L's, no W's. We replaying that game. That don't go on the W for either side.
Oh my God! All right. Well, you know what? Wow. I've been saying all weekend I wanted to see 9 games. Let's see 10 games. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Repeat the game.
Nephew's out here. He's willing to slug it out in these clutch situations. Press the buttons up against.
ما عرفت يحسبونهم 1-1 ولا 0.
No. The way he's playing it so far. He's still down 1-0 in the overall set, but you can see, despite him kind of fighting from a deficit early just in the character matchup, he's doing it well, and he's showing that he's got
exactly. And so, you know, I almost kind of feel like for Nephew that was almost kind of a win kind of a situation. It was, yeah, exactly. So not going down here, so let's keep going and see if he can tie this up 1-1.
Yeah, so unfortunate. And that CA was just a pixel away too. Ooh, this was something that I've seen Chris do in their sets before. It was in their fights. Really snipes out that double jump.
damage.
Challenging after the Parabellum on hit. Called him a wild child. He just knows. He knows numbers are only a part of the tail.
That's the thing, right? That's the whole thing. As much as it's, you know, reading frame data, noting whose turn it is, it's about stealing those future turns. And if you can call out when players do that, that is the key right there. Oh, can he make it? Yo, he was able to block the hail in time.
Yeah, oh, no, just back to back with the sand blast. But he's all good.
All right, chipping it. Oh, nice. There's the anti-air. But he went for the throw, and Chris with a micro walk backwards might have just walked himself outside of the range, but beautiful reaction to punish the whiff throw and take that round.
Oh, speaking of the punishing, wow, catching the double jump for a full conversion. Chris is so good.
Yeah, you don't need half your life. You know, you're gonna. Oh, maybe you don't need any of your life. Is this gonna be a perk? No, actually, doesn't have enough resources.
The EX pick up. This is a long road for Nephew to travel on.
Oh, waking up with buttons, Chris. Not scared at all. Maybe ready for Neff to try to go for the shimmy in that situation. Just woke up with a crouching white kick. Caught Nephew walking backwards. Chris CCH 2-0 now.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about how maybe that last game where it ended up being a tie could be a slight W for Nephew just because it wasn't an L. But when you're when you're playing the side of a matchup that struggles and you get so close to winning and then it gets snatched away from you, it's like all that mental energy that you had to expend, it just feels so wasted. And I feel like Nephew kind of let himself get a little tilted that last round. It was just tough to come back from.
Yeah, there's one thing that I always, you know, talk about is the mental stamina of these kind of sets here. You know, when you'll always see it, like for the players, and I'm sure a lot of people at home who play can experience this themselves. The longer a set goes, the worse decisions you start making towards the end because you just don't feel like you can play a whole game like, don't ever try to tech a throw because I don't want to get shimmied. And then by the end, you're like, oh, whatever, you know? So, you know, it's a dangerous situation. So you're right. After that round, I mean, all that work for Nephew not to get the win on the board might actually be more of an L for him.
Right now, yeah, just kind of annoying him with the Parabellum pressure and push him towards the corner. Oh, yes, punish stack. Good stuff from Nephew. Chris CCA just slightly missing that whip punish. He committed to it heavily.
Oh, no.
Speaking of commitment.
And see, those are kind of the good times to go for those EX uppercuts there when you're not about to die or not about to be stunned because it's less obvious, less telegraphed. And you just want to stop that momentum as well.
Yeah, with that V-trigger active, you know he's trying to get froggy with that stat heavy punch. He's pressed about 4 times since the V-trigger's been active.
How many times has... Oh, okay, here we go. Big jump in. All right, this is going to give him the life lead here and a corner position. Gets the hail just outside of the range. Nice throw tech by Chris. And this time, the shimmy is going to pay off.
What?
Oh, wait. No.
Not like this, bro. So close to getting another W and snatched away. Chris waking up with the crouch medium kick. You're going to try to shimmy me? Nah, showing no fear.
We were talking about this in the back room. You know, like, if you're going to call out a shimmy, go for it. Yeah. Go for it with your chest. Throw out that crouching medium kick and get your damage. And that's the way it is. And again, that's part of the Street Fighter, you know, I always call it the RPS, the rock, paper, scissors. If you think the opponent's going to shimmy, that is how you punish them the most, is with those wake-up lows.
Oh my goodness, and then throwing him out of the EX parry. That was the first one that Nephew had shown this whole set. Gets countered immediately. Nephew just seems so far ahead.
And then checking the forward movement as well. You're stuck in the corner.
عنده ميديم بينش تاعو واعر بزاف.
Yeah, just spend that V shift to be safe. You have such a what the Captain? No. You know, when things are going good, everything goes good. It's just one of those situations.
Oh, Nephew though, trying to find some good fortune of his own. Right to the corner, just waiting out the EX. Tries to call out with a vanity step, but at least he's in close.
Yeah, he needs to get the sequence. Oh my, the buttons. The buttons. Again, look, Colleen's crouching medium kick. What a nice button, right? Great range, plus on block, but it can't be canceled. Luke, he's like, yeah, I'm just going to cancel the Sandblaster. Why not? Let's just do it. And yeah, Chris CCH, Punk said it. He feels like it might be pretty high in favor of Chris CCH, and it's looking that way.
It's hard. It really feels like if you're Colleen in the matchup that you have to play perfect once you get in. And Chris CCH is just so good. We've seen a couple of EXDPs working out, and he's just one of those players that you see he's willing to risk his whole life to put some fear in your heart.
Yeah.
Whether it be with the EXDP on Wake Up, whether it be with the crouch medium kick. I love his confidence in his defensive choices because he's not just doing something that puts him back in neutral. It's something that gives him the whole momentum swing of the game.
And it's crazy too because this is Colleen we're talking. It's so weird to talk about how, like, her from like a disadvantaged standpoint because I feel like this character is so strong. You know, Nephew has had so much success with this character. We see Punk using this character every once in a while. Kawano with the
again, yeah, sniping out that double jump so you get the follow-up.
Shut up.
The overhead is not going to happen, but it's so far away that the button Nephew puts out just gets whip punished. You see a couple of whip jabs for style points. My man Chris CCH is out here.
Chris CCH now.
Get
and you know, sometimes you throw those little things like that, you know, the style points out. Why you do that? You're just trying to get into your opponent's head, man. It's just like, I'm winning so easily. I can just have a little fun.
Exactly. Frame kill, style points, it don't matter. It's sending a message. Ooh, great interruption on the flash double though. You can't let yourself get bullied by that.
Okay, here
What's
we
gonna
go.
be? What's
Can
gonna be?
we get a good offensive sequence here for Nephew?
No.
All right.
EX.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, there we go. That's gonna be the round here for Nephew.
قلت لك كريس يبدا يخرج من القوقعه تاعو.
A very, very strong player. Again, Punk doesn't want to take the credit for his rise in strength, but he has become potentially the best player on the West Coast right now. If
أنا أشتيها باك أنا أشتيها كي جا اسمه بارتي إدريس.
Ooh, he's gonna be able to combo off the hell here. Wait a minute. Dark Neff growing. He can feel the power flowing through the veins. Never mind.
Never mind. Activation.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. What a read! Then he steps straight through the V-Trigger one. Now you got to guess for game after this.
Oh, nice. The backdash with that. And now here we go. Chris CCH still with an opportunity. Sitting on that V-Trigger. Remember, that builds up as he does. In case people don't, I mean, good stuff to Nephew right there, taking that game. But in case people aren't aware, Luke's V-Trigger does act differently than everybody else's. It doesn't automatically drain. In fact, if he's not doing anything, it automatically goes up. And it goes down as he uses the powered-up Sandblaster or as he gets hit. So when he has that active, he kind of pressures the opponent to come in on him. It's almost like an anti-defensive mechanic.
Yeah, it definitely encourages the opponents to kind of be a little bit more aggressive than they feel comfortable being. Oh yeah, he's gonna get a combo again, catching the double jump.
Remember, that's one of the changes recently, that certain air movements like that cause you to get a hard knockdown from any button.
Great job, activation. Not the charge flash knuckle, nor did he have V-skill installed.
And that's the thing too. I feel like Nephew. Oh, that's big punish. Big punish. Okay. Whenever Nephew has had the chance to put CCH in the mix-up. Okay, there we go. Gets the throw. This is important here. I was about to say, yeah.
And stand fierce. What? Got the big combo, but EX hell. He's still just gonna hold that for now. He challenged stand fierce.
That's punished, but not heavily. Oh, very fortunate. And again, reading that, but he wasn't able to juggle. But he's going to get the throw. And Chris CCH going up one round.
That was so unfortunate, man. If you had an opportunity right there on that stand, punish, but couldn't make the most out of it. Again, that's just the inexperience with playing up against Luke right now. We're just not that used to it. He's the newest character in the game.
Very good.
Oh no, I'm not sure what Nephew was trying there. You saw the counter hit on Chris CCH's side.
Yeah, I might have thought Chris would have got cheeky and maybe he tried to walk a throw or something, steal a
ديك
turn
واحد
back.
يحترم
No,
دالته
Chris
وش الرومات
keeping it
كيفاش
real
عم يلعبوا
tight,
نوترال.
taking his turns in solid ways.
شافوا.
What a reaction. What a decision by Chris
جول.
CCH to go for a V-shift in that situation.
Very smart. Has the option of V-break as well. We've seen him just do the V-shift into the EX. Oh no, he got the V-skill charged up.
Dead.
Okay, at least whips. What? Chance at life. Wait a minute.
Never mind.
Okay.
We're gonna see.
But I mean,
we're gonna
before
see
that
something
super, you could kind of see it. Like I said, the difference between the crouching medium kicks. Colleen lands hers, but she can't do anything off of it.
Dead. Nope. Dead.
Dead,
medium
no.
kick. You highlighted that earlier, right? With all the players that talk about Luke's medium kick is a great round. It's great when he has V-trigger on deck. So fast, and again, just stuffing wherever Colleen wants to be.
Such a great checking tool. Yeah. You just throw it out there. Hard to whiff punish. And, oh, man, again, like you said, every button of Luke's is so good.
And I love him picking that stand medium kick in that situation just because you have to pull a wall up at that point, right? Your opponent has to come in. They have a pixel of life left. Just put up those fast, quick buttons that are going to make it hell for them to do so. And that's exactly what happens. So great stuff. Colleen, she has a pretty good mix where she gets in, but doing so has just been at the cost of so much life that once Nephew has gotten there, he just hasn't really had the time to execute W's.
And, you know, one of my favorite things about, you know, having the players playing offline here like this is, you know, we can see their expressions. And I don't know, Nephew looked a little
discouraged, a little defeated.
Yes,
for sure.
there you go. And so this is a tough one now. But Chris CCH, as they've been mentioning, been having just such a meteoric rise this year.
You can't whiff against this character, man. Oh, that's what we could kind of trick them into thinking you're whiffing.
He was still in hit stun, so the throw's not going to connect, but Nephew's still going to get the hit here. Here he goes. He accepts the hail. No, this time actually dashes forward, gets the activation, and now the pressure in the corner.
Make something happen, bro. Make him pay for this. The EX actually hit, so he combos with the shoulder. That's Oki as well.
Chris's defense has been amazing. He's been so patient, and I almost feel like Nephew needs to start trying to go for some more throws, but even when he did, Chris CCH has been teching a lot of them as well.
And I love Chris. Oh no, the forward Chris push counter tries to press his turn.
Go back step into the parabellum. Get a nice non-quick rise, but that's going to give Neff the chance for a throw. Making the comeback here.
Blocking both hits. Oh, and then the medium punch. You ain't doing nothing. Chris CCH on set point.
Didn't even need to spend a single bar for that kill. He's coming in here with full resources.
I just want to say, I've been loving this defensive fireball. He's been bullied by the he gets outside of the range of all his great normals. He's been picking such good spots to use that fireball.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm sure a lot of people would agree with this. He might have one of the best, fireball games, with from crouching medium kick into fireball, in the game right now.
And look at that. You condition your opponent to respect that range so much, then you get the dash-up throw. Chris just playing this textbook.
Wow.
No confirmation. Dead. Might be too far away, actually.
Confirm. Salam alaikum.
All right, now Chris on the verge.
Oh, a trade. That's very fortunate for Nephew, but Chris CCH, one good hit. What?
Wow, you're dead. The throw. He's just always ready. I hit our block. Oh, the EX comes out on the flash knuckle. Wait a minute.
Okay, no, the cross-up doesn't land. He drops the combo.
Nope.
Unfortunate. Now Chris gonna raw activate here, looking to close it out, and he does. 5-1. Chris CCH, a monster. Pacific Northwest, I want to hear y'all stand up for your boy. He is Seattle, Washington through and through. Never a stint in California, never a stint anywhere else. That boy is born and raised up there, and he's putting it down.
Yeah, like I said, talking to him, he said that, the West Coast's demise is highly exaggerated. And if, who is better to say that than the strongest potentially in the West Coast right now? Chris CCH, as David mentioned, has been winning most of the matchups with Nephew recently. And so at this point in time, I mean, he's a young kid, but can we anoint him as the king of West Coast right now?
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, I would say so. Chris CCH has been on the grind. He's been entering every single thing he could possibly enter, the Wednesday night fights online, whatever is available to him. This man's been putting in his work. And, you know, it's funny because Jammers and Logan refer to him as the young buck, right? Because he is 20 years old. But we've known about Chris CCH since he was, what, 14, 13, 15? This man is a veteran in this community. That's why you see his skills shine through time and time again, and why he's doing it on this level as well. He's used to this tournament environment at 20 years old. That's nuts.
Right, exactly. I mean, what you said there, he's entering every tournament every week. And we have been seeing this just throughout the fighting game community. Those of us who have been playing in the weeklies, these online weeklies during this pandemic every week and just practicing every week, they are the ones who are starting to dominate. They are the ones who are starting to shine. And I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, we get back to offline majors everywhere, that these are the consistent players to continue to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. I want to hear what the analysts of the desk have to say. Back over to y'all.
Well, in this celebration of the players here in the CPT season final, as far as the West Coast version goes, saw the results right there. A very convincing 5-1 victory for Chris CCH. Let's talk with the folks here on the panel about it. Punk, how do you feel that went?
Well, I'm going to go off and say, you know, right away, I'm going to take words from my man IDoom. That was destruction, right? You know, that was kind of free, but, you know, I told y'all that's what I expected, honestly. And the reason so is Chris CCH showed the matchup perfectly. He just zoned Nephew out. He just shot the sandblasters, and you know, Nephew didn't really have a strategy for those, which is just really nothing you can do but try to make good reads over them with jump-ins. And, you know, Nephew tried to make some good reads with the jump-in, and my man Chris had the big answer.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
talk about big. He had the big answer. And boy,
yeah,
my
man did like
Nephew.
40%.
Yeah, 3 special moves in one combo. I'm like, yeah. I mean, he studied the matchup. I mean, maybe Nephew studied the matchup, but I don't think you can study it too much when you got things like that going on. Chris played phenomenal. Even think Nephew played as good as he could in the matchup, but Chris was not. He wasn't having it, bro.
So, you know, one, I know exactly what punish you're talking about. That was actually ridiculous. I don't know what game Luke was
He did a few of them.
Yeah, those
more than once.
But what I actually want to point out here is the fact that if you go back to the no neutral 5v5, I talked up Chris CCH a lot, but I also said that I feel like Nephew was actually currently the best in the West Coast, but I picked Chris CCH. And I think that this set shows why. Of course, a part of it is because of the fact that he's using Luke, and I feel like Luke is extremely strong right now, but that's not actually what I want to focus on. What I want to focus on here is the fact that I think that Chris CCH has something very important. He has that dog in him. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious about that. I do think that with a lot of players in the world, they get, and I'm not saying this about Nephew, but just in general, a lot of players get comfortable knowing that so-and-so is better than them. They feel like they're supposed to lose to certain people. Oh, I just lost to, you know, Punk. Oh, well, that's Punk. You know, you can't feel that way. Oh, well, that's IDoom. Oh, well, that's so-and-so. No, I don't think Chris feels that way at all. He shows a lot of regional pride with the West Coast and things like that. So I know when someone is that driven and they take things personal instead of letting things roll off of their back, that is what gets them in training mode. That's what gets them grinding. So I think it was only a matter of time before he usurped that throne.
Do you guys mind if I pull off the road for a second?
Oh,
no,
no,
I
good,
just saw a drive-through, and I can't resist pulling in to this Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Boy, oh boy, was there a lot of damage being done. And I'm not talking about like little tiny bits, you know, I'm talking about big, beefy damage coming from Chris CCH. He had the kind of damage that would do your taxes. And all that came from being optimal with it. In fact, I've heard him case on a lot of Luke players, and I'm going to call you out, case on a lot of Luke players throughout this entire week saying this, they should be doing this and that. And he showed it in his gameplay. He was sick with it. He was nice with it. And he also had, as Punk and then had pointed out, character-specific punishes, and so it's more than just having a strong character, right? You got to be more, you know, labbing these things out.
Yeah,
strong character win.
I think there was a ton of intricacies here. I mean, we've talked about how the matchup went prior and exactly went down with Chris CCH. That's like him getting ready to order some sides with his roast beef and cheddar, right? He knows exactly what he wants with his meal. He's prepped for it thoroughly, and guess what? He's going to enjoy that entire meal thoroughly because, again, he was so studied against Nephew. It was just so specific in some of the punishes and approaches that Nephew had. You could tell very well that Chris CCH was 1,000% prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, so I want to know, Punk, your opinion on this. Me and Brian debate about this a lot. How do you judge who is currently better, right? Like, because of the fact that, yes, of course, we know Nephew won the CPTs, but right now, Chris is, he kind of got his foot in an unfortunate place for Nephew as of late. So, if it comes down to like a character thing, I think the same thing happens with, in my opinion, with you and IDoom. I think you're both elite players, but I think that sometimes, like me personally, I don't really want to give you no credit while you're right here. I'm just going to skip over that part. But you get the gist of what I'm getting at here, right? Like, how much do you factor in?
Just say it. Just say it, Rob.
No.
I get what you're saying, but I honestly think it just really comes down to who's beating more people, Maybe Chris beat Nephew 800 times to 0, but do it really matter if Chris goes to or plays in a tournament, then loses to someone else and don't make it to Nephew that tournament? True. You can say that Chris is better, but he didn't get that far, right? So, I honestly think is way to prove if someone is the better is if you can beat more people, If you beaten more people.
They haven't had the opportunity yet, though, have
But
they?
that's the thing. They had the whole stage of the CPT to get through each and every one of those battles for them to meet each other, right? So, again, they're leaving a trail of bodies in their wake to get to that.
And now the fact that he's beating them.
Yeah, it attributes to what Punk was just saying. He left a trail of bodies in CPT and in like a handful of tournaments as well. So even in the IWO, Chris CCH took it over Nephew. He had to do the same exact thing. So I think not only is it like the current placement or who the victor was for this exhibition, and I think Punk is totally correct. It's like a trail of bodies. How many people you've actually beaten in your career? Both of these players have done that consistently.
Yeah, and again, this is an exhibition. This is a celebration of the players, right? Not necessarily the goal to be like who's the individual greatest, right?
I think,
but it's different. Tournaments, exhibitions. It's as we were talking about on No Neutral pre-show. It is just kind of a different skill set in some ways. First to 5 is a different skill set than a first to 2, than a first to 3, right? You play a little differently. You have little different options that you use. So obviously in this specific set, it was 5-1. I mean, pretty dominantly in Chris's favor. But I'm totally open to the idea that in the future, Nephew comes back maybe with a different character, maybe with different strategies, and makes it happen again for himself.
I want to give a little bit of love to Chris CCH. He has been a demon in Wednesday Night Fights for the past couple of months, to be honest. If we're looking at the bodies in the wake, the past couple of weeks have definitely been in his favor. So got to give him a little bit of benefit.
He's winning every week.
I mean,
every week.
If I had to say, I would definitely give Chris CCH the edge right now and being the best player in the West Coast. I watch the region quite often because I think they have a lot of strong players even outside of Nephew and Chris. And right now, I think Chris has found his character and he's found his way in Street Fighter V, honestly, and he's just growing into a great player. Hopefully we get to see him play against more areas of players, outside of the West Coast, and we can really see his skill shine.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's very well said. Let's talk about Magic the Gathering and about Secret Lair x Street Fighter. Head over to secretlair.wizards.com because for the first time, characters like Chun, Ryu, Ken, Zangief, Dhalsim, Honda, Blanca, and Dan is on that card, on the Blanca card, I want to point out. Dan's on there. That's right, my man's on there. Please check it out. It's at secretlair.wizards.com.
And as you guys are both enjoying some of the Street Fighter V action and possibly playing some games yourselves, just to let you all know that for your indoor digital forays into street fighting, Game Gooders Blue Mirage Sunnies will protect you from the alleged evils of blue light with their blue light blocking technology. Unfortunately, they can't save you from the likes of Luke and all those sandblasters if they happen to hit your eye.
We've got some news about a dream collaboration between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. The collaboration will go live around the end of March, and a bunch of characters, including Ryu, Chun-Li, and more, are joining King of Fighters All-Star as special fighters. Look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more. Again, many characters are being prepped for the collab. Additional info will be revealed through the official KOF social media, so look forward to that. Coming up next after this break, we are going to have Mago versus Higuchi. It's a match that I'm very much looking forward
that's
to.
Wow.
That's going to be a good one. You won't want to miss that.
IDoom Show!
Time to fight, time to fight.
Uh-oh. Who is it? Velocity, rotation, no.
راح يلعب شكون؟ راح يلعب
دركا هو اسمه ماغو هيغوشي.
ماغو هيغوشي. انا نقول هيغوشي يلعب يربح.
انا نقول ماغو. شفت عفسه وقيله قلت لك وش مربح. ايضا مربح.
الاخرين شكون الاخرين بانكو دايغون بعد بانك نو بانكو بعد دايغون
بانكو بعد دايغون
زعما جوج ماتش ملاح كاع خلاهم من الاخرين
بيان سور
هما اليوم يديروا لنا شوف يديروا لنا ماتش ملاح كاع
باش يديروا لنا واسمو هي حكايتها باش يديروا
لنا Welcome back. I know that this is one that many of us are looking forward to. We're going to Japan
في لحظة برك ولا كاش فيديو مليح
Higuchi and to introduce that let's go to F word with the regional spotlight.
راك تعرف ما قدرت مع كابكوم. You never know bro.
It feels like an absolute lifetime ago. We kicked off the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season with the Japan 1 online event.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Capcom Pro Tour to begin.
An event that saw September Mago clutch it out to earn his new nickname, All Day Mago, to start an incredible season of Street Fighter V.
Just like this, and Mago is your first qualifier for Japan for the Capcom Pro Tour.
At the CPT Japan 2 event, we saw Sako send Higuchi to losers.
Higuchi, I feel for you, man.
Only to watch Higuchi fight his way to grand finals, defeating Momochi and Bonchan along the way to get his run back against the veteran.
Higuchi getting all of the comebacks.
A young talent like this could walk away in second place proudly, but that would not be enough for Higuchi.
He's gonna live! Oh, only for a moment.
Higuchi reset the bracket against Sako 3-1.
Why is he so good?
He then turned around and defeated him 3-0 in one of the most lopsided beatdowns we've ever seen in Street Fighter V history.
Oh my God! It's over! Higuchi qualifies for Capcom Cup!
With this win, Higuchi perfectly represented the results seen nearly every weekend throughout the 2021 season. Event after event. Grand finals after grand finals, we saw new players defeat old players who were up and coming defeat established pros. We saw the hard work of these dedicated rookies, many of them grinding it out week after week in locals and online tournaments, pay off massively. Winning a CPT qualifier in Japan is an achievement in its own right. But we all know that one win is never enough.
Come on!
To rise to the ranks and to be considered one of the greats, you have to continue to win even when the stakes get higher and higher.
Can we just talk about Higuchi's mental fortitude?
Can Higuchi take out a veteran gatekeeper in Mago and continue his emphatic rise? Can September Mago perform at the finals and hang on to the newly minted name of All Day Mago?
James, look at the ring!
Which one will it be? The old, the young, the veteran, the up-and-comer. This is Mago versus Higuchi.
I love that setup. I think that's a very a good way to put that. Joining me, as you can see, on the right there, we got IDoom, we got Brian F. On the other side here, we have James Chen, we have Ringe. Very interesting that this is a match between somebody who is a relative upstart versus somebody who's been doing it for 20 years. IDoom, talk to me about how you're feeling about it.
So Mago is the veteran in this, and Higuchi is the new guard, which is actually pretty interesting because both the Japan exhibitions are veteran versus new guard. So it should be pretty interesting. Higuchi's actually younger than me, which is kind of nuts to say because I feel like I'm one of the up-and-comers too. But
yeah, Capcom Cup champion up and coming.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Absolutely.
Kind of bright future. But
انت وش قلت قلت ما قوي
it says
البارح.
Mago's main is Cammy, but I do feel like he will go Karen in his match. I do feel like Karen does a lot better versus Guile than Cammy, and I don't think Higuchi plays anyone else, so it should be an interesting matchup going ahead, and I do think Karen possesses the tools to beat Guile. But in Japan, they all think Guile is still very strong, unlike all the other regions. So it might be because of Daigo, it might be because of Higuchi, but Guile's a very good character, and it should be pretty interesting to see how this set goes.
Okay. So look, before I even talk about this match, I'll address the elephant in the room. Yes, I am still alive after that set with Rob TV, here to talk about one of the most exciting matches coming up. Higuchi, yeah, I think he might officially be the youngest person in this tournament. I know Chris CCH was trying to be the youngest, but they're both 20. Mago's been playing as long as Higuchi has been alive. That is huge. But we saw one of his big runs this year, Higuchi was getting third in Tonga League, the event that Kawano actually won, and it was determined in the final set between those two. The way the tiebreakers and scores worked out, the winner of that set would have won the event. So he's had a great year, taking a lot of big names along the way. You know, in that event, he won 7-4 for Tokido, 7-0 versus Itabashi Zangief. But since then, I feel like what we've seen mostly is the Street Fighter League action, and there's been some issues along the way. Higuchi's been losing sets to a number of both Cammy and Karen players, and so Mago, those are like the two characters he's most known for. So I feel like either way, he's been shown to be a little bit shaky in those matchups recently. So I think it might be Karen instead of the Cammy, but I can't really call it. But either way, I think Mago has a good shot to take it, but I'd love to see Higuchi prove me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Mago he's not bashful. He's going to pick whoever's the strongest character. Maybe he'll bust out a Luke. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
That actually wouldn't be surprising.
You know, kind of to piggyback off of what Adam was talking about, I kind of want to talk a little bit about the storyline coming into this, about Japan, about the youth up against the veterans, because unlike the U.S., where we have up-and-comer IDoom, you know, trying to find his place in this game.
Yes.
You know, Japan has been kind of having a shortage of the young players coming in here and dominating. In fact, for the longest
a time the veterans were winning all the big events. Yes, the youth were coming in and doing some work, but there's a reason why Momochi and Chocoblanca have the Shinobism school, why Bonchan is doing the Red Bull journeys around the country to promote esports. And in fact, Nauman winning Evo Japan 2019 was the first time that a lot of the players were like, oh my gosh, one of the young players have won a big one, and this is such a, and then the pandemic happened, right? And it's just like, it's been hard to see since then. But seeing this fact that we have Higuchi going up against Mago, and of course Kawano going against Daigo, Higuchi and Kawano being the premier young players that Japan has been talking about, it's just like, I can't have written the story better to have those two matches play out.
It's a beautiful thing, right? Considering how legendary Mago and Daigo are, and just to see the new generation come up and give them a fight worth, actually tuning in for is something beautiful to see. And yeah, I think Mago, I agree with our panel so far that we'll go with Karen. I scoured the tapes. I hadn't really seen these two play each other in a high stakes tournament before. So all I really found was like a 60 view YouTube channel of them playing online, you know what I'm saying? And Mago did wipe the floor.
The official.
Yeah, of course. And Mago was wiping the floor with Higuchi a little bit on that Karen Guile matchup. So we gotta be careful. I think for Higuchi, he gotta make sure he doesn't whiff. We all know how much reward Karen gets off
stream elements.
Be willing
At Phoenix's game. Phoenix's game has been streaming for 3 hours 17 minutes.
Don't really do that as much because they want charge for boom. And just in general, I think he needs to challenge with quicker buttons. A lot of the time, people want to challenge Karen, like doing crouch medium punch, because she'll walk forward a little bit and kind of toy with you in the mind game. And sometimes he'll try to challenge with like a big crouch medium punch, and that just opens the door for Mago to walk back and whiff punish it. And he does that pretty consistently. So I'd say watch that. As far as Mago goes, just keep meter on deck for EX10. Go straight through the booms all day.
Yeah, I think these guys had a bit of a different arc throughout this year, where if you look back at Mago's, it's a little bit early heavy. He did well at, of course, Japan 1, which he won. He took FAV Cup online, which, also early in the year. And by the end of the year, for example, at Japan, he got 97th. Right, so whereas on the other side, you have Higuchi, who didn't start out so well at CPT 1, but then 9th at Evo Online, then obviously 1st at CPT Japan 2. He had the good result that you were talking about earlier, Brian. So there are kind of different arcs for them this year.
Yeah, that's very true. See, one of the weird things about winning the CPT earlier, the very first event, we haven't seen Mago in a normal tournament bracket in quite some time. They've both been competing in Street Fighter League, so they've had a lot of competitive reps put in. But I don't know, I feel like that's different when you're in a league format where you're not immediately eliminated. So I feel like this is a one-time, one-shot. You need to win right now to get this set. So I want to see how they perform. Mago qualified early. He changed the narrative from September Mago to all-day Mago. But is it still all-day Mago? We have to see today.
I mean, even when we interviewed him, we asked him, how are you going to spend the rest of the week? He was like, I'm going to chill. So I think that's kind of what he's been doing.
What a blessing to qualify the first event like that.
Sounds nice. Sounds nice, yeah. And to have the call, let's go over to the commentators for this event. There you can see him. It's going to be Vicious and St. Cola.
I don't know about chilling, to be quite honest with you, because St. Cola and I have had the honor and the privilege to cast a lot of these Street Fighter League Pro Japan matches, and Mago did the exact opposite, actually. He's been thrown in the ringer pretty much every single day for his team with Team Gyogun. We've had a lot of experience with this matchup in general. We've seen the kind of tribulations that Higuchi has gone through outside of the CPT, and most of the good ways of getting over the obstacle of Cammy. If you look at Higuchi's matchup ratings, he actually fell to a lot of the Cammies. Most notably, he lost to Maximo's Cammy, Akira's Cammy as well. But he never actually faced off against Mago in a head-to-head set throughout the entirety of Street Fighter League.
That's something I was looking back and I was like, man, what would happen if they had to fight? But we're going to stay all right, people.
Oh,
this
no!
is the Japan CPT. Get that out of Mago going up with another Luke on the deck.
It's not even Cammy.
It's not even Cammy.
Well, it's going to be very interesting regardless, because Mago, again, another player taking the helm of Luke. I do like that. I love to see how some of the top Japanese players pilot this character. We've seen it through ways of Momochi. Also, we've seen Sakonoko do the same.
Yes.
And now Mago has been catching on to the trend.
I mean, this guy, he's always about whatever is at the top spot, the cheapest.
Oh,
He's
look
a
at
2D guy
the
for
chip.
a reason.
Oh.
Season right here. Gucci with the throw. Puts him in the corner of the EX. And this is one of those characters where
he's switchy. Make him mish look.
He can keep up.
Make him mish look.
I agree. I think he does a really solid job of getting rid of the main strategy, which is right, being able to blast, but at the same time, right now, Higuchi is not making it look easy whatsoever.
Nope. Looking a little fresh right here. Higuchi backing away with one touch and play. The EX connects.
What's gonna be?
Knuckles on him. Higuchi still in the lead.
Oh, dead.
No, the whip DP.
And one of the things I just noticed is the fact that Mago is the only one utilizing V-Skill 2 from the set, being able to be invulnerable to some of the throws, like being able to back up too. That's going to be pretty important, I think, but I think a lot of the folks have preferred V-Skill 1 just because it's so powerful, being able to power up that flashback. But again, Higuchi doesn't even care about any of
Guile Androg.
That sun's rising right here.
Seems good.
Look at that one touch. Now it's winding down, but still Mago taking a lot of damage. Does have the one on the deck to fight back against some of these fireball sequences too as well. Higuchi with a fat lead, 4 fears.
Damn!
And that target combo put him in his place.
This is going to be pretty important now. Mago, if he gets a solid hit, it's a V-trigger 1. I think he might be able to get into a critical hit, but I'm not sure if it's going to matter right now. Higuchi with a baby boom, Z, bazooka. Even if he wasn't dead, you already know critical art was coming no matter what. I think Higuchi controlled the matchup exactly as we expected it to be. Right. I think, Mago wasn't just ready. He just wasn't ready for the Guile matchup.
I think it's one of those things where, once again, the players, if you pick up a new character, right, it takes a while to get going with it. And, Higuchi's been playing Guile for so many years right now.
Yeah, that's
really putting the character. Yeah, you've been putting the character on the map like that. So, Mago looks a little bit new, and we've seen some other players throughout this this entire weekend who have maybe not been so new with the character. Develop strategies, things like that. We just saw Chrissy CH have particular strategy against Colleen. We're not seeing that so far with Mago. However, he does have a lot of characters. We've seen the Cammy, we've seen the Karen, and we've also seen the Akira if need be. But I think it'd definitely be the Cammy.
Statistically, I think Cammy would be the best choice, not even just from a Street Fighter League standpoint, but overall in Capcom Pro Tour, right? He's won with that character. I mean, there was Karen also in the rafters, but at the same time, I think Cammy was his strongest character at that point and continues to be so. If you look at his stats thoroughly, I think Mago going into the character selection would be highly advised. I think him going into Cammy would be perfect for the matchup against Guile, because we've seen statistically from Higuchi, he has not had a lot of success against that character. Sure, he may have he might have fought against one in the final, or not, excuse me, the playoffs, and had a W, but there's so many different ways to play Cammy. As weird as that sounds, I promise you, there are so many different ways. Even Fujimura had a Cammy that was different.
Buffer God. That's a buffer God right there. I don't care what nobody says on Twitter. You definitely can tell the difference between this Cammy right here and any other one. Mago is aggressive with it. We're definitely using buttons. The DP on him. The sun's rising. The fadeaway with the fireball play. Push it back like that. And this is what we want to see until the punish. Unfortunately, not finally confirmed. It's a lot of damage on the deck.
Yeah, Mago had a false confirm. He thought he had it, but it wasn't even close. Higuchi now on the rise. The stunt is definitely there for Mago. I expected the baby booms to kind of suppress that, but now Mago spending that V reversal. It's
nice. What?
So far, a throw would have been it. Higuchi knew it. The backdash was there. Forward throw of his own. Trigger, we have one more boom left at least.
And the Bartha bomb to cook with too, to seal it.
Seal the deal. Let's go.
There we go. Yep. Crouch kick in the spiral arrow seals it. Mago looking a lot more prepared with this character. And we were talking about how Higuchi has feared this character, has been a big pain point. This might be some PTSD, like, dang, it's Cammy up on the screen. Help!
I mean, there's a significant difference, right? This is a first of 5 after all. Higuchi might have a couple of things in the long run, but as it stands right now, he's been struggling in the short run against Cammy. Mago getting the confirm, very important now. Forward throw, he gets another situation because of the corner situation.
EX, upside down kick.
No.
You gotta get outside the corner. You don't want to be caught up with as a 4-framer.
Activation.
Cammy.
No activation.
With the low forward, trying to check the movement against Higuchi. Higuchi doing the same, but still susceptible to the dive kicks now. Mago trying to harass away with some of the medium.
Nice.
What an escape option from Higuchi. Nothing, no back, brainless in sight.
Nope.
It's all right there. Oh, the fadeaway in play and the throw to do it though. Higuchi stay a little bit more solid. I think one of the things that I've watched over in his play is some of these, wild child kind of put him in bad situations. And you slowly see Street Fighter League, and then now him back up on those kind of situations. Not flash kicks and things like that. Really deliberate with his game plan.
Nice.
I mean, it's kind of tough, right? You have the threat of the EX flash kick coming out. Higuchi taking it a step further and beyond. All right, well, I'm going to make you fear this, and I'm going to show off my option of just jumping out of the corner.
Right.
We've seen Daigo do that a handful of times, and when he needs to bust out EX flash kick, he will, which I think Higuchi will as well. But right now, Mago is the one in trouble. Currently stuck in this corner. Just the amount of control Higuchi has from the Sonic Booms. A big activation here from Mago.
What's going to be? What's going to be? See ya. See ya. See ya.
Lot of bar. Both sides. Any confirm could do it. Higuchi looking for that hit to do it.
Okay. Hit confirmed. See ya.
Activation on the block. Baby Boomer's on the decks to connect. It's a parade.
Yeah, he still has one more left. Another set coming in. Forward throw.
Let's go.
He actually can be in. Okay, wait a minute.
Dash up?
Nah.
This man's got a full bar, and you dash up in front of his face like he needs toothpaste?
Big
jump in!
What?
Finish it! What's going on?
That was a very important jump in. Mago was not able to clear his plate. He thought he had more than enough time to get his jabs going, but still, Higuchi rushing it out. 2 games. Even Chris CCH can't believe it. He was sitting back in his seat. Punk is like, man, I can't believe it. Everybody in the Gooder Lounge couldn't believe it.
واعد Higuchi واعد.
No! There are starving from all around the world that love you in your position in that one such situation. You gotta finish your play.
What was that? That was a jumping roundhouse stand jab. Shit. But why?
But why?
But why?
Just
why?
Just do it. Just
why?
But you know.
Exactly.
It'd be like that sometimes. That's how it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's literally how it is.
I'm sure Mago is laughing it off. I'm pretty sure he has like a huge smirk on his face. Maybe not. But either way, that should not have happened. 100% shouldn't have happened.
That's true. You know, someone even that is a 2D god will have drops. You know, we talk about, you see all talk about execution stuff like that, but in a high pressure situation, even if you're a top level player, you might have drops like that. You know, it may not even matter. You can make things simple or hard, and it may not matter. When it's a first of 5 with a lot of money, prize and pride on the line, it's hard to stay fine. Anti right there, nice and easy, Higuchi.
That's actual truth right there. No matter what stage you're on, no matter how good you are, eventually there's going to be some times where you do crack under pressure. We see it right now, even with the best of the best.
من بعد خرج بلاتي.
Gets knocked down, cash up,
that.
meaty with it, no thinking.
Do you see the amount of mental damage that took
from
Mago? Right after that one significant drop, Higuchi just had an explosive W after that. I think Mago was core slightly. He's got to shake out of it now.
I like that because that's confidence right there for Higuchi. I feel like he really plays well when he feels really confident. He's a young guard right there. You know, he plays confident, and the more confidence you give him, the more you're going to get that win. But push him in the corner. As going to get out. Fist to face and put him in his place with the crush. Got to find a way all the way out, though.
That's a little bit suspicious there. Putting himself into the corner now, and Higuchi making the right call to use that V-shift break to avoid that cross-up.
Oki time. Gets the meaty. Going in once again to get that win, but the crouching medium punch. Still blocked by Higuchi. Ooh, what he tried to do there.
I was going to say it wasn't bad taking it, like, you know, going airborne, but it did set him up for that 50-50 on the ground, more than enough damage. Yes, sir. Mago having to spend that EX to tie it all up here in the third game. But Higuchi looking pretty good. What, 2.5 bars down below? I think that's going to be an excellent resource to match even further. Mago has to be a little weary about his approach more so than ever.
That's actually a really good point because as a goblin right there, consider that EX the knockdown of damage or flash kick like that, and still have enough for the finish. And we see Higuchi go right into it. The CA! That's a big amount of damage in play right here.
Perfectly called there by Senkola. Again, the amount of matches that we've seen lead to big damage is because of the fact that we had those bars just locked and loaded, right? Mago now at a huge deficit, even furthering that gap. Okay.
Side switch with it. So bar at the bottom to cook with
nice.
And EX. But Higuchi staying solid. B shift. Get away from me. You're a stranger. I like danger.
Man.
Oh, no.
No way. No way he take Mago take it. No way. Mago can take it.
Another throw. This is going to be really, really tough for Higuchi. You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. We saw it. He continued throw after throw after throw. Everybody in the Gooder Lounge was popping off after that one. We knew it.
Hey, it's all day Mago. All day Mago. It don't matter the month. It's all day Mago.
Nobody in that lounge nobody in that lounge would have stopped themselves from teching, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Everybody there teched. I know Justin, he teched. I know Justin Kid, he definitely teched. Jake Ryan, he teched before the match even started. I'm telling you, man.
That's crazy.
Chris CCH, maybe he would have teched. Probably. Rob TV, maybe. But I'm telling you, man, that was a lot of conditioning. That was one of the best comebacks we could have seen from Mago to get himself out of that mental rut. And I think, you know, going forward, Mago's going to be playing as confident as ever. Especially after that, he's like, oh, I got you reaching a handful of times. It's my time to teach you what's good.
I think a lot of people right here, I've seen a lot of stupid stuff on Twitter. Oh, I don't know who's playing this. I can look at this match right here. You can eliminate the names. I can tell you right here, this is Mago. That confident style right there, that aggression that they've got, you would never do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. That's what makes him a 2D god. Can Higuchi slay a god? Can he make them bleed?
Maybe he could induct himself into the new generation as one of these solidified soldiers of Japan in Street Fighter. Again, he's been putting in that work for the youth, really. The new generation has been super strong lately. And again,
what better way to see it than with Higuchi? But right now, the biggest test of time is against Mago, D2D God. We've seen him come back from this deficit before. He has a trigger to make it happen too.
Okay,
he might see a stun into a KO scenario.
Oh, it's gonna be
character in the corner. Hard to press.
Okay, nice.
EXDP right back at him. Got the lights up to city in the activation. A little bit more bar.
He's gonna throw.
Oh, the V-shift and the
I meant Higuchi was gonna throw.
You meant Higuchi.
That's what I meant, and it happened.
That's true. That's facts.
Thank you for the save, Paul. Higuchi getting the first round of game. Mago put himself in the corner yet again in that situation. Higuchi.
ويسقلوا فيه بقوا يسقلوا فيه round normal.
He's been using that quite a bit to not get jumped in on. You know, resetting back to neutral, which I think is a fantastic idea. You want that control.
مش يعجبني الجump ويطلع لك EXDP ما نبلوش بيك.
You don't get to play.
No confirms there on the low forward. Did get the counter hit as well. Mago now with the forward throw, slowly pushing Higuchi towards the corner, exactly where he wants to make his magic happen.
Nice.
This is going to be significant. Again, another drop from Mago. How does that keep happening?
What?
Another misconfirmed.
So much more. You see the bar at the bottom. Could have
no
been
idea, bro.
Super into more damage. No matter what it is. Higuchi blocking it out.
So smart from Higuchi to just jump back away from danger. Does not want to eat any sort of frame trap, not even a throw. I like that, diffusing the situation. The counter hit just too far out for Mago to get the back medium.
Nice.
Super. What a reaction right there against the fireball. This should, of course, seal it and put Mago up around to go down. But that was an expensive win.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, just to tie it up, that's got to be really, really detrimental to going in the third round just without any sort of resources, right? Another familiar situation for Higuchi. Going in with this many bars, we've seen the results as to what happens with that W from, like, what, the last game?
That's true.
He might be able to repeat those results.
One fantastic thing you can do right here is land that super situation, have a clear lead, and be triggered to pop up the knockdown with a flash kick. So you a clown for jumping.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. She say you can't do damage. I don't know about that. Back this check. My wrist is icy. In the super in the ceiling. Higuchi. That's a perfect KO with the Gucci on it.
خلاص عليها خلاص
You made it sound like Higuchi was the name of the fireball. Higuchi, like
I still have faith.
That was pretty good. I do appreciate that. But no, I mean, a very similar situation earlier, right? Higuchi happened to take it to the third round with a good amount of bar down below. And as soon as he gets confirmed, it made it so much scarier.
Isabella Dyson. Vum.org.
عودوا لك صاحبك.
Isabella. There's so many resources there. Mago to fear. There's so many options of demise, and Higuchi picking it in a pretty optimal way, right? He saved his bar to keep the intimidation factor there, and then spend it once he knew he was in that kill position.
All about that control. And one more thing for Cammy, not having the E-Sport to scoot step through the fireballs makes that neutral a lot better for guys. Right there. Actually got clipped.
لا واعر هيجوتشي واعر.
لا لا مش كلش كونتر مقبله.
And done.
راحت له دف ورا ويضرب
There is a stun, but I don't know if it's going to be one and done yet. Back throw will do it though. And you know, Higuchi bet it all on that one. We don't blame him. That was a guess for game scenario.
Don't forget like Isabella.
Japan talking about how you have to calm down here, Higuchi. Like you get too emotional sometimes.
Yeah.
I might be mistaken, but some of these moments, I feel like these bust outs are like, you know, just like that. I need to get out of these situations immediately, and that's being really easily read by Mago. He's got to calm it down a bit, so he doesn't get got, but he's
Mago يلعب. EX? Nope, never mind.
The flash trick might be there, but right now Mago is not going to be in fear of it. But he has too much life to even consider it. If he gets knocked back, so what? He has critical life.
His back there, super!
Exactly for that moment as well. Mago was not really going to back down. He was going to force the error from Higuchi and get himself the W. That was precision, and that was just Mago reading the situation.
This is why I like
CPT,
like live, not replay, bro.
Back there, super, I've seen it so many times from Cammy players. You know, you see it from Hurricane and stuff like that, but you never expect it. It's so tight. And
now, they're just buffering it as soon as the backdash happens. No matter what, I feel like that's going to be the scenario. So again, Mago really utilizing that strength of being able to see that sonic boom. That thing barely came out. He was already in there,
I never do that.
But either way, Mago making
no balls, baby. Let's go. Let's get some more games.
On the heels of Higuchi right now.
I'm glad we're going to see some close games right here, some close sets. And Mago bring it to 3-3, tie it up.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Yes, I would finally get one around. Give me that. No blowouts.
خلاص يا بيتي خلاص نخرة.
A little bit dicey there. Higuchi still sitting on a perfect with a lot of control here in the mid space. Mago is looking for a low medium
ما فيها سيس نقول.
to confirm with first, but Higuchi is beating him to the punch.
طلع قلنا فيديو مش يقول لك يا ودي هضر عبر.
To stop Mago from pressing on. And if it's not the Sonic Boom, it might be just the Fierce.
Nice.
There's the confirm Mago was looking for.
Mago
already started.
What's gonna be?
Flash kick coming through. Not a bad time. He has a lot of health just in case. And now, the shimmy space, the crouching meaty kick.
Oh, man. Playing that. Is putting on a clinic against Mago. Higuchi has given the lesson.
لازم كيتفرج ديك تاع الخدمه.
Master Class style.
Oh man, he's in there. Spiral arrow. But now Higuchi is getting better with the defense.
Sonic Boom.
Nice and easy, not relying upon just flash kick and things like that.
I do appreciate the interruption there from Mago. Crouching medium punch, checking the advance of Higuchi. A counter hit was there, but it wasn't enough
activation.
time to continue the combo. This is so dangerous.
Meaty with the medium punch, flash kick too, so the baby will bring the lock down the neutral. Hold down the neutral, my boys.
Stay there.
Yeah, punish him. You're actually dead.
Dead.
Very smart from Higuchi. A little dicey, even more so for Mago than Higuchi, I gotta say. Again, once those baby boots have come out, his sequence actually changed up a little bit. He was waiting behind.
تدي بزاف كيكون عنده بيتريق على بالك. عرف هذه.
لا بيان سور. لا البانش تاعو اسمه البانش تاع
كامي. A better position with this reversal. The fact of the matter is, it wasn't in time to hit anything. If it's blocked, pretty much dead.
Man, Higuchi's control, rearing it back a little bit, not being so emotional and not going for such obvious things for defense. We see the crouching light kick to check the walk-ins and things like that.
The crouching jab, too. He's checked it so many times. There's interruptions there with the Sonic Boom and going into the sweep. That's a huge momentum shift.
You have to be able to confirm that. Go right into Sonic Boom every single time. But he is on game point against the 2D god himself, Mago.
You got to get with the times, old man. We're going 2.5 deep.
واش لاقات ولا؟
Nope.
Yeah.
لاقات عندهم ولا؟
مش عارف.
You mean to tell me Street Fighter games aren't in sprites anymore? What year is it?
Come on, Mago, you can do it.
Still skin.
أنا حابب أشوف لي ماتش هكا.
Oh, the finesse and blending. Well, the put the rest in that bar for a bit.
Yeah, Higuchi knew it. He absolutely was ready for the attack. You know, I say that, and then Mago just walked up into his face and threw him again.
That aggression, that confidence from Mago, while you can't count him out just yet as he staves off set point for a little bit.
I blame the walks.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's solid, yeah.
Right, trying to find
a
heavy kick. Here's a fireball to deny that aerial approach and the EX again, threatening that walk-in situation. You're trying to walk in, I got that EX to stop you.
Wow, just walking out of that throw range just barely. Higuchi trying to switch it up. That was what I was waiting for. Yeah, it was eventually going to come out. But still, Higuchi regaining that momentum, just getting a backdoor against Mago on wake up.
He's so smart about putting the control back in his favor. I like that kind of flavor.
Aggressive.
Stay away from his character. So smart with it. Sweep off the feet.
Spacing.
This is looking all
ويدبوا aggressive يقعدوش
jump in very significant for Mago. Are we
going to
see a trigger
What's going to be?
Maybe
What's going to be?
This throw. He's going to do it again. Maybe
What's
not. It's going to be
dead.
it. The demise. Higuchi now on exhibition point against Mago. That could have been it. We were looking for that activation. Mago actually tried to do it off the medium. Just one step ahead for defense.
ماشي كونفيرم مع الاكتيفاسيون.
صح اكتيفاسيون جات توصل.
Never mind. I was going to say about the EX. Don't matter though. I'm just going to jump in. I'm going to save my bar so I can go far. Look at the walk-in throw denied. Damage applied. Trying to get that stun. Trying to get it done.
It's going to be.
Stun no longer a factor, I think. Yes, sir. Higuchi catching down below, forcing Mago to move away. Get away from the booms. I like that. He was checking the movement. Mago definitely on point with the defense that time. The movement pays off this time. Backs up just enough to get the whip punish. Not again!
EX knockdown. That fierce that he had could have been in a super situation. Could have sealed it. Don't let man like Higuchi come back like that. Mago.
Wow.
Jesus. Situation. Interruption on the EX activation. No DP!
No way!
No DP! Higuchi!
He jumped in on him again! He jumped in on him again! Mago wasn't ready with any back brainless. He wasn't ready with any uppercuts. He just took the damage to the grill! And that's gotta be a mighty statement coming in from Higuchi to intimidate the 2D god, bringing him back to earth, making him a mortal, near mortal again.
Even God,
I'm
gonna be sideways, I'm gonna leave you parallel. Higuchi, and I mean Gucci in the name, takes it.
What happened? What was it that was so intimidating about Higuchi's approach? Was it the pressure? It's like
الماتش الجاي يبدا يقول واش نبدا يقول اي دونت
هذيك بلا ما تقول لي شغل راني حاب هكاك بلا ما تسقسيني.
انا ماشي راني حاب راني نقول لك باللي اللاعب يربح وسمه اي دونت حتى يسمى مام يكون اي دونت ماشي مليح ماذا بك يربح.
بارك الله فيك.
انا نقول لك لوجيك لعب اي دونت يربح.
Higuchi though definitely in the pantheons of the champions, solidifying his name. And listen, I want to see what the CSI department got to say about this one. Dissect that like that. All right, this was tight.
Woo! All right, what a match right there as Higuchi takes it 5 games to 2 over Mago. Lots to say about this one, I think. Let's start with IDoom. What was your
نقولوا انت عندك بي سي
I
هكذا
would say qualifying for the first
دير له ار تي اكس 3080 ولا دير له ار تي اكس 260 2060
like not to like down on Mago but like
واش كاين الديفيرونس فاش لعب بهم الالترا
anti-air all like the little things that he needed
تسمى هذيك خسر دراهم.
just like not there. Higuchi played really good with the V-shift. I'm an avid V-shift hater, so I'm very rarely compliment people's V-shift, but Higuchi did use the V-shift mechanic really well, and he was able to escape a lot of Mago's pressure with the V-shift.
Yeah, he definitely was. It definitely felt like Mago was going in here freestyling a little bit, whereas
نقولوا فيش
felt like
تنجم
he
تلعب
was
الترا.
prepared for every single situation. He had the matchup-specific tech down. He was on point. He was sharp. This was prime time Higuchi, and we talked about all-day Mago. I don't know. We might have to. It did not look like he was in shape at all. You mentioned it that he dropped the confirms, he dropped the crush counter combos, he dropped the hit confirms. He didn't know his combo routes when he landed normal sequences. It looked very unusual that he dropped that confirm at the end. It let Higuchi make the comeback. It was very unusual to see. And meanwhile, Higuchi doing stuff like neutral medium kick over camming crouch. Like he was prepared for the matchup, and Mago was not prepared to play.
Beautiful. I definitely agree. That's something I absolutely wanted to point out. Let's take another look at this with the Arby's meaty moment.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Yeah, absolutely. Higuchi definitely, probably, you know, coming as the younger player here, taking this very seriously, coming here super prepared. I mean, Mago did try the Luke. That did not work at all. And Higuchi really showing his mettle here right now, taking this match. And then Mago showing his own mettle, but that one was full of rust. He definitely did not come out here and perform to the level that I feel like we're accustomed to seeing from Mago. Again, a veteran, it's really strange to see. And that game right there where he made that ridiculous comeback, it took that ridiculous comeback to take that. So, honestly, this should have been a 5-1.
Could have been.
Yeah, I mean, you could ask all these fellows on the analyst desk. I was screaming for the Karen throughout the entire set. I don't know where it was. It was just MIA. And the last time I saw these two play each other, Mago was using the Karen. It doesn't really make much sense to me unless he truly is that rusty where he wanted someone that's maybe less execution demanding than Karen. That's really the only thing that makes sense to me. As far as Higuchi.
عندك الحق واش تقدر 100% ماشي هو ماغو شتو شراطه صارت له كي تاكامورا البارح كيما تاكامورا البارح كيف
jump forward at the end, right? People don't expect that from guys.
هذا نقولوا نورمالمون ماتش تاع 5-4 ماشي تاع
5. So I really love Higuchi just looking
لا شراطه راطه كروش كونتر قفريط تقفرت قدامه ما دار والو.
Had played up to like his maximum potential. I still feel like that would have been a tough one, just the way that Higuchi had prepared. Because obviously, I mean, the matchup
مش كاين 5-0 كاين كريم صار 5-0.
All the other parts of his game, I thought, were just firing on all cylinders. So even if Mago was doing great, it would have been tough. But he was, I mean, we saw in that replay right there, he missed some easy combos. He missed at the end. I'm not even sure what he tried to anti-air with that got hit, as he just got hit after the backdash and thereby lost the set. It was not max level Mago, that's for sure.
He jumped over a sonic boom and then he followed up with the stand light punch.
Yes,
like,
right.
I'm not even sure like what situation that like stand medium punch, even if he blocked it, like I feel like is the right.
That's not the right. It felt like he wasn't mentally in the game, but I don't want the narrative to just be Mago playing bad, like you mentioned. Higuchi played almost as close to perfect as you can expect. I mean, the spacing he had, his dashes even, I love when he turned up the offense, perfect spacing boom game in normals, but when he dashed in, it was constantly getting counter hits, and he had that frame perfect charge. There was one moment he dashed in jab, counter hit, crouch strong.
كاين واحد السيد نعرفه راح عايش تما
maximize and ready to go. So any opportunity he got, he capitalized on it and got momentum from that. And yeah, I mean, his defensive options, IDoom was seeing right every single time V-shift showed up on the screen. He knew to keep mashing throw tag whenever Mago got in, or V-shift. He kind of reduced it to this 50-50. And Mago really couldn't get the momentum going, especially mid-screen. It wasn't until he got to that corner one time when he just ran the throw gambit in the corner where V-shift is not as effective, where Mago actually got good offense. But man, Higuchi was firing on all cylinders today. I am thoroughly impressed, and I'm looking forward to seeing him dominate more in the future.
من الاخر الأوروب ولا القديمة نروح منه والأمريكان ولا الأوروب.
Luke, he has historically been somebody who goes straight to the top of the tiers. I mean, that's always been, almost always been his MO. So not a surprise, but it just didn't seem prepared, right? I mean, even less so than the camp.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we caught him on a bad day as well. I really, I'm not sure because we're so used to seeing Mago look clean, and there was not even situations where it was difficult stuff to pull off, right? Just stuff that you would expect someone of his caliber to do in their sleep, and it was just not there today. So unfortunate, right? It is the any given Sunday aspect of competition, and some days it's just not your day. And Higuchi, as everyone was saying, played so damn well from a start to finish. It was incredible. Just defensive booms, choices, just V-shifting, everything that you could do right on Guile, he did. And even then, unorthodox strategies, willing to get offensive with the dashes, the jump-ins, just kind of made Mago super uncomfortable, and when he was already looking uncomfortable.
Yeah, very, very well played. I love it. Nice job again to Higuchi. Hey, have you been stuck inside for almost 2 years? Are you starting to come out of your house just now, like you are coming out of Plato's cave, seeing the real world for the first time after nothing but shadows for your entire life, and your eyes can't handle it? If so, Game Gooder knows that gamers go outside too. Channel your inner Chun-Li and kick some style butt outside while enjoying fun, functional, fashionable, and affordable Gooder sunnies that offer 100% UV protection and polarized lenses in a lightweight frame that won't slip or bounce.
Yes, and big shouts to Arby's. They've been holding us down consistently throughout the Capcom season finals. Big sponsor of 2021. Again, you can go to Arby's.com.
الماتش الجاي هو الماتش المليح كاع.
So you even gotta leave your house. But if you do, make sure you put your glasses on too. Don't get it
ما نحبش نتفرج فيهم بزاف.
Hey, I see you out there, Matthew. That's right. There you are out there. You forgot to shut off your webcam. I can see you right now, and I can see that you have the phone just next to you right there. It's not even being used. There's your mobile phone. Nothing's on it. I'll tell you what should be on it, Matthew. Should be Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel. It's now available for download in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau. I see you out there. Other regions are also coming soon. Keep a lookout for more news on the global release, and get ready to join the journey with millions of players to find out who is the best fighter in the world. I think the next one we have coming up is... James, please stop looking at me like that. Matthew. The next one we have coming up, Punk versus IDoM, I think is maybe a chance to decide who is the best fighter in the world. I think there's a...
Punk versus up-and-coming.
Up-and-coming.
It's a big chance to prove yourself here.
All right, everybody, make sure you don't miss that. Math.
لا لا عرفتها.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast on pride. Time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
هذا واسمها لاكارت مرتاحة ما تجيش فيها اساس ام كنا اسمها اساس دي ام 2
ما على بالي شنو ما عندناش ام 2 لا
لا
If I go too far, please forgive me.
صح اساس دي يمشي نورمال ياك اساس دي يمشي نورمال
يمشي نورمال
ساطا هو ياك
كاين ساطا ساطا Are close, I think, to announcement for new Street Fighter. Maybe.
Again, this is a big one. We have Punk versus IDoom in North America East. F word with the regional spotlight. We'll take it away.
What happens when an unstoppable force
That's how you start the fight and finish it.
meets an immovable object?
I'll show you the divide in our class.
When storied rivals go head to head.
On the table, and that's that. The controller's down and Punk is going off.
We've seen this set dozens of times before.
Got so much history between each other.
And yet with each new game,
قصة حياتهم
new levels of nuance, of emotion, of competitive rivalry.
حتمو يعطيلو سلخة ويزيد يقول لنا فهمت انا يقولوا لي خير
Have they grown tired of playing each other? Have they not seen each other's faces more than enough times?
So like these guys are very familiar with their play style.
Will we ever get tired of watching these two go head to head? Absolutely no chance.
That was sick. They both play too much. Are you serious? Look at the stuff they're doing.
Maybe it's the personality clash that gets us so excited. The loud, the exciting, the outspoken.
Bro, I don't even care about being the best in America. I'm the best in the world.
Versus the introvert, the timid, the quiet assassin.
These two, unbelievable.
The technical, refined, and extremely unforgiving.
IDoom مليح في واسمه بانك مليح في الناتشرال.
انا مليح انا مليح صح مو كبير.
وزيد عنده كارين.
Pop off was real though. A well-deserved pop off.
No matter how well they play, how much they claim it means so little to them.
Capcom Cup tournament point.
We all know what it truly means to win. Once again, we are treated to a match.
تعرف كان داير سنسي.
Players in North America.
Capcom Cup champion.
IDoom versus Punk.
أنا يعجبني كي عاقل ما يديرونجيش.
والاخر ما عجبناش كي ديرونجي.
Again to F word. I'm David back here. Even more
Yeah.
guests. We have Just Kid. We have Brian F back here. We have Saint Cola and we have.
اسمع هذيك النهار سبني حتى كره.
This match between these two absolute titans.
حكيتها لك دخلت ليه ستريمينغ.
How are you feeling about it?
قلت له خلاص قلت له you are any more number one on Street Fighter 5. You are maybe 20.
إيدوم كبير على اسمه.
Everyone can agree on that.
على
And then you had IDoom.
ما على باليش شحال في عمره؟
You know, he roaming the battle lounges, he's going here and there.
قلت له خلاص ما راكش الاول في
No one saw him
26.
evils or anything like that. Then
قلت له ما راكش الاول في المنظوك راك بالك واحد 20 عام بدا يطيح من عندي ياك ياك
and then they just kept
فانا
going
نضحك
back and forth.
ومن بعد كان شاين معاه دخل التلميذ يحرش به قلت له 22
going at it once again.
It's always a historic battle when these two play each other. I like how you set up
for my swimming بيقول لي
I think he's the most winningest player in all Street Fighter 5 history.
قال لي
Against the reigning Capcom Cup champion. So people didn't really know IDoom was that
ويعجبني
level
الحكي
until 2019
سلطيت
because he did not travel. He got the nickname Stoop Kid for a reason because he would stay on his stoop, sit around in New York, beating everyone online, beating everyone at LBC, and I mean we knew firsthand how good he was. I was saying for the longest time, I need to get you on a plane to a tournament. I offered so many times to book his flight and hotel room just to get him out there, and then I realized he just didn't want to get on a plane. That was the problem. So I don't know who convinced this man to finally get on a plane and start traveling. That 2019 season, he had probably the most efficient run to get to Capcom Cup ever. I think he went to Combo Breaker, Evo, First Attack, and I think that in the NA regional finals, I believe that was about it, and he qualified off that. If that's not efficiency, I don't know what it is. And then he took that and ran it all the way to the cup where he played against IDoM in grand finals, and we all know how that went. The rest is history. And since then, it's been back and forth, not just in the gameplay, but in the personality types. You know, Punk, he's fiery, he's passionate, he cares a lot about his record versus IDoM. IDoM, he just wants to play the game. He just wants to play, and that's what he's going to be doing today.
I'm here.
I'm fun, you know. I gotta segue just a little bit and give a little bit of love to the CPT runners out here. Level up,
yes.
You know, my boy Valle, Jimmy, all of them for putting on, you know, the season after season of CPT. Obviously, Blue Coast production crew too as well, because you know they've given all these players, not only IDoM and them, but the rest, a place to play and keep up their skills and keep hot out here, and you know, continuing this rivalry, not only Street Fighter League, but also in the CPT. We saw that fantastic pop off of Mama Punk saying some words I can't say right now, but I'll tweet it later, maybe. But you know, being able to continue that rivalry is super great. So shout out to all the TOs and stuff like that putting it on. But I can't wait to see the continuation. We saw in the no neutral 5v5 that Punk had just wasn't able to get out against IDoM in that closest set of the day, maybe the closest set of this entire week. So I can't wait to see the continuation of that.
Yeah, and if you're not that familiar with Street Fighter 5 or fighting games, when we're talking about Titans, when we're talking about Legends, when we're talking about two of the best players in the world, like, we are being 100% serious here. These are two Titans. These are people that you can consider the best, bar none, in this game overall throughout its lifespan, whatever you have you right now. These are two guys that, I mean, there are very few people on their level. Even when it comes to the high level of that small percentile, they are in a class of their own. And I mean, when it comes to just watching their matches, I don't come up with a lot of keys to victory because they both play so perfectly. Like, it really just comes down to each other having the hard reads. They know how to counter every person's option. It just comes down to that any given Sunday and who's going to make that clutch decision in the moment.
In my mind, these are two of the definitive players in Street Fighter 5. That is to say, Punk, with his hit confirming, was one of the first to be doing that consistently in terms of single hit confirms, really making it so that you can't get touched when you play against him. That's something that many other people have learned at this point, but he was one of the progenitors of that.
No, he changed the game.
He did.
Straight up changed the game.
They said it wasn't possible.
Straight up.
They said it wasn't possible. What did he do?
That man made us fear low four. Low four into death.
Straight
That's what
up.
we call it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So from that end, he is one of the definitive players. And then IDoom, I think, is a definitive player in the sense that his mix-ups, his understanding of the up-close game in Street Fighter V is incredible.
Yep.
It is. I haven't played against him, but man, I've seen a lot of strong players play against him, and it just looks terrifying.
Brian's
for him to be next to him. His face, you guys are talking about camera
Punk.
right here.
You're totally right about Punk, but IDoom invented Laura.
Yeah, absolutely. He changed the game as well.
To this day, I wish we could have just dropped IDoom in Japan for all of Street Fighter V's lifespan, just so I can see the tier list change.
Yeah,
right.
100%.
Laura has been consistently rated as such a bad character according to certain regions, and I just feel like it's because they haven't seen the power that this character can possess in the hands of IDoom. I mean, literally, I don't want to be disrespectful to other Laura players, but it's just not close. I'm sorry, it really is not. The way he mastered that character is bar none. That is the Laura player, the Laura main, but also he added Poison to the roster, and I think at this point he's also the Poison.
Right.
That's the character he actually sealed the deal with in Capcom Cup. You know, Laura versus Karen. That's traditionally not a great matchup for Laura, and yeah, she does have bad matchups. I understand why she's kind of downplayed a little bit, but Poison is the character that is actually the counter pick, and that's what he's been rocking for the most part against Punk in a lot of these sets we've seen since that 2019 Capcom Cup Finals, with good reason. You know, her range game against Karen prevents her from getting into that low forward range. Like, how is Punk going to hit confirm you to death if he can't get in range to get the hit confirm? But that said, you brought up the no neutral 5v5. Punk played Ken in that set, and that went to the final round.
Versus Poison.
Yes, yes. So I actually don't know what he's going to do today. I feel like Punk, that's his strength. We talk about it as a Karen main. He literally plays the entire cast.
It said main everyone.
It's true.
Yeah, on the screen earlier.
I'm glad they were accurate with that.
It actually said everyone.
Yes,
yeah.
There's no lie.
True.
There's no lie. He's played Vega, Jury, Fang, Ken, Ryu. You can't even like count how many times he's done this.
He won Frosties with Rose.
Yes,
Straight up.
Rose out of all characters.
But let's clarify. He's done that against us at NLBC.
I mean,
against IDoom, the cast of characters has shrunk a little bit. He's used Rose here and there, but it's not the same. He definitely wants to go for those upper echelon of his characters, but that said, you still can't predict who he's going to pick.
Yeah, and we see that IDoom added Poison to the arsenal, and it just goes to show that these are two generational talents.
For sure.
Whether it be picking different characters, whether it be picking different fighting games, these dudes just know how these games work on a level that very, very few people will ever understand.
Generation of miracles. Am I right?
Two of the stars right here for sure.
Sir.
We'll see how it goes. Let's head out to the commentators. We're going to have Vicious and Tasty Steve.
Hey, David,
I appreciate that, man. Great analysts on the desk. I like the analysts up there on the desk. And I love that they talk about that Poison, which, you know, so evidently came from Street Fighter League and the evolution of to get to a certain point. Thank you, sir. I really do believe we're looking at two of the best Street Fighter Street Fighter 5 players ever at this point. And just looking at where both of these players have come from, whether it be being Stu Kid or just seeing them have ridiculous, you know, winning streaks out here on the online play. I mean, I feel like IDoom is always somebody to watch. I remember talking to Yikes, you know, talking to my bro Yikes, and being like, man, I cannot wait for this dude to get on an actual airplane and go somewhere like Brian F. said, right? We were waiting for the day. I still have photos of Capcom Cup final with IDoom that I haven't posted with this big cheese on my face, but it was because it was like a coming of age kind of thing to see him go from one place to another and be so successful at it.
I still remember the humble beginnings from both sides of the coin, right? Punk coming in hot from one of the Red Bull events from way long ago. It was the Battleground Series over in Seattle. I got to meet him for the first time in person, and that's where he showed off the most damage, right? We were like, who is this kid coming out from seemingly nowhere, and ended up taking like one of the best performances we've seen from an American at that event. And then, of course, IDoom, we see him represent NLBC for so long, but he has been slowly just grinding it out over and over again. And it's just no surprise, really, to see how much of their work they've put in to be up on the stage right now. It's just a tale of the tapes. These guys have been putting in that work, doing the most that anyone hasn't done, I feel like, and really setting the pages of history. But again, we're going to see how everybody's anticipating this match. Everybody's been chilling in the Gooder Lounge for a good amount of time. And, of course, I'm not even
really
surprised.
right now when I'm in here that they take the food out there. Well, shout outs to Arby's, man. I guess this should be our meaty moment, man. Shout outs to Arby's for holding us down. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you got your snacks at home. It might not be Arby's, but this match is about to be ridiculous.
James's table is full of Arby's, and that's just for himself, by the way.
He's
He is such a fan of Arby's.
What about
Did
nephew?
you get him the chicken cordon
What about
bleu?
nephew, bro? Nephew back there starving to death. He had a serious match today.
He
Let him
tried
eat too. Fight it out in the lounge. Fight it out in the lounge. Actually, we need to fight it out digitally because it's about to go down, man. I hope you guys are ready for what's about to go down at home. We have IDoom going up against the Alpha Punk himself, and it's gonna be a big one, a doozy to send us home. This is one of the main events. This is one of the main card events, I would like to say, if we're going to see anything. We got those guys out on the stage, Punk rocking the do-rag.
It's not even pink anymore.
It ain't even
He's
pink no more.
transcended. He's gone above and beyond.
I'm going beyond. All right, here we go. X set IDoom. Not new to the stage, especially after the year he had coming out and actually starting to travel. Gave him a CPT final win and being the champion. I can't wait to see what he does here. We got Karen versus Poison. Game number 1 of this first to 5.
ما بداش
The matches go between the two
Yeah,
for
أنا قلت لك
years
عليهم
now,
Poison.
and it's only right that they have their own stage right here in the Capcom Exhibition 4.
ما كاينش اللعب هنايا.
Another one into the corner. IDoom in treacherous waters. I love that anti-air again into the V skill. So collected into his thoughts, right? He was ready for the jump in, even though he was cornered, and now he gets to set the pace with this trigger.
Yeah, crouching medium punch for the anti-air. Goes right for the V skill, keeps the corner under control, and now you see IDoom still holding it. And not even giving up any space, just checking with that crouching medium kick, just in case, you know, she tries to dash out, maybe catch a EX dash on if they're really going to commit to it, but let's see. Back to this mid-screen fighting.
Yeah, nothing on the V trigger really affected IDoom there. He was just sitting there and blocking.
One hit, you're dead.
Very, very patient. Of course, the Molotov not doing as much either. So it's been very, very much so. Even look at the meter down below. Any hit from
dead.
Just said it right now. Any hit could lead to critical art.
Dead.
No! I like how he didn't say anything.
I couldn't tell.
Oh, crush counter. Wait a minute. Punk has a chance.
Never mind.
And that's gonna be the first round.
I like how that set it up.
I was like,
never mind. Sheesh.
They could have gone either way.
Yeah.
They could have been guess for game from either side, really.
First round going to IDoom.
البيكسل هذاك صامت على
Very
بالك.
expensive round with that.
Goes for the side switch, not ready, a little scramble there, and it ends up in the throw for IDoom. Here comes Punk now. Gets this forward throw, still fighting relatively in the center of the stage, but oh my god, gets the hit into trigger, nothing big coming from it though.
Yeah, I think it was just to stave off Punk a little bit. What a heart rate punish. And look at the damage from the Molotov just burning away at Punk's life. It's going to be so tough. Hey, he's not taking extra damage.
He was not taking extra
He was just
damage.
barely out of the range.
But still positioning, looking really good for IDoom. Those crouching medium kicks adding up. The crouching heavy kick. Holds the stance a little bit, makes Punk block, and here's a throw.
What's gonna be?
No trigger on the table, but CA is dead.
I like that V reversal.
Oh,
Nice.
the counter hit, you're dead. No! Did not spin it. There's the back throw. He says, don't freak out, don't panic. I'm going to save the rest of that bar for the next round. Full CA in this first game. Final round here.
والله ما انا بالي.
One EX.
هذه offline هذه زعما.
Tenko and EX Orochi that would have easily sealed the deal. He didn't even have to go to critical art. He could have just spent 2 bars and be done with it. But no, the utmost confidence in Punk's play. That would have been a big whiff punish against the Crouching Fierce, but IDoom now responding well in kind, going forward on that offense. But once it's his turn, no longer
Nice try.
away. I like that idea.
Yeah, the defense getting a lot tighter on IDoom's side here. You can see him playing back just a little bit, a little more time wasted on the clock this time around, but both of them working on CA. Ooh,
Counter hit
nice.
conversion off of the crouching jab within range. Jesus.
Okay, crouching medium kick. Oh, wow. Low forward, gets the Tenko.
Take
Forward
the
throw into
throw.
the corner. Here comes Punk.
I love that side switch option, but Punk still not able to stop the jump off from IDoom. Forces him away with that forward throw, just so much space. This is where IDoom gets to shine now. The heart rate.
يحوس يعمل له شارج
He's not allowed to move in for free.
واصبر شوف كاين
يحوس يعمل سيا.
And going for a punish. It's exactly it.
I was just about to say I would not test Punk.
Well, that's gonna
he
be-
will definitely find a hole, and he will definitely get a way in to get that EX in the corner now, and it's still not
What's
working
going
out.
on, bro?
Back
Dead.
to IDoom's
Dead.
favor, and now here comes Punk.
It's not
Nope.
over yet.
Oh my
Never.
gosh. This is still the first game. Oh, V reversal.
Overhead.
The critical art can do it for IDoom. Just a single touch for Punk, though.
So
this
far
is so
away.
Close.
So far away.
He's backing off. 10 seconds on the clock. Is Punk going to lame it out? Is he going to
Yeah.
play the timer scam?
Oh,
He gets the medium kick.
medium
IDoom actually tried to move forward and take his turn back.
Let's go. That could have went either way. You said it. It could have went either way. That was the first game.
That was only the first game. You got to be kidding me. we're not even close to done. That felt like a grand finals moment.
Yes.
That's so crazy.
Yes. And this is the first of 5. They talked about that rivalry out there. I love the fact that these guys, Punk and like IDoom's kind of perspective about this matchup playing each other and how it has grown is completely different, I feel like. Especially when we heard the interviews coming from Street Fighter League and everything, you know what I'm saying? Even talking to them about it personally, right? Has come so far. So seeing the personal matchup differences, how they fight each other specifically, is really something cool to see on display. Two of the best, not only in the United States, but in the world.
The universe, rather.
You know? Don't say that, man. That's how we get challenges
Well,
from foreign
بنشوف
universes.
I'd be super down for that.
Big damage here on the table, still with an EX bar.
Yeah, IDoom definitely knew about it. He was just sitting there blocking and Punk trying to be 2 steps ahead. It's going to lead to a lot of damage. Is he going to get the side switch? No, not quite. He chased him down. The delay, that was so sneaky from IDoom. He was trying to force Punk to press a button at the timing he wanted. Man, that was so scary. That counter hit conversion from IDoom that could have been, would have led to death.
You know, I feel like every time I see this character, it's engineered to slow down Punk specifically, right? So many long-range special moves, not able to keep Punk out for too long. That crouching heavy punch, we've been seeing a lot of it, and just that crouching medium kick as well. And that heart rate just normal, just to try to control that space so Punk can't get in. Obviously, it's not working right now, but you can see the game plan pretty simple. And Punk can too, but gets interrupted. Back to the corner you go. Here comes IDoom, and then a fight back with the EX with Senha.
I can't believe it. Did you see IDoom actually prep himself for that V reversal to use the heart rate and move backwards? Fact of the matter is, he was too close to the corner to actually get the punish. So Punk actually got pretty lucky in that exchange. IDoom now at the deficit trying to chase down Punk, but look at this. Already in the corner, a lot of whips, doing a lot of great damage, a lot of chip damage, and just further on, if he gets a solid hit, he can actually kill, but Punk is not going to let that happen.
Yeah, V reversal right there, getting a little great life, and you see Punk fishing for a big hit. Oh my God, the heart rate. You've been seeing IDoom use that cancel just to keep the stance move back and forth a little bit, and now Punk is starting to get wind of it. That EX Tenko to try to get in there with the dash, just in case in the spacing for IDoom has been so good that you have to anticipate it, and that's the back and forth we're seeing from these two. Really are changing up those ranges of trying to get in.
But so far, so good for Punk. I think he's already well aware of the strategies that IDoom wants to utilize on defense, right? That moment to use that V reversal, we've seen that blown up in many sets before, whether it's on Street Fighter League, whether it's on CPT, even on an Evo stage, we've seen it happen. But right now, Punk is well aware of it. It's like he knows exactly where to pick his shots for, I guess you should say, an offensive V reversal. He did it perfectly right there, putting him at 2 games. Oh my God!
Right out of the air. The heavy punch heart rate.
And we see the heavy punch yet again from IDoom, just chipping away at Punk. But this is where Punk shines the most, right into his corner.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. I just feel like this character was made for IDoom to kind of keep Punk's playstyle at bay. Standing heavy punch. Once again, that crouching heavy punch gets the confirm after the trigger. And what a conversion for IDoom. Not a lot of damage, but that screen positioning and the follow-up gets the stun. Here comes IDoom. Gonna even net a CA here. No, didn't get the CA, but gets the throw on the follow-up. IDoom gets one on the board and the lead in this game right here.
As big as that round was for IDoom, look at the bar down below. Either hit from players is going to lead to an explosion.
IDoom مش مليح اليوم. نفس كيطا كامورا كيت موضوع ما جو.
The defensive jump from Punk, stopping IDoom from getting any sort of option from the light. And look at this, just going to town, the amount of damage.
Damage. Okay. Could have been a throw right there. What a jab. So confident from IDoom trying to fight back. EX heart rate gets clipped. Uses the V skill to get out of the corner and now holding position. IDoom does have the life deficit right now, though. But plenty of trigger.
Oh, no.
Oh, crush.
Gets the side switch also with the Senha. But is it going to be enough? No, IDoom is still walking forward. That was a good amount of life taken away. That was built up against Punk.
غلطة تخلص.
One touch. Punk doesn't even need to spend critical art. If he gets a solid hit with low medium kick, that's hella death, by the way.
Neutral jumps right there to kind of bait out, that trigger. And you can see IDoom just waiting on it. About 40 seconds left on the clock. Full CA on both sides. A hit confirmed will kill either one of these guys. Give IDoom his first game if he gets it. Too really far away.
What?
No. Her CA kind of goes up at an up angle. So
Look
from
at this
that
shit.
distance, there we go. IDoom gets 2 rounds on the board. First game on the board, and here we go. But no, from that instance,
ما في confirming هذه. What the fuck?
it goes
ما في
up. That range
confirm.
is really iffy to try to use it there. So I don't blame him. Either or, though. Either or still gets the round. Still gets the round, consequently, and gets the game. That's going to be 2-1. IDoom still in the hold, though.
I like that a lot. The back and forth.
اليوم
The amount of damage potentially coming in from Karen does not deter IDoom whatsoever. He's still able to play his strategy. He's still able to kind of space Karen out at will, right? That whip has just been the biggest deterrent. But I wouldn't be surprised if Punk finds another creative way in. We haven't seen the Rasenha being used once yet, by the way. The fierce Rasenha at that. Damn, that's the second starter that IDoom has called Punk out on. That is the second time he's anti-aired with the heart rate.
All right, that heavy punch heart rate, man. Great anti-air. You can hold the stance just as well. But scouting the jump this time.
Spence Vasquez.
Once again, scouting it
Bum
again.
dot today.
Medium punch.
Oh,
تكون فيها 5 صغيرة ما يمكن ما تكفي.
Follow up with the jump in.
Oh, that's done. You're dead.
You're
He has
dead,
more
yeah.
than enough to get it done. He doesn't even have to spend the bar. But he does anyway. Maybe to secure it. I get that. I get that a lot.
Spend it, man. Spend it. Karen player, man. Scared money don't make no money. They live by that motto.
She's a battery anyway. She's going to build that way fast.
Residual income on the meter, bro. She's always getting it.
I don't know, man. I think it's expendable income. She's got all the money in the world, man. To be quite honest with you.
Oof.
She has her own estate. She's not even 21 yet.
واو. قلت لك مليح اسمه اللي بانك اليوم مليح.
Spends all that meter, V reversal to stop the momentum, and here comes Punk. And
المهم قلت تقعد ثم.
still in control of this corner. Oh,
what a
medium
punch. That just took up so much space. It took up all of the normals that I don't want to use. It completely demolished whatever that was
Wanted to switch,
on
bro.
startup because of the lingering hitbox. That thing is so active. Super active. Yeah, you know all about that.
I do know all about that. Anyways,
we were literally playing this set. Like,
we was just
during the exhibition. We were watching it as well. He knows all about that standing medium punch. He hates it.
Yeah, that's one of the things, one of the strongest things for Punk, I feel like. And just for Punk in general, I feel like a lot of people, they forget, man, this dude, I feel like is the king of footsies when it comes to this character.
Yes.
Really so good at controlling this range. Really makes you second guess a lot of the options that you have, even if you do have a range-specific character like Poison going up against one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I think one of the drawbacks of having such great range is the fact that some of your normals are a little slower than others, right? And Punk definitely knows it. He knows exactly what tool to use at what ranges so that you are catching the normals on startup, right?
Okay, dash up once again.
Oh,
damn!
You didn't even hear it.
Oh my God!
Poison was like, damn!
That's right.
She knew she was in trouble.
No anti-air. Wow. Actually, catches the jump in and gets a full conversion with the trigger. Thought the fire would still be there. I was wrong. Oh, big crush counter here.
Look at how much space. Oh, barely missed it. Okay, not as much activity as I thought. IDoom now in control. Punk. I take it all back. One tap from either one could lead to
ليه مش صاحبهم
We'll see. Plus frames.
Yes.
Plus frames again.
Oh, medium kick.
Overhead,
What's gonna
maybe?
be? What's
No,
gonna
it's
be?
too risky. It's too much startup.
Oh, wow. What a backdash.
He actually
And the
tried
double
to dash
backdash.
He tried to dash in twice. I was so scared.
What a read, though, by IDoom. He backdashed to count for the dash forward and still committed to it.
Correct.
That medium punch heart rate. That's what you're seeing right there, right? You can cancel it and hold the stance, move around a little bit if she needs to. Another good way to control that neutral range from IDoom. Slowly but surely, right?
Oh my
IDoom
God,
فش مليح.
Oh, the red bottoms.
يحب يعود يولي.
Oh,
wow.
that. A little bit overzealous on IDoom's part. You see him shake his head. He knows it.
Stuck in this corner, multiple throws. They're adding up.
Dead. What?
Tries to save some.
I like these decisions from Punk, right? Absolutely taking it without having to spend too much of the meter. This is so good because of how explosive the damage can be off of a single opening. Punk
Never mind
the most of these situations consistently. It's a different breed, man. I'm
دي
telling
جاوب
you,
الكوانة
Punk's
شوف.
really, really high class decisions.
And I hope people understand, man. These guys have played each other multiple times at tournaments, you know what I'm saying? They understand how each other work. That's what's so good about these first to 5 sets. You're not just seeing the highest level of the meta of the matchup. You're seeing the meta of the matchup between these two players. Forward throw again. Punk is in charge right now.
Low forward into the activation. IDoom trying to get a side switch, but no. Punk being able to interrupt that because he wasn't in danger in the first place. You're going into Critical Art City, and that's going to be 4-1 Punk in dominant fashion. Will IDoom have an answer to stop this steamroll?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. The way Rob look, I can tell he talking, bro, this is not going well for my man IDoom right now. It is really not. But what can you say right now in this instance? The fact that Punk is literally playing out of his mind right now. And even though we know that this poison is meant to slow down this neutral for Karen, for Punk, it's not. It's really not. And IDoom just really struggling to find a point to get something started. On the board right now. This match could tell the end of this set.
انا قلت لك الماتش مع الاول شوف
Punk is pretty much a confidence kind of player.
يدوم يحب يعاود يولي
فاهم he plays above and beyond
بصح المشكل تاعو
the calls that he's made with saving his meter for
Yes.
some of these finishers
عجبني
lets
كيشاكا.
you know he's feeling pretty confident.
he's
Not
playing.
in a
He's
confident manner, but
playing.
rather he's like, all right, I know I've shook IDoom. I know that I could use this meter for later, and I'm going to make sure that IDoom feels that. But again, the other hand is IDoom is not easily shaken up, right? We might have seen it earlier, but look at this huge comeback already. That was almost near perfect.
That anti-air was very, you spoke about confidence. I mean, that anti-air is not easy to land, that high heel kick, so, wait a minute.
I personally thought IDoom was shook, maybe. Okay, so IDoom still stuck in this corner, anti-air, using the V-skill to get out, but this is going to be a lot of damage. The Molotov is going to be sticking to Punk like glue. Hot glue with that. That was so.
That was cheap. Oh, you're stunned. IDoom is playing right. Gets another one on the board. It's 2-4. Punk still has the lead. Men, we need more rounds like that. We don't. IDoom needs more rounds like that. We just so happen to want more rounds like that.
What was I saying earlier? IDoom was shook. Can I fix my face on that one? I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm gonna fix that a little bit. IDoom completely changing the tables with confidence booster. I gotta say, even him fighting out of the corner, finding the time to side switch and anti-air, I will say it might have been a little overzealous from Punk's behalf, trying to get that jump in the corner, but at the same time, IDoom knew exactly what to do in that situation to make the most of it. That was just such a significant in that game.
So if you look, I'm pretty sure it was the same round and maybe the round before, we saw that exact same situation where he backed Punk into the corner. Crouching medium punch, and IDoom's back was to the wall, right? Crouching medium punch, V skill to flip out. We saw complete transitions into full-blown damage and positional change every time that happened. I mean, we've only seen it 2 times at this point, but still, IDoom working his way back.
And look at Punk just inching his way. After that singular hit from the low-medium kick, it kind of stopped IDoom from pressing buttons. A little bit of reluctancy, but now it's a whole different story. As soon as IDoom gets the green light, he goes.
Okay. Stand medium punch, EX heart rate there to get some frames a little bit. V reversal. One thing I will say about Punk that he's gotten even better at placement of his V reversals in a lot of situations.
Even though he had the life deficit, he was willing to spend that V reversal to try to gain the momentum back and then find his ways into activating V trigger. Fact of the matter is though, IDoom not susceptible to some of these hits. So he makes it safe. Molotov is going to be just fine for him, but Punk is cooking up. EX Tenko. Past the molly.
Whoa, crouching heavy punch and the crouching medium punch. The scout right there. Now it's getting to that point where he's forcing the jump from Punk and waiting every time with that crouching medium punch from Poison. Lots of conversions, using the B skill sometimes to go for the mix-up right after. I like what IDoom is doing. He's pushing this game forward. Trying to catch back up.
لازم يربح هذه. لازم يربح هذه
يربحها. Trying to catch back up, but Punk's trying to end it.
Boy.
Punk's trying to end it. You playing catch-up, I'm trying to go home.
Oh. Yikes! The big buffer, Punk ran into it. Off of the standing light kick, but still the throw bait. Karen's walk speed is just so good. Punk being able to take advantage of that situation yet again, standing medium punch. Checking the movement more against IDoom with the 2 low forwards, just whiffing though. IDoom cornering Punk.
Be careful with the meter. CA is on the table now. Punk can't take any more hits.
God, what a time to
And
be
neither
reversal.
can IDoom. The reversal block. Medium kick goes for the heart rate. Once the frames didn't get the hit. Still not
He
dead.
pressed the button.
No, he didn't. He's still alive. IDoom takes it another game. Oh my gosh.
I thought there was animation there. I thought he pressed the button, but damn, that was hooked. IDoom is alive for another game. Dear God,
What's
I
going
on right now?
on?
I'm starving right now.
Look.
Damn, this is some good games.
Oh man.
Woo!
This is what I like to see. This is what I like to see, guys.
See.
And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to these matchups between these two players, man. We've seen this matchup a billion times, I feel like, from these two players specifically, but they're still evolving the matchup personally. What they're doing, how they're changing up their approach is ever so mostly evolving all the time. Ever so mostly. Always mostly. All right, here we go.
100% of the time it works.
لازم.
Every time.
كان لازم باش يعاود يولي.
Forward again. Punk being pretty offensive. Now there's the confirm.
Low
Some of the best
forward.
and most consistent to do it. Forward throw now.
شعله قارة ما فيهاش.
Suffering here in this corner.
ما
We haven't
فيهاش.
seen, too much damage just yet. There it is. Spending the bar already. The forward throw there again.
This is not looking good.
The sequence has just been so consistent from Punk. Okay.
Catches
Out of the corner.
backdash with the crouching heavy punch. One of the better things about that huge hitbox on that move there. And back to that far range. The three-point line. The top of the key where Punk has to stay.
Oh. This is kind of tough right now. IDoom playing the long-range game despite having the trigger.
And you saw that just held the stance a little bit on that medium punch.
Man, he's playing like Steph Curry. He's shooting the shot from the three-point line. He's hitting majority of these whips.
اكتيفي كان يستنى فيه اكتيفي.
IDoom actually can't overstep his boundaries. If he ends up throwing something out too long,
Whoa! Dead.
He messed up the sequence. IDoom knows it. Punk taking full advantage of that.
Wow. And
Okay,
actually
it's
found the
over.
hit right there. That
For
could have
me,
been
it's
tremendous. Had full CA there. I'm not sure about the life at that point, but that could have been big. And now, once again, Punk
me,
on
it's
set
over.
point.
IDoom actually could have killed. He had
coulda
full
killed.
critical art off that singular hit, but Punk is going to take it as it lies, man.
And that round was going so well. All right, we're going back to it again. Counter hit confirmed.
Jesus. Off of the jab.
That stand heavy punch. Up close tool. We've seen IDoom
do it again. The straight combo. Making it hurt.
Stance cancel combos.
انا اتفرجت
Okay.
Dead.
I was going to say not quite dead, but that extra hit, making sure the damage is done.
قاعدين
IDoom
يربحوا-
is still trying to stay
يربحوا
alive
Punk.
here. Punk at exhibition point. He cannot
خلي
keep the
الماتش
man
14.
contained.
يربح بانك يربح بكتشن.
I like that jab
لك
right
يا مرة
there.
طارق خليها.
Punk off his sin a little
اه
bit.
مازال ما شفتوش مازال.
Maybe.
مي يعني حاس ماشي.
Or maybe it's a
IDoom
love descendant. I mean, excuse me, maybe it's a heart rate. Oh, nice standing heavy punch once again. And then right after he gets the hit, goes for the crouching heavy punch just in case Punk tries to backdash to get out of there. I like it.
I flinched when I saw that. I honestly thought Punk was going to get hit by it. There it is. The big medium punch. This is where it all gets too uncomfortable for IDoom.
Dead.
The medium kick.
Is that OE 4-4?
Yes.
4-4? Give me one
Yes.
more. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. 4-4. Give me one
Cut,
more.
cut,
We're going
cut,
to
cut,
one
cut,
final
cut.
game in this set between these two.
I
Oh
can't
my
believe it was
God.
a medium kick to do it also. I can't believe it was the medium kick.
من ربع واحد من ربع واحد ربع ربع.
قلت لك ايدوم يحب يولي ايدوم يحب يولي دائما هكا. اذا تشوف كيما طاح معاه في الفينال كان خاسر.
That's
Yeah.
what sets
وعاود
IDoom
يقول
apart.
دائما
I
هكذا
feel like he
ايدوم.
utilizes that in some of the most clutch situations that I've seen thus far.
So I'm really curious to see what happens here because Punk is in character
Are you
select.
kidding me?
So look, he's given up on the Karen, just thrown her off the yacht. She's off the boat in the middle of the
own
ocean.
yacht,
Her
by the
own
way.
yacht, by the way. And now we're going to get another character. But I will say, now one of the things I love about Street Fighter 5, and I say this to anybody who goes into any
نعم،
new
نعم.
fighting
ما
game, 'cause a lot of people
يقسم
play
لي.
Street Fighter, right? Coming from 4, coming to 5, or whatever the case may be. I love to see them switch over and play newer characters that might fit their play style a little better than past characters. And Punk has been one of those people. I love to see him playing Chun-Li back in the day when he used to play the Chun-Li. I love
He
seeing
still
him
plays
bust
it for
out the
certain
Vega.
matchups,
Right?
yeah.
I
I mean,
love seeing him bust out the Vega.
Even the can.
Yes, even the can.
Oh my God, what if it's can?
But that's what I mean. We see the thing about Punk is like now he's wrapped his playstyle around these other characters and he can do it damn well. So I really want to see what character is going to come from these two. But I think I heard a chuckle. I thought I heard a chuckle, and that definitely just sounded like Karen maybe taking a break.
كارين
ما
يبدلوش
I think you have a very valid point.
I'm غير
My
بالضبط.
argument to that is we've seen it time and time again, day 1 and 2. If there's gonna be a moment for you to switch characters,
For me, this is
why
best
not
game.
do it in the earlier part of the
No,
set?
that's true.
There was a time where it was 4-2, right? He did manage to lose a game against IDoM, making it 4-3.
What?
He should have switched.
Kami?
Is this a run back from Capcom Cup?
Cammy
again?
Back on display to win the set, goes back to the Cammy. Crouching medium punch anti-air. Almost every time a conversion with the jump ins from Punk. They let you know it's not character specific, it's player specific.
مش عارف
Gets the throw.
No Oki though.
شالوا
Pretty
صحته
important. Tried to anti-air it. You see it. Punk
Conversion.
now. Still harassing with the dive kick. It was a trade for IDoM though.
And still with the crouching medium punch. Actually got the trade. Here's the back throw. Lively still in favor of Cammy. Oof.
A significant one at that. Okay, so IDoM is not allowed to whip any of these whips except for that one. Okay, that was a little lucky.
Confirm. Trigger still
See ya.
active. Dash up. Says, you know what? I don't even need that trigger damage. I'm just gonna
Oh,
dash.
dead.
Not dead.
God, don't get thrown.
Back throw.
No way.
What happens now? Do you spin meter to get a little closer to the win? Or do you
What's
hope to
gonna
hit
be?
and cash out with the CA? Which one is it going to be?
Cammy's just going to be going for a single hit. It could be a medium kick, but the fact of the matter is, he has to get past the minefield of normal.
Yeah, we've
punish. That was indeed a whip. Why are you saying it like that?
باينه
تسكت لك تفوتني اسكت شوي اسكت تمر عند الاخر
خلي ساكت
Going into the next match again, Punk looking at exhibition point, the change to Cammy ever so
Whoa,
impressive.
the
But the high,
anti-air
oh my,
confirmed.
that was disgusting.
Neutral jump. Oh my God, the standing medium kick. EX high heel kick there. Slap. How can she slap?
Oh. I hate you. Oh boy, I hate this even more. That conversion just leads to so much damage.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh yeah!
B reverse. Not gonna work. Backs up a little bit. Throws whiff. Catches with the crouching jab. Jump in. Crouching. Every medium punch. V reversal again. Stand medium punch.
Kick.
Final round.
The medium kick from
Final
IDoM.
round.
He's doing so well. Please don't hurt me.
Final round.
Please don't hurt me.
Yes. Allez, final round.
IDoM again utilizing that stand medium kick like a master at work again.
خلي ساكت.
Just knowing the ranges that what Punk wants.
عندنا شعري من الله.
So on point.
Oh my gosh, yo, I know, look, if you're at home watching in the chat, please know that you're watching history right now. This is a dope set of Street Fighter V. Two of the best players in the world, two of the best players in the United States, masters of their
my
craft.
God,
What
the
a
late
miss.
side switch. Spending out all that meter. The counter hit, the stun. He's actually dead. Punk doesn't have a lot of scaling involved in this one. Is he going to do it? It's not quite over.
Oh my God. What?
Oh no!
come on.
Oh, not like this!
Oh my
There's the
God.
Molotov!
No.
It can still go either way!
No.
That's a throw!
No.
He's in kill position, Steve! If he gets a critical card, it could be it!
Oh my God, Punk.
Shit.
Punk. Oh my God. Damn!
شافها له كده كامل
I legit almost fell out of my seat. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for the pinnacle of Street Fighter V, look no further. That match was definitely it. That was the prime example of some of the best
شاهده بكامل مع الخطه كامل.
If it had this man getting out of his seat, ripping people's arms, I just installed a new one. Then you know it's good.
Bruh.
That's how you know it's good.
Wow. Wow.
Can you believe it?
The next level plays, the scramble that happened in that last round was the only one that happened like that entire set. When they got to the middle of the screen, like, they have to be moved. Now, every other time it was like, you know, we're going to back up a little bit. We saw IDoM hold up, get that tech instance, and possibly get combos. But then we got to the last game of this set, and then the Cammy came out. And still, IDoM was pretty much ready.
Circle,
right?
Man. He took that L from the year that IDoM won Capcom Cup. It's because of the fact that Punk took a couple of L's with that Cammy. Now it's gone full circle. He's had his redemption. Not only does he get the W, but he makes a huge, significant statement saying that his Cammy is now better.
Yeah, look, first off,
It is the exhibition winning character, by the way.
It's not a lot of people out there
لو كان جاب له ورايا
beating either one of these players. You know what I mean? It's not a lot of people. But I would love to see what some of these players, some of these commentators, some of the people watching in the lounge. Yo, James Chin, what's happening out there with Rob TV?
Bro, what's happening? What just happened in
Right,
that
you
set?
hear me? Do you
That
understand,
was
bro?
Bro, what is that? Bro, yo, let me know. Is that not do they not have the best rivalry in Street Fighter V history? I think so personally, bro. That was ridiculous. Coming down all the way to the wire last round, and then my man busts out the Cammy. Bro, I cannot express how just difficult it is just for Punk to walk up to IDoom like that, because his neutral is so strong, and that Karen versus Poison matchup is rough. Like, all due respect to IDoom, that was an amazing job on both sides, but Punk is ridiculous. I think he's easily the most talented Street Fighter V player of all time. That was godlike. What you thinking, James?
I don't know how they do this. I don't know how every single time these two play each other, it's just like one of the most epic matches that you will ever see. And again, strategically, I mean, it looked like IDoom was done. He was down so many games there, and Punk was playing so well, just inching forward, inching forward. I mean, you were talking about, how to get in on zoners and stuff at the analyst desk, and that's exactly, Punk was doing the right thing, but then IDoom, his just level of play caught him all the way up there. And I mean, look, I know there's no such thing, but can we award them a tie? Can we give them both first place, dude? Right? Can't we just dude, these two, I will watch a first 100 set with these guys any day. It's so good, and it's just one of the best rivalries ever.
Yo, I really feel like this is an unbelievable day, because we're spoiled with some amazing Street Fighter, and then of course, your boy been over here eating these chicken sandwiches, these beef and cheddars. I got my fries so I can get my carbs, give me some energy for my workout later, and that protein from my beef and cheddar. But I'll tell you what, that was one of the dopest sets that I have seen, and as amazing as it is to break it down back here, I cannot wait to hear what all of our analysts at the desk have to say.
It could not have been anything else, honestly, than a 5-4 last round between these two. Although I was a little worried that it wasn't going to be like that for a while. Me of little faith turned out to be an extremely close, extremely good set. Let's talk about it. Just a Kid, give me some thoughts.
Look, I got to take off the sunglasses for this. Oh, my God. Look, Punk was up 4-1 against IDoom, the Capcom Cup champ. That man has been through so many NLBCs and everything. Same with Punk, but we all thought IDoom was like 5-1? Really? Out of all things? But then IDoom said, I'm going to kick into high gear. He started just going in, understanding the matchup more and more, and he made it 4-4. And there's no better way for them to end it off with final game, final round. But then Punk, before the final game, final round, Punk does the weirdest decision potentially. I'm not sure. He picks Cammy. He was doing so well with Karen, but I'm not sure if his mental game was changed up. I'm not sure what he was thinking right there, but the Cammy got him the game-winning combo and everything. So I'm just curious what he was thinking right there.
I think I know what he was thinking. I think I know. Listen, Punk has something to prove with this Camwin. He's had something to prove for quite some time. That was the character he went to in the first set in Capcom Cup, which kind of got worked a little bit. He did eventually go to the Karen, but the Cammy did not do work. And he's had a history of, in major events, the Cammy has come to play, but I feel like it's never really gotten him an important W in the CPT's type event at EVO 2018. He also lost a very important set with Cammy. I mean, he's won NLBCs with every character, including Cammy, but I feel like this was a redemption arc for him, and also maybe kind of stealing IDoM's playbook here. We saw in the first CPT qualifier for NA East that Punk qualified through. IDoM was doing amazing with Poison, but there was a sequence where Punk, he was about to be eliminated 3-2 or 3-0 actually the first set where he ran it all the way back. And then in the final game, or the final 2 games of the reset, IDoM just lost one game. He switched to Laura. He needed to win just one more game. He wanted to random him out. I've heard Punk say the same thing. I just wanted to random me out with Laura.
Trigger.
Yeah, so he had 2 games to burn, and he burned both of them and lost it. So I feel like that was also kind of hinting at IDoM's strategy a little bit there. But you can also see the tool sets that were different. Karen, she has to spread so much in that neutral where she has to dash in and out around the whip ranges. That controls a lot. And the footsies were taking place, but they're taking place at 3/4 screen. So Cammy has has those same options, those mobility options, but on top of that, she has things like the EX drill, the V-trigger drill. She can use special moves that move forward very fast to whiff punish, and we saw that in one of the rounds. He whiff punished the poison crouching fierce punch, which Karin really cannot do effectively with that EX drill on reaction to put him up at match point. So I think the switch made a lot of sense. It was very scary for Punk in that situation, but I'm proud of him actually for pulling out the W with the Cammy switch. I feel like that's a big moment for him.
Yeah, I think that was very interesting as well. That was a moment that I was a little worried about too. I was thinking back to CEO when he switched to Cammy versus Mono in Winners Finals, and that didn't work out for him either. But obviously this one did. I'm not going to make a crack here. This match was way too good for that. Let's go to the RB.
كيما تاع اللي شكون يربح.
Man, oh man, was this the me? But you know what? This is the media set that we've had. The closest one and probably the most exciting one. Punk gets it done. And I don't know if the beef was, you know, steak or whatever was paying the flavor. But I do know Punk got the win. Listen, even before he made the switch, I really liked this game plan. Running the medium punch of Karin is something I haven't seen. Maybe it's recency bias, I'm not sure. But he had a game plan, but still, IDoom snuffed that. Then he said, let me
ما غافنيش الربح خسارة إيدوم كما غافني الربح
And that was a pretty interesting change for sure. In regards to the
شفت ما غافنيش خسارة إيدوم قد ما غافني الربح تاع
when it comes to viewer offensively, while Cammy doesn't do that, right, she switches sides on you. We saw that come into a clutch moment in the last game, where when Punk was cornered, he was able to turn sides because of that viewer versus. But I don't even want to talk about the details of the match, to be honest with you. I just want to take a moment to appreciate the incredible set we just saw between two generational talents. And considering the state of the world, everything that we've gone through over the past 2 years, we got to take some time to just be in this moment, right? We know announcements are on the horizon. We know we all got lives to live and going forward. But that was one of the most incredible fighting game sets you'll ever see between two players who, I mean, really have no equals. So big ups to IDoom, big ups to Punk, and I just hope we get to see this for many more years to come.
Just Kid, was there anything specific about how the two players played that really stood out to you?
I mean, literally, it was them just walking and dashing. It is as simple as something that everyone can do, but they just do it something differently. Punk, the way he moves, you just be like, how is this even possible in this kind of matchup with a character that has a whip? He is like knowing when to go in, when to stay out, and everything. Like, this man makes me think about my neutral so heavily every time. And I'm like, bro, there is no one at his level when it comes to simple things in neutral just like that.
Like, how many existential crises do you think Punk has given fighting game players, right? Like,
they want to quit. They're like, dang, bro.
Like, how is this possible?
What am I doing with this in my life right now?
He'll just walk to you with a character and you're like, wait, he just did that with my character?
Right, yeah. With your own character.
Right. Yeah, I think both of those players do that too. I know I've given me plenty of existential crisis in the sets we played because they're just at that level. And I think the important thing to mention, like you said, it was the movement. Like, it's not where they land the hits, it's the situation directly before that. Yeah. How is Punk able to get into that range when Poison has that 3-4 screen moveset where she has a Crouching Fierce that prevents you from walking backwards or forward? She has the charge whips, which she can charge and release, control it with the air and the the mid that goes almost full screen pretty much. So the important thing is how Punk is able to navigate around that range. He's constantly walking in and out of that range at 3-4 screen, hoping to bait out a whiff. And in that moment during the recovery, that's where he's able to advance forward. He can dash forward there, maybe sneak in 2 dashes. It's basically the mind game at that range. Once Karin gets into the range where her buttons are effective again, the medium punch confirms, the crouching medium kick confirms. At that range, Poison has a lot to think about because you mentioned it earlier while we were talking, Karin is like a footsie grappler. If she gets in and she gets that hit, even though we all say, oh, Poison beats Karin. But if Karin gets that hit, it is just all offense from there on out. That's the great equalizer. The damage when she touches you, and then the situation after where she has so much mobility to get into the throw range. She runs the throw offense as good as anyone in this game. I mean, maybe only second to Cammy, I could argue. But the damage output she has when she gets in is what's able to get her those wins. When even though the neutral, it feels like it's like 95% Poison control. If she gets that touch, it can be game over.
Yeah, I do think that that's an apt comparison, Footsie's grappler, because it's even a similar range as for some of the grapplers where you begin to get really concerned about what's going to happen. Obviously not with grab, although you're right, she's got a great grab game, but like the big damage doesn't come from grabs. It nevertheless comes from that similar range of being up close to, a character length away more or less. And when you're there, when you're caught there, it's just terrifying, and I think that's obviously particularly true when it comes to Punk, whose throw strike game is incredible, right? One of the best for sure.
Sure, true. Yeah. But, you know, on top of all this, the Cammy pick was so smart because he couldn't get the jump in to get that win. He had to run the die kick situation, and we saw the medium punch check him constantly, and he had that extra approach, that extra little bit, also with the whip punches on the crouching fierce. I thought it was an excellent choice to go to the Cammy pick to get the job done, and that just enhances his playstyle, his templates that he puts on people.
I'm glad you mentioned the anti-air game because there was one instance where Punk jumped at IDoom, and IDoom is the best poison in the world at using her wheel kick to anti-air. Because if you trade with that move, it's actually so much worse for you because she gets the trade combo into the EX whip in the air that does a billion stun. He got about a 50% combo from an anti-air in that situation. So yeah, Karen, she can try to jump to mix it up, but like it works out very badly if that trade happens.
True.
What do you guys think about the fact that he did not try Ken?
I don't know. Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe dissuaded from the 5v5. But look, I actually feel like those two playstyles are very similar. I think Karen focuses more on dashing in that range to kind of play the footsies in that manner. Whereas with Ken, it's not as much as dashing. He does that as well. Of course, Ken has like a 15-frame dash, one of the fastest in the game. But Ken has the jump fierce. So you're much more able to go to the sky and say, hey, if I guess correctly on your button, I'm going to land that jump fierce and run the offense. But I don't know. I feel like Karen, that's his tried and true. I feel like Punk. IDoom's one of the few people on the planet that can force Punk to try hard.
Come
on, that's where his mind was at. I'm trying.
Go for next. I think we went with Cammy over Ken because of that random factor, right? Like I want to random you out one game, and I feel like Punk's Ken is very grounded, very whiff punish based, very slow. And going back to the V reversals as well, right? It doesn't give you that utility that Karen or Cammy has, right? It just keeps you standing. And with the way that IDoom was playing, I don't think Punk wanted to really stay in that neutral range with him anymore. That's why Cammy gave him more options. Longer range for the spiral arrow, different air trajectories with the dive kick. So I think it was a very smart choice from Punk to go with that Cammy for that last game clutch out.
This was a set that was defined by some swings. Of course, at one point it was 4-1, and then there was a significant comeback by IDoom, almost taking it in the end. Did you guys notice any substantial changes in these players' play that led to those big swings?
Look, IDoom was just playing his game, but some little itty bitty things such as, you know, Punk just trying to be a little too antsy when jumping in, and IDoom doesn't crouch medium punch the big skill. He's out of the corner now. It's his gameplay now. He does whatever he wants to do, and he also a couple of times kept it mid-screen, especially with Poison. Because Poison, of course, she has good close quarters type tools, but she has, of course, the whip. And being mid-screen with a life lead as well, it's the perfect recipe for just, I can do whatever I want. It doesn't matter what you do.
I think there were some adjustments from IDoom, but I do kind of feel like Punk was a bit antsy, but also I want to emphasize again, Punk is doing a lot of guessing, right?
Like,
So
exactly.
this we talked about the matchup again. Karen will win if she gets in, but there's guessing involved with that. And you talked about the jumps. Yeah, he's going to the jumps, but Karen has to guess a bit in the neutral. She has to guess when to move behind the whips, guess when to jump in, because if she tries to play pure footsies, she's just got to get zoned out, Poison's version of zoning. But on the other hand, though, I feel like IDoom's actually the one who was showing a little bit of cracks in the armor, even during that comeback sequence. There was a few drop moments where he would have sealed the deal on that round. It didn't really cost him because he ended up winning those games, right? That was when he was down 4, when he kept winning last game, when Cammy switched to Cammy. There wasn't like too many drops in that situation, but it was interesting to see how like IDoom, who's the person I herald as being like the machine, like that guy is always playing 95, 98%, like he's always at his peak, where Punk has been in the past. We've seen situations where he might have played worse than what we expect. IDoom, hey, he had some cracks in the armor leading up to that finale.
But isn't that the beautiful part about their personality dynamic, right? Like when you're the opposite, I mean, maybe I'm just speaking from like a subjective standpoint here, but oftentimes when you have that clashing personality, the exact opposite, that's the person you don't want to lose to.
Oh,
that's the person that represents everything that you're not about with how you approach the game. Not to say that they have any beef on that level or anything.
Could be something similar.
But yeah, exactly. But I could see why his play style and just Punk in general can get under IDoom's skin, and why those cracks in the armor can show, because he's the person that's right there on you with that pedestal, and just the way he carries himself is much different from how you do it. So I could just see that even unconsciously kind of getting under IDoom's skin a little bit.
Fantastic set yet again. Wow, 5-4, final round. I'm really happy that that happened, not just because those two players are some of my favorites to watch, and that set was one of my favorites to watch, but because we haven't had as many 5-4s as I was hoping for.
Oh, yeah.
So let's go.
5-1.
Yeah.
Now we got actually a good set and everything.
For sure. All right. No, it was really good. Let's talk about Magic the Gathering and Secret Lair X Street Fighter. You can head over to secretlair.wizards.com, where your favorite Street Fighter characters are now available as Magic the Gathering cards. You're right. My favorite Street Fighter characters: Zangief, Dhalsim, Honda. Dan is on the Blanca card, and that's the list. Those are my favorites right there.
That's your favorite, Dan?
That's my list.
You have such bad taste. We gotta
get a better list. We gotta talk after this. You know, if you have good taste, you need to go to Arby's, baby. They've been holding us down time and time again. Do you have a lot of pride in your meat? Well, no better way to show that off than by heading to arbishop.com. Get shirts, buns out, tank tops, you can even rock the 10-gallon hat like Smug. Again, everything available at arbishop.com. By heading to arbishop.com.
We've also got some news about a collaboration between Street Fighter V and the mobile game King of Fighters All-Star. This dream collaboration will go live around the end of March with Ryu, Chun-Li, and other popular characters from Street Fighter V joining King of Fighters All-Star Special Fighters. Look forward to an exclusive dungeon where Street Fighter V characters fight against KOF characters, exclusive battle cards, in-game events, and so much more. Again, many characters are being prepared for this collaboration. Additional info will be revealed through the official King of Fighters social media. Look forward to that. We have but one match remaining for this CPT season final. That, of course, will be Daigo versus Kawano. Maybe a little bit of something after that as well. Make sure that you stick around.
كان راح لك الشيش
الشهال ويز بدك جبل كامل
يكزو
بعد ماتش كونتر فوزن
ما على بر انا استغرب حاجه باللي ما قدرلوش بكارين
لو كان داروا الاخرى لو كان راهم يديروا كامل يديروا الاخرى يربحوا نورمال
بصح الله خير ماتش الاخر
عندهم انتيار شباب بارافور
الماتش الاخر ما عندك ما دير الماتش الاخر ما عندك ما دير تشونغ تشونغ تشينغ
Too much?
One more.
Sucks to be you. I'm always ready for a fight.
شيتا هورز اوف هوريزون.
نو.
Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, it is time for what I'm going to call the main event. I know it's not billed as the main event, but it is time for the main event, the last matchup on this fight card here at the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. And we are going to Japan. It's going to be Daigo, the Beast, Umehara against Kawano. And what an epic matchup this is, because you have the master against the apprentice, the young player that he has championed for a number of years. He put him on with that Umehara Gold team in Street Fighter League last season. He's been championing Kawano. Is he going to dethrone him? He wasn't able to do it in the CPT. It looked quite bleak.
Like old generation versus new generation here for me. Yes, these guys played in the third Japan qualifier in that grand final. Sensational stuff. But you know what? Kawano, again, best young player in Japan for me. One of the best young players out there in the world because of just what he's been trying to accomplish and who he's been like taking it to.
We just consider him as an elite player now, not a young player. He's just a world-class player, and he makes that Colleen look so good. But if you go back to those grand finals and you watch that matchup again, Daigo had an absolute mastery of this matchup. Cannot wait for this one. It is going to be absolutely incredible. It's Daigo Umehara against Kawano in our final match here at the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 season final. Japan region. Is it going to be the Beast or is it going to be the young pretender? It's first to 5. We're powered up. I know the guys in the studio are as well. Let's hand it over to them and get into our final set.
Woo! All right. Final match of the night. Final match of the
Let's
weekend.
go! نشوف إذا يبدأون أناونس متأسس ولا يبدأون بحاجة واحدة.
CPT season final. We've had great matches every single
ما
day.
تجيبوا بينا
We're here
ثمانية.
again. Third day, last match is coming up, but there's a lot to run through that we have already seen and that we need to talk about. Let's take a look back at the schedules and talk about some of our favorite matchups. So to go back to day number 1, Nephew, what was something that stuck out to you?
Honestly, my favorite match of this first day was Papoy versus Jamie. I hadn't actually watched their CPT when it happened, but both players were very explosive, and I really enjoyed, even though Papoy lost to Jamie, his style with Laura and all the mix-ups and resets were very entertaining to watch, so it was just a very fun thing.
What do you got, Rob?
That definitely was a ridiculous match. Man, you might have even took mine with that. Actually, no, I think that might have been my second place. My first place was actually easily Ding Chung Chu.
دايما شحال هي حتى ما تشوف.
Man, I feel like there again this season has shown us so many players that we just didn't know like were super godlike and world class, and I would say that both of these players fall into that category. But I want to make sure I give an extra big shout out to DCQ because you know that's the good thing about qualifying for these big things. In the end of the day, you don't really need just a cosign. These are open bracket tournaments in your region. No excuses. Go in there, win, qualify, and my man DCQ did that with his chest out. Again, we know about the talking trash back to Shao Hai, Easy Cake, and all that, and then coming out here against Joe Young Ho, proving his point, making his money, and you know it shows why we need to have him on every single event that is possible. He's just that good.
What'd you like, Marine?
I will have to go with Narrow the Box
على
and
بيرو عندهم
Frozen.
دراهم.
I just love watching those two play because
مش يعرف.
those two were
Hmm.
actually like my first
Voilà,
time
yeah,
commentating their matches and starting my journey here at the Capcom CPTs, and it's very memorable for me and like very heartwarming in a way.
Aw.
Yeah, so I am so thankful. Of course, I'm so thankful to be here, and I'm so thankful to see these awesome matches and be here at the desk with you guys. But Nair the Boxer and Frozen, you guys are so awesome, and I really hope to see more from you guys. Super cool guys.
What you going with, Saint? What you going with?
Hey, let me get an order of that Travis Styles and Panda batch that we got.
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
That one was super tight, and I feel like his tap usage was ridiculous. It reminded me of why not only the character's so cheap,
لما كان يدير ستريت
but
فايتر
how to
6
play
يوريه هو
a
اللي
game
كذا.
like that, and how to use that piece
Of
of
course.
like why he is
هذا
one
أيوه.
of the people to really put that on the map like that. So
يمكن.
Travis, beautiful man, beautiful gameplay,
All right, let's go to
إيه كان سلاح وبيجون لا.
Let me just recap some of what happened for you here. Momi took it 5-0 over Takamura. Kusanagi took it 5-1 over Gamma. Mena RD took it 5-1 over Jimmy DR. Gust took it 5-3
ماتش
over
الدوزيام كان شوية
Ronaldinho.
ماتش ولا.
Big Bird took it 5-2 over Angry Bird. Infiltration 5-4 over NL in our then closest match
لا خلي
at that
خلينا
time.
نقول.
And then Infectious 5-2 over the Four Fills. Nephew, what stood out?
I'm going to go with Angry Bird versus Big Bird as my favorite match. I've played both of them a lot during the Street Fighter Leagues that we've had, Season 3 and Season 4. And what stood out to me this match was just like Big Bird's Luke combos. I feel like we don't really see Luke V-Trigger 2 at all.
Yeah,
Pretty much,
that's sick.
Yeah, pretty much all of the other Luke players decide to use V-Trigger 1 because it's easy to use and also just very good for zoning. And nice
some
confirm. But Big Bird actually has all the combos labbed out, and like he just had random combos in the corner that led to 50%, so it was just fun to watch.
My favorite match for day 2, which is very difficult to say, but I'm going to have to go with match number 3. Mena RD going up against Jimmy DR. And it's just because I feel like that's a match that just it shows so much. It's symbolic of a whole lot. Jimmy DR, more of a newcomer when it comes to
ما يتبعوا ستريم يعني ما
getting on a
يديروا.
grand stage
I
like
don't
this. I
care.
think this is the biggest stage that he's
خلي
played on
بالك
after
هذيك
qualifying
كيفك.
for CPT and everything. And I just feel like we
أنا ما
wouldn't
كنت أنت هنا
really know as much about this region if it wasn't for that player that he went up against in Mena RD. I just can't express how amazing it is, what he's done for himself and for his region. This isn't some kid was from like some amazing, easy silver spoon background. He had to get it out the mud, entering open bracket tournaments, going to a completely different country. I don't know if a lot of people know this. Mena actually even learned English via the FGC. Watching streams and whatnot. So really an amazing FGC success story. So anytime that he does well, I think it's good for him and his entire region. Amazing match there for Mena and Jimmy.
For me, I really liked match 1 between Takamura and Momi because we did see in the grand finals of their CPT, Takamura definitely took reign over Momi, but Momi was able to just play his matches, see what he did wrong, and was able to, capitalize on the things that he should have been doing. And then he definitely took that over from Takamura on the finals. So definitely my favorite match between those two. Seriously, super awesome stuff.
Yeah, I thought that it was really cool to see how Momi made some changes, right?
Yeah.
Made some adaptations.
I gotta say, we're talking about changes and Infectious and Four.
Oh, that was sick.
Yep.
That was
super sick because I feel like Infectious this year has definitely become a better player in terms of broadening his game plans and not just sticking to something that's going to get him killed over and over again. We definitely saw him go for the cross-up ranges and things like that. And even though Infectious took that win, I got to give a big shout out to Four Fills for the work that they've been putting in, not only in the, I say they because, they got a lot of brothers, so Four Fills, 1, 2, 3, 4. But
I never actually noticed that anymore. You said, that's fire.
Yeah.
That's fire.
But the Four Fills on some real stuff has been working out in the Salt Mine Leagues. Week after week we see them in those tournaments fighting the best of the UK with the character that has not been put on the map until they came with that play. So Four Fills, even though they lost, I got to give them big ups to get this far to fight someone like Infectious. But back to Infectious though, that Ken was looking slick and there was still more in the tank, I feel like, for Infectious in that match. But that just shows you how strong he is as a competitor in terms of learning the game and, understanding and how to manipulate people.
For me, it was match 4. I don't think that's anybody's surprise.
Yeah, for sure. Gust, big Gust.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching Gust Honda. I also really enjoy watching Nash. It's a rare treat to see that character. Even with the buffs, it's just not terribly common. And super cool to see that, you know, Ronaldinho got up there. He played very well, I think, in many ways, but Gust had such great offense. He had some great reads. I do think there were some times where Ronaldinho maybe didn't challenge where he could have, and Gust made it through. But, you know, I'm just happy to see my Honda brethren out there having some success.
Hey, don't do that. That's mean.
He played really, really well.
He played really well.
Gus did play well.
Yeah.
I'm memeing.
Let's go to day 3. Oh, that's today.
Huh, I wonder where my favorite match is going to be.
I don't know. Let me just recap the ones that we've had so far. Again, we haven't yet hit that final one. Phenom won 5-1 versus Reichman's Barnett. Rob TV won 5-0 over Brian F. Mr. Crimson won 5-0 over Kills You. And then Chris CCH won 5-1 over Nephew. Higuchi 5-2 over Mago. And then, as we just saw in an extremely close last round set, Punk took it 5-4.
شوفوا عفسه مليحه من عند دايجو.
Nephew, I feel like I probably know which one's not your favorite, but which one was your favorite?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna steal everyone else's favorite match for this one. I'm gonna go with Punk versus IDoom.
Hey, like, we don't have to give our opinions on this. We know that the Punk and IDoM is really
the
good.
best. That was
Super good.
So far, at least.
Yeah, it was just so close. Every time they play, it just feels like there's so much adaptation from game to game. Every set is so close, and the matchup isn't so good for Karen, and Punk had to switch to the Cammy, and he was able to close it out with a drill that I wasn't even sure was going to work at the end.
Man, it's kind of rough looking at all of these, but I think I'm going to go with Rob TV versus Brian Neff. I just feel like the Karen player, no, seriously. I'm actually, mine would have been Punk versus IDoM, but with that not being the one, I'm going to actually have to go with Higuchi versus Mago. Higuchi played ridiculous, actually. I want to make sure I just bring it one specific moment, like as far as his defense. He switched up his options just so well, but there's this one spot where on the Giles wake up, Mago goes for a jump light kick to put himself in the corner, but you do that because if he flash kick is going to whiff, and if he blocks it, he doesn't have charge to do another flash kick. But my man actually V-shifted the jump light kick just to get out of there. So I actually think that Higuchi is a ridiculous guy, and if we had like a regular CPT season, he would have easily been in Capcom Cup regardless.
Anything stand out to you guys?
Just to briefly kind of say it, so Reichman's Barnett. Oh my gosh, it's like a tongue twister saying his name. My apologies. So his match with Phenom was really, really good because in their CPT grand finals, you know, we did see that Reichman's Barnett won against Phenom when he did the switch where he played Kadi and then Nikali, and it just didn't quite work out for him. And then here at the season finals, we randomly saw him play Bison, and it was actually really cool to see because he has so many characters under his belt. And Reichman's Barnett, he is playing Manat, and like he's really good with Manat, but he wasn't able to pull through Phenom.
يا ودي يديرنا الماتش عليك بديرنا هكا.
I want to give it quick and easy. Mr. Crimson versus Kills You was a fantastic match. Even though it was a wash, you definitely saw the power of Sim and why he's top 10.
Yeah, I mean, all right. Okay, yeah, you know, fair enough. All right, well, look, we do have another match that's coming up, all right? We do have Daigo versus Kawano. Here we go. Check out the differential. I love that there are players at Daigo's age, and in fact, there are players older than him. There's players before in the 10 who are still making big things happen in fighting games, including in Street Fighter V. Awesome to have yet again from the Japanese FGC, the old guard versus the new guard. Nephew, talk to me about this.
So I want to start off by saying that Kawano is like one of my favorite players. He's so fun to watch, and I think he's one of the most creative and innovative players.
Colin.
Like Colin's been out for I think 5 years now, and he's still making new tech. Like
تعرف بلي كولين محقورة.
Number 4 CPT when he did the sweep anti.
كولين مليحة وتبي كلام حتى لا ديروها أيام.
إيه لا بصح تشوفها ما نكش ليه بزاف اللي يلعبوا بها.
Doing that. On top of that, Kawano's footsies and neutral are really good as well. But he does have a really tough road ahead of him not only is he playing Daigo, who I feel like is his coach or like his mentor kind of, like he kind of was on Daigo's Street Fighter League team last season and he's kind of taught him about Street Fighter, I feel like. But Guile is just a really hard matchup for Colleen as well, due to the Fireball. And even when Colleen gets in through the Fireball, a barrage of Guile, he still has his V trigger once he's around 70% life down. And he's able to get out for free with like a boom activate or a sweep activate. So you kind of have to get in twice, which is really hard for Colleen.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to this match, it's definitely, as Nephew said, it is an uphill battle. But with that being said, I do feel like the stage is
شوف الجو اللي طالعه بزاف كاع.
you look at the fact that
ماك شحال رايك في هذوك ستريت فايتر؟
with Japan,
91 91
we just actually saw
بيقفلوا الصنكة.
beating Margo. It's not like this is just
نصورها هذه.
the young guys are
تويتش ولا وين؟
actually, running stuff over there, and I feel like
ايه خاطر كاين راهم كاينين بزاف اللي راهم ستريميين.
outside of just the Guile versus Colleen matchup being rough, this is also prep time Daigo. Daigo does not typically lose long sets. I would argue that he is the best player of all time when it comes to long sets. We haven't even seen him lose one. I don't know if 1st to 5 would count as that to you guys, but I definitely think that's tough. I don't think that Daigo is ready quite yet to hand over that baton. I think he is still in tip-top shape, as we've seen with him even qualifying for this event. So definitely a rough one. I think a rough draw for him. I would not be surprised to see him take it just because we saw what he did after getting smoked by
Facebook, some RG.
He comes back into CPT with a brand new strategy and smokes Tokido. So it's definitely going to be a good match.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm just kind of like thinking back where
يكزيستيش كاع سام ارجي عندنا.
Daigo, he won Japan 3,
Some point RG.
and then Kawano won Japan 4. So obviously both players qualifying. But then I remember from their recent CPT set where they
Sam.Alg543.
Right.
Yep. So when he was at the bracket, he was able to take over Daigo. I believe it was 3.
Gaileandrov.
I think it was.
Okay.
Gaileandrov.
It was just really cool to see because like these young stars rising up to the top and seeing that they're taking over, the OGs like Daigo, everyone else in the scene.
543.
But again, like you said, Daigo, he's very focused, he's very headstrong, and is like we don't see him lose sets like that at all. So I am really excited to see if Kawano is still consistent from that grand finals match with them. To execute this today.
I do think that there's one thing that might help out Kawano performance at Street Fighter League Japan, where I feel like he didn't believe in his Colleen. He switched to Vega, and I'm sorry if that's supposed to be watching like that, but he had switched to a character that he thought would be, proficient, and it didn't work out. That's suffice to say. But I feel like when he has these things that strike him down, Kimono Michi, moments like that where it was determining for his team to get that win, losing that momentum and stuff like that, that makes the fire in him just grow hotter and hotter. And that may be the determiner today, take it from Daigo in this play. We'll have to see. I can't wait for it. I ain't gonna hold you no longer.
I'm looking very much forward to it myself. Let's go to the commentators. Again, we have Vicious and Tasty Steve.
Before we get into the matches, I do want to take the time to thank everybody involved in the production side of things, everybody that's been tuning in from around the world for this very special occasion to celebrate not only Street Fighter V, but its community as well as the players, and big ups to yourselves. Celebrate yourselves. This is your moment, to be honest. This is all put up for you. But one specific thing, I do want to have a big highlight for Blue Coast Productions, especially Tony Fontana for putting in all the work, the premier Honda player in this studio exclusively. But for the most part, everybody that pivoted the show at the drop of a dime from a cup atmosphere to this exhibition for the players. They've done a phenomenal job in very little time and have done it flawlessly.
Yo, shout out to Blue Coast, man. Thank you guys for holding it down. Not only for this, man. We see you for Street Fighter League. I work with you guys as well.
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what the analyst was talking about. Rob, I gotta correct you about your sets and Daigo losing. We cannot forget the faded, the graded Lupe Fiasco did beat Daigo in a set. He's down to run it back, man. Happy belated to my bro, Lupe Fiasco. But get your facts straight, Rob TV. Don't be up here. Put some respect on my man's name. I know you love Daigo and everything, and he about to play right now. But make sure you get the facts straight. Anyways.
Other than that, we're going into Kawano versus Daigo. right? We have seen the faded kind of matchup between former teammates. It's still going to be student versus the teacher in a certain regard to it. But all jokes aside, I think Kawano has really made a light into himself of the character that he's played, or excuse me, the person that he is as a player now. He's come into his own skin and really has dominated the scene, not only in Japan, but around the world. So we're going to see how it plays out. Daigo versus Kawano. It's going to be a bloodbath for sure.
First of 5. That's what's on the line right now. Final exhibition of this CPT 2021 season final. And like Nephew said, man, still an innovator of the character, Kawano, in this co-league.
Nice start. The background is doing damage as well. But again, Daigo doing a great job of switching it up between the normal usage and the Sonic Boom usage, right? He's not afraid, even after taking that back roundhouse, still able to go Sonic Booms. Again, just narrowly avoiding damage. Kawano just slowly trying to slice Daigo's activity or the defense.
أصبر في تريجر كيجي في تريجر تقول لي حاجة عنده غلط.
تقول لي حكاية هذا غلط. Okay, it's definitely not working out.
He got the trigger. He triggered. Hey, nice. No,
but also
not
the
yet.
neutral is really strong, really committing to those booms and not giving
He
a
got
chance
the trigger
for
now.
Kawano
Let's
to
go.
kind of walk him to this corner. Although he is there, and look at the light.
Oh my God!
Wow. Away, but Daigo. On the fence now, on the ropes now. There's the activation by Kawano.
What a time attack. Trigger is on board for Daigo. Any sort of hit could lead into big damage, or even getting himself out of the situation.
Yo, let's go.
How many times has he confirmed that for the W? Well, guess what? And it again.
Sonic!
Shit.
Oh, he's not dead!
Oh my God, somebody!
Sorry.
Oh, he did a throw!
He actually placed a kick! Kawano clicked it back out with the critical art!
Oh my God. That was the first round.
I don't talk. I don't talk.
Slow comment.
That was the first round. Let's go. That was the first round.
What is happening? How much was just spent on the table? 2 critical arts back to back?
Wow, that was so good.
Oh, God, help me.
I was drooling a little bit. That was kind of sick.
I saw that. I saw it. I turned around to see if he was drooling.
I was hot.
قربت المايك تاعي قربت طيحته.
That's what I'm talking about. Really gets the blood pumping, you know?
What a confirm off of that.
Parabellum on the hand.
Kawano again enforcing that lockdown with the throw. What a time to contest. Daigo now creating some space with the booms, and more so with the Sobot kick, but now Kawano has kept Daigo contained. Will the beast be unleashed though? Counter hit, nothing of it.
What?
Keep pushing with the normals. See, Kawano has a lot of buttons out there, and I feel like you need to be careful doing this versus Daigo. He's getting a lot closer to that
nice.
trigger. There it is now after the air throw, but still stuck in this corner. Activation after the target combo.
Yeah, watch out for that. Escaping the throw yet again. Daigo now, he has an opportunity to get his hit confirmed. It's a trigger. That could have been it. That could have been a dire straight.
Wow, the anti-air sweep from Daigo. Oh my God. Oh man. Kawano round right. Definitely. He's like, you know what? I ain't gonna even take the long route. You can just die now. 1 round apiece in this first game. We're going to a 3rd round. Only CA available for Kawano at this point.
This is only game 1, by the way.
Wow.
It's a game we've seen thus
Much
far.
well.
I feel like I've aged years right now.
Oh,
this is still the first game.
It'll never show though. It'll never show. That's the thing.
Nope.
Or
Jesus. Okay.
Nice jump.
A little late on hitting the button. That jumping roundhouse, that heavy kick didn't find his mark.
Could have been big damage against Daigo, but right now he's still in control with some of these booms. Right, he is getting closer. What a time to jump out as well.
Nice sweep punish.
Finds the mark with this heavy punch.
What a reaction!
He take this.
Damage already.
Nope.
Really well. From one corner to the other, it's been so difficult.
Activation.
For Daigo. Up until this moment.
Oh wow! I thought there was going to be enough time to activate the vanity step to get through. Take throw.
Wow.
Scenario before. If he gets this snap on the Sonic Boom, he's going to confirm it.
There it is. Dash up.
Okay, maybe not to confirm, but he still gets an option out of there. Now he gets to play offense.
Oh wow! Looking for the vanity step jump, but there's the jump for Kawano. Not going to be damaged, but this is trouble.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, you got to remember who I am. Walks behind the baby boom and the crouching jab to check the walk. That was very, very smart because Gal was not getting full conversion at that point. Eating that boom with that little bit of life, just committing to the jab, gives the round to Kawano. First game, not because of it was easy, but it was a full 3-round count for that first game, but it's going to Kawano.
Say what happens if Daigo hadn't blocked that. I think that would have been just fine for Daigo, you know, either way. But the fact that Kawano made that split-second decision to take that risk, that was super, super clutch. It happened to work out in his favor. I don't think there would have been a scenario where if Daigo had blocked that crouching jab, I don't
المهم
think
اني
he
ربحك
would have
ان
too
0
much off of that.
yes.
It's really hard to tell determining the space. Like maybe he could have gotten a sweep, but there was a lot of, I feel like that boxing would not have allowed him to take the damage.
So the thing is, I'm pretty sure Daigo was counting on the walk back from Kuwano, right? Kuwano held his ground, legit just ducked and did crouching jab. Kind of what we remember how in season 1 people like, your life get low, I'll go for the jab. I'll just keep legit just spamming the jab. And it kind of fits the same way, but this time in a kind of higher elevated mindset, right? Like that you have to make that call out.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I think Kuwano, again, making the right call there. A really good read against Daigo. Getting him the first game. Low forward check already. More so of the movement against Daigo. He cannot move forward, hence why he's been kind of chilling in this corner a good amount of these games so far, but it's okay with him. He can just chuck these booms all day if he needs to.
And these trades are not going in Daigo's favor. Just heavy buttons on heavy buttons. Gets the EX this time around, knocked down in the corner.
Shimmy.
A jab for the walk back on Kuwano. V-shift, still got the hit. So much range on the V-break, on the V-shift break right there.
So intimidating. Oh, not in time to get any sort of anti-air. Kuwano now still trying to enforce the point of keeping Daigo contained, but still creating these spaces with the booms. Look at that, back to near mid-screen.
And you can tell right now that Daigo's okay with
Sonic
playing
boom,
a lot of
Sonic
times versus
boom.
any Coling, right? No matter
House
what,
activation.
you're kind of playing very
دير
cautious
بوم
at the
يactivate
time.
لك.
He has great heavy buttons.
لا غير
Still
شوف
has the
غير
hailstorm, which you're probably not going to see on knockdown.
اكتباه
But still,
حلو
just great ground control with the button.
رمضي
Activate right here off the block target.
And look at that, man. Daigo immediately dashes forward, immediately chasing down Kuwano off of the read that he would backdash. This is going to be a good amount of damage, if not death, right?
Yeah.
A lance after that. One more
Nice.
for kill.
Oh
EX
my
blast
God, he did it again.
EX DP ما كان والو.
Anti-air sweep again. Blocked. Throw.
What's
the
gonna
option
be?
this time? Goes for the boom. You saw Kuwano commit to a button, jump in with a little block stun on top of it.
One more boom to chase down the icicle.
Wow.
coming
The
out
Mega
with the
Man
second
jump for the kill.
Hit him with the bloop. I can't believe Daigo was still
yeah,
recovering.
yeah,
Remember,
yeah,
it was
yeah.
bloop and actually got
كلخله
nailed by the icicle.
كلخله في
That
الشباب.
don't sound like an icicle, bro. I just want you to know.
هذيك
Like
سونيك
Don't play
بوم.
that sound in Mega Man.
شوف كي هذيك.
Bloop. I'm telling
شوف
you.
شو
Either
اليوم
way,
ديالك.
Daigo, again, just
ياه شايفكم شارجين ليه تواسن
على طيب.
real slip.
Crouch jab.
ويلعب بيت بوقت شارجيت مثلا
Starting to go
فرمى
back to further range. Oh, wow. Didn't have enough time. And commits to the EX right there. A little faster startup. Kuwano not going to have time to react.
Yeah.
You know he was looking for that EX vanity step to get through. That's what you
What's
want to
gonna
do.
be?
Change up that pace just to throw him off your trail. Block on the jump in. Neutral jump.
Man.
Looking for a dash from the V skill.
The
V-trigger,
discipline. Daigo does get opened up at the very last end of that V
Ooh,
trigger. Not going to be a big
never
deal,
mind.
though. What a time to get out of the corner and get a conversion off those lights. One throw will do it, and he definitely does it. You already know.
يعرضوا له مليح ها
Guess for game scenario, that had to be the option. That's the first place there for Daigo. Kuwano still hanging on. He has full critical alert on deck.
Sonic boom. Let's go.
Watch out,
Start
he's
Sonic
trying to
boom.
do punishes. You know Daigo is reluctant to throw those booms out because of the fact that Kuwano has meter. He can breeze through those, but up close, it's a lot harder to tell. Just like
there
that.
it
Nice.
is. There it is. Back throw. This is good for Daigo. Not a lot to work with.
Oh,
Sonic
anti-air
boom.
flash kick.
Flash
Stay out
kick,
the
of
air.
course.
Back throw. Here we go. Kuwano.
Anti-air sweep. He just did it again.
Sweep.
Nephew
ديرها
talked
له.
about that.
خلفها له خلفها له السويت تاعو.
EX Parabellum gets the stage carry, and Daigo still stuck in the corner.
Oh
Not
my
that
God.
other one, but back to the other
Ooh,
side.
whip
What a
punish.
whip punish. EX Parabellum not done yet, but this situation is getting dire for a throw not dead.
No.
One more could do it though.
EX flash
3
kick.
for 3. Flash kicks for Daigo.
Oh,
Gets
no.
the hit. Activation
go.
on the V trigger.
He's
This
not
is not
dead.
dead. But this situation is not good to get through.
No, we cannot. There's too many booms in place.
No.
The anti-air,
Oh, dear.
nice and easy. Kuwano keeping his cool, crouching, heavy punch, quite literally keeping his cool. Again,
Ay, ay, ay.
Daigo overcommitting to an option where he thought he had the read against Kuwano in terms of the defensive option.
يا رام هذا
Kuwano
يقف
still pulling out the surprises.
ديك شحال راهم
Not
يتفرجوا عندنا.
honestly, because I think, you know, he
مش
was
لهم.
more than ready to see
اللي راهم
that
يتفرجوا معانا.
Daigo was going to do something
ما
wild
شحال
to try to
ما
seal
شبان
it.
Yeah, you can talk
كاين
about
زوج
like, the
دوكا
range,
كاين دوكا
right?
كاين زوج
Like, Coin has these great buttons to keep you
هذا
honest,
بالك
right?
اللي
We've
دخلوا خرجوا
also seen the confirms to
لا، لا، ما
Parabellum,
نفس
and a lot of times those
هو؟
EX Parabellums gave a lot, whether it be corner carry,
صح.
whether it just be
وش
damage,
يعطيك حاجة
really
منها.
did make Daigo
لا، لا،
second guess some of the buttons he was putting out there while they were fighting that
Welcome-
neutral.
welcome to
Still
all.
goes the way of Kuwano. I believe
Yeah.
that's 2-0
If you see your
right
name,
now, if
just
I'm not
type your
mistaken.
name in
If
chat.
I'm not wrong, we could be at 2-0
Dude,
at
you're
this
gonna
point in
win
the set.
$100.
First to 5 still,
It's a lie.
Daigo has his work cut out for him. And the long set is definitely typically his strength. So seeing him in this situation, I would love to see what happens next. But it's only 5 games. That means 3 more games, and Daigo's out of there.
2-0
Can we
بدات تكبر
mention the fact
الحالة.
that we've only had two sets
3-0
really
طول
go the
الاتصال.
wire? It was Punk and IDoom and then NL versus Infiltration so far.
بدو مليح.
Kind of wild.
Nice.
I don't want it to
Jillian
happen this
Hurley.
set.
I
I mean,
definitely
no,
don't.
sorry, I would love for
VUN
this to go
dot
to
rent.
wires.
I was about to say, okay.
No 5-0s, please. Ugh. Forward throw
Donk
now.
him. Daigo in trouble, stuck in this corner. Kyle trying to fight his way out. That
Oh.
back fist, Sobot on top of it.
Anti-air there, just the last second.
Okay, jumps out this time.
Got in trouble.
Burning straight, not going to find his mark.
Back in the
Life
corner.
just slightly in favor of Daigo. There's the activation on block, still ready for the throw. Oh, wow.
What a time to spear past the Sonic Boom. Excellent decision making from Kawano, creating some space for himself in case the Sonic Boom comes. And look at that, Daigo with a big interruption. Yet again, here comes the Booms to move down and close the gap. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh, another one.
Still
Let's
has
go.
speed.
Oh my God, you tried
Don't
to
jump.
jump on him.
The future.
You know, Brian F had made a very clear point that sometimes Giles would overextend and throw out these baby booms to get their offense going. Kawano had that read. He thought he was going to do that
future.
against Daigo and get this anticipation going against the Sonic Boom, but Daigo...
كيف تقدر تقول هكذا
Nice
كولين؟
Nice. Gets the
عجبني
right
رشيد
to the EX
بقارة.
parabellum. Here's the knockdown. Little shimmy in the corner to look for one of those big buttons. It's always, there we go. I knew it was coming. Gets the knockdown this time with the EX Parabellum. There's the throw. Dash
He tried
up.
to do it again.
Nice interruption here. Daigo's not asleep at the wheel. And getting real close. Oh, wow. Clips the end of that vanity step.
Oh. I thought there was going to be a sweep at the end of that.
He's gonna jump, he's gonna jump, he's gonna
Catching
jump.
the dash-ins right now.
No, راح
Kawano with the
يقول
life.
لك
he's gonna
Starting to
jump, he's
dwindle.
gonna jump.
Just to get through, that was a regular boom.
Perfect.
Nope.
Nice space and good awareness from Kawano. There's the activation now. Daigo is looking to either do two things. Close the gap or push down to the corner. And the
4
EX
for
flash
4.
kick instead.
Isn't that like a deal at Arby's or something? The 4 for 4?
Probably.
Oh.
ما تصوتيش.
Oh, tried to get the throw, V-shift to get out of there, but your back is to the wall. Kawano, what are you going to do?
Mission accomplished. Daigo went at least from one corner to the other. Kawano now fighting back, swinging his way to create some of that space. Daigo's like, you want the space? I'll give it to you. Guess what? I get to press more boom. Oh, wait, he doesn't because Kawano has full meter. He can't throw those booms as much. Such a scary and dire situation for both individuals. Relay Sonic Boom EX 2 times over.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous,
Yeah.
and that's why it's dangerous. No meter to protect yourself, and I saw what Daigo was doing. Throughout the 2 EX booms, just hoping Kawano would try to go for a vanity and was looking for the clip. We know the startup's a little faster. You got to react a little faster. Oh, trades. Anti-air. I'm in the Air Force. Chill out, okay?
Look at how much closer he is and how comfortable Daigo is throwing some of these booms. He
Oh, yeah?
wants to force Kawano to press these buttons and spend the meter, but guess what? It's off of a confirm. Look at the damage and look at the Oki scenario. Forward throw now. Watch out for the fierce.
Crouching medium punch to get that started, and just barely made that whip. Goes for the upside down kick. Kawano Brave gets the target. That is the end of the streak, but drops the combo. There's the activation on the block string. Daigo didn't take the bait. Activates his own trigger.
كرش كنتر ما دار والو.
There's that fast startup of the EX working out for Daigo. Jump in, boom, still there. Gets the throw. Daigo has a chance. The baby boom parade. Backward Sobot, but full CA on the table. Kawano is definitely in a position to win.
My God, dashed all the way through. This is going to be so dire now. Kawano just needs a single hit into critical art. Daigo just literally needs a hit that's medium or higher.
You got to be careful with those booms at this rate, unless it's an EX, right? CA is
EX,
on the table
EX
for
flashkick.
Kawano.
Even more so.
And now, oh,
my God!
He did it again?
You got to be joking.
Even Daigo's off camera. He's like, bro, I can't believe that. Even he's like, oh my God. Even he was like, yo, bro.
That's 5 for 6. That's 5 for 6. I'm no math guy. Those are really good percentages. No, all jokes aside, that was
Not like this, bro. Not like this.
EX
He literally just blocked it. He literally just blocked in the exact same scenario.
He said that in an interview during Street Fighter League. He's like, you know, I've noticed myself that once I've let
انا ما فهمتك كنت لكم يا اخويا عندك اكس دي بي ديرها ديرها ما لا
And
يطول
he's still doing it a lot more.
Yeah, even his teammates are like, yeah,
مش بيها معاك
there's something about him. Once he sees one hit, there's like, he senses blood in the water.
How is he finding these ways out? It seems like these rounds are playing out so well for Kawano when it comes to positioning, getting these hits, having enough meter to contest boom at certain ranges, and just the normals as well. But Daigo fights back every time.
Every single time. You know what the scary thing about it is? The fact that he's trained the other person to fear the EX flash kicks, and it really is a 50-50 whether or not he's going to do it. Even though we all know he's going to do it.
Right?
But
هذا مليح هذا هو أزرق
5 out of
بزاف.
6 times. 5 out of 6 times. He's at least gonna do. Well, actually,
Hmm?
6 for 6. He's gonna do it 6 times.
اللي حد 3-0
I
بزاف.
mean, he's gonna work 6 times.
Oh,
but-
wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Okay. It's going to be huge. Out of there. Forces himself out of the corner. I love the usage
Activation.
of the target combo.
Yeah.
Just creates so much extra space afterwards. with the
Oh,
skill.
wow. V-shift to get
Yeah,
out of there. That
but,
activation on the trigger.
but skill,
Now,
yeah.
I feel like this is when, if you can keep Colleen at bay while this trigger is active, which is very hard to do, might I add, as you can see Daigo fail to it, we have a lot better chance at survival.
Oh, that could have been a big conversion. Oh, I think he didn't have the meter, so that's going to be really tough. It doesn't matter what your name is. Throw. Kawano now building a good amount of bar.
بريسيون كهلة.
Not the parries, but you know what I mean. He's building off.
أنا قلت لك
We have still another round on the board for game number 4 towards Kawano.
البرو كي يكون عندك ستان يا يكمل يبوشي يا يحبس.
Keep Kawano away. Look at him just chucking away, chipping away at Kawano little by little.
Ooh. That upside down kick. Gravity defying kick.
Man's in the Air Force. He knows all about gravity.
Right.
What?
Huh.
Thought we were about to see a flash kick just to get through. Yep. Little fake step right there. Half of that V trigger already gone. Daigo tries to do something here. Tick throw's not going to work out. That's the end of the trigger. Goes for the side switch. Daigo ready.
He still didn't jump out. He was so stubborn about that.
Oh, burning straight. You know what's wild? The fact that Daigo is getting all these anti-airs with just the buttons. No flash kicks.
Oh, he doesn't need the flash kicks.
No flash kicks. My man is consistent with the anti-airs. And I know what
Patricia
that's
Clark.
like, right? Because a lot of times
Viewer.live.
you're thinking that they're always going to charge it. Daigo taking the shorter route, so you know what? I'll just take this simple anti-air, reset, and go back to it again. And it's starting to work out. There's only one round away from Daigo getting the tie and making this set something he can definitely win. Sets up the EX boom again. Oof. Checking with the low forward, dash in. Sees that Daigo is hesitating. Kawano trying to steal some space back.
Man, it's been so tough to call. Daigo has just been implementing so many different strategies to keep Kawano away, whether it's the mid-screen, neutral phase, in the corner. But Kawano has conquered every single one of those strategies. So now, on the offensive, it's going to be super tough for Daigo to get out of. Stopping to start up with the boom, with the standing medium punch, close to stun, one more to go. EX flash kick, that is a no-no. Kawano taking it down. Game number 3 under his belt.
اشترها هذا فلاش هبولة.
Now, you can't keep hitting me with the Kawano. Still awake enough to know that you can't keep hitting me with these bad boys, man. And Daigo's, like we said, known to continue with these flash kicks no matter what. Feels like he can kind of insert his will on anybody, but not Kawano, though. Kawano, what, 3-1 at this point?
Correct.
Oh, this is getting a lot harder. This hill is getting bigger now.
I don't think Daigo's going to stop either. I don't think he's going to stop EX flash kicking in some of those situations, and Kawano is going to take advantage of that. If it does not change, Daigo's going to be in trouble. Plain and simple.
Well, like we said, it is a first to 5 set. These kind of sets really do give you a look at what these guys are prepared for each other, right? They knew who they were fighting, and we know that Daigo, once again, outside of the set I mentioned, like Rob said, it's really hard to beat in a long set. But right now, it's 3-1, and Daigo is looking like his back is on the ropes right now.
Jesus! What burning straight? It just got devoured by the parry. Still incoming. Plus frames for days. An important tech there from Daigo.
Sobot and stand light kick to instantly contest. And that's where we've been seeing it. So you see him go to the knee bazooka right there and almost had like a little counter hit. Great pokes.
ملي يبدا الماتش ملي يبدا الست هذا ما شفتوش صوت عليه.
He's using the low light kick a lot more often, see? The burning straight also not being put to use as much in this round. We did see it get countered with a low light kick again.
كان يصوت عليه كذا
Reluctant to press those sonic booms, but again, Kawano, he was almost ready with the ice school spear. You see the trigger down just a little bit.
Oh wow, you see how my man Daigo just hopped over like a bull? Toro, like I'm out. Uh-oh, the throws. The throws. Oh, wow.
You're actually...
No.
Not eating a good amount of damage.
Oh, what the
Damn!
Spent it all. Spent it all.
I was on the fence. I thought it was going to live like a little bit longer, or it was going to be a
ما دارهاش ما دارش EX flash kick علاش هذيك علاش
Daigo's going to be doing the same now, starting things off with the EX Sonic Boom, forcing Kawano little by little towards the wall. Big jump in from Kawano, perfectly timed against the boom. What a delay on the crouching medium punch counter.
Oh, okay, gets the crush this time. looking for a
ها
back
صوت
throw.
ها
Air
فهمت
throw
اللي بحب صوتي.
instead. Daigo tries to jump out.
Oh,
Anti-air.
Don't even try to jump at me. Taking out the boom. You see that throw? Oh, boy.
Wow.
Still getting the target combo. Just built up that trigger, by the way. Kuwano now at an advantage.
Trigger on
موش
both
خايف
sides
موش
available
خايف
too.
كوهانا كاع موش خايف.
Daigo can get a hit.
لا
Won't be
تحروا
able to get the kill.
لا لا موش
The
خايف
damage
يلعب
positions
يلعب
are on the
يلعب
table.
مليح يا
Kuwano's
اخو.
actually baiting out a Sonic Boom to
أنا
activate
بالي
the trigger
تكو
rather than
سكير
go for it.
بحرقان
How
ولا
long is
بالي
going to
ولا
stay that way, though? Okay, he has to
شو
put it out
كده.
after the target combo. What a backdash there from Daigo jumping in. But nothing. A lot of whiffs on both sides. Back throw now. All the momentum for Daigo. I lied.
Oh, he went back to it. I thought, uh-oh. Wait a minute. There's still meter.
Oh, flash kick.
Don't jump.
No EX, though. That could have been the round.
What?
And if he had done the EX, it would have been another round, but he didn't. He's been doing EX on Wake Up the whole game. He didn't do it there, though.
Even at the moment
مش
where he
أنا
could have
ضربت
done it
ميديم
for free
كروس
with
ميديم كيك.
anti-air, he chose not to do it, Steve. Was it the angle? Did he not want to wait a little bit longer to get that extra damage? I
Maybe
don't
it's some
know.
angle stuff.
I really,
Maybe it is something
because
about that.
طماع على
it
بالك.
hits 2 times over from like the beginning.
ما
midway
عندوش
through.
اوكي دار
I can't
دبل
remember
داش.
exactly, but maybe in the tail end he wasn't too sure about it. He still had plenty of time. There isn't really like a normal from Colleen other than Roundhouse that have really hit that far down. But still, Daigo again still should have tried it at least. That could have easily been 2 hits to kill.
Also, it's just the fact that Kawano's doing this thing where that's this back and forth at this range where he has to look for Sobot, crouching medium punch as well, maybe back fist. That's where he's kind of walking back and forth and committing to some of these jumps. That's gotten so much damage in this set versus Daigo so far. 4-1.
Can you believe it? 4-1?
Anti-air.
Oh,
wow.
The parry. Here comes the... No, he's going in for the positioning more
سي
so
بون
than
سي بون.
just the Oki.
ما قلت دار في روحه كونفيونس في الشباب كاع.
اللي يشرجاه.
دار كونفيونس روحه في الشباب.
A medium punch. He's like, I'm going to counter hit the hell out of you.
These booms, little staggered boom pressure here, really keeping Daigo in the running for this round.
Look at how many plus frames afterwards. +1, over and over again.
Okay, tries to go for the light kick
Oh.
and eats a double hit at that point. And in this situation, a lot of times I feel like you're playing this game. Are they prepared to take the tick throw?
EX flash kick again. Daigo putting all the chips on the table off of that one. That could have killed him.
Wow, the confidence right there.
He's dead.
No.
Wow,
And
he's not
set
activate.
Point for Kawano right now to go up
أنا أقول لك دوكا
against
جي جي.
Daigo here at the CPT final. Oh man,
We're getting closer and closer to the finale, ladies and gentlemen. Can Kawano clutch it out against Daigo to secure the W and become one of the best newcomers to ever do it? Or will Daigo have something else to say as one of the old guards? Legendary old guards, excuse me. Let me put respect on it.
Nice combo here. Gets the flash kick. Still fighting in the middle of the screen here. No whiff punish. Gets the boom. Nice anti-air. And this time going for the throw to switch it up. Knows that Kawano's been going for that counter the last couple times. Kawano's still ready though.
شكون قال يكون كولين باللي هكا؟
EX boom. Throw this time. That strike throw mix up working out well for Daigo. And steal 2 balls.
Activation.
It's so hard to tell what Daigo wants to do here now. Look at that counter hit conversion.
Wow, and did you see how that series started? Hits the standing medium punch, fakes out the boom, because that's typically what happens, right? You see Kawano kind of like waiting for something big to come out.
Somebody stood that overhead.
And then starts the offense.
Oh, no.
That way to kind of throw Kawano off.
Sheepa.
Wow, that's blocked though, and the trigger
Daigo?
is still active, so it
Yeah.
doesn't even matter. Daigo's spending all that meter to
Somebody
secure
stood
that
that
round.
overhead.
This is still set point for Kawano right here.
هذا اليوم ما درت صح ما في دير.
Kawano gets an opening into EX Parabellum. Not
Yeah,
only does it
Cowboy-
flag
Cowboy
out
moves
on
off
the
over.
screen, but it deals a hefty amount of damage at the same time, right? This is going to be an important opening for Kawano if he can land it and get into this EX position. Now he's going for some of these counter hits, and Daigo knows it. That's exactly it right there. That's one.
Crouching
sweet.
medium punch.
What happens now?
Daigo getting a little closer to getting his bar back.
Huge intimidation from the fact that Kawano does have it again. Counter hit, just no Parabellum instead.
Target. V skill 2. Man, I always forget that he's using V skill 2 in this match. Not quick enough. I like the EX to throw off the timing.
You gotta be quicker than that.
Kawano backing up a little bit. That neutral jump could be something we'll see too. Coming from Daigo.
Oh,
wow.
again.
Oh.
EX plastic anyway.
Caught the
Go back.
Oh.
An anti-air sweep.
Anti-air sweep.
Daigo's
Stop.
not done
How
yet.
many miles did he just walk?
I don't know, man. Gotta check the Fitbit, bro.
هنايا تولي.
Oh, nice. Confirm.
That's gonna be EX flash
Big
kick.
damage here. Parabellum for the Oki.
He doesn't
There's
go
a
for the
throw.
neutral jump save.
Daigo
I
has
like that
meter.
EX
Oh
flash kick
my
again.
God. Oh
Whitlick.
my
He
God.
is nuts.
Somebody go check on this man, bro. I feel like you can't even go and check on him in his room because you're going to get flash kicked. Daigo, sir, are you okay? Flash kick. Hey, are you hungry, Daigo? I just wanted a flash kick. Oh, God.
Check his pulse. This guy has ice water in his veins. This guy is not even breathing. He doesn't even blink. This guy has no fear of anyone, towards anyone.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Daigo?
He's like a little kid, man. You got to keep telling him, look, don't play with that. You're going to get hurt. He's like, nah, man, I'm going to keep doing. You know who I am? You know who I am? Say my name out.
Me or the flash kicks?
Me or the flash
kicks?
I'm the controller of the flash kicks. I know your beef is with the flash kicks, but I'm the controller of the flash kick. The flash kick controller. You know what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, Daigo, again, with phenomenal guts. I got to say, he has not stopped using these flash kicks to save him from these rounds. I will say, it could be a sequence of live by the sword and die by the sword.
Well, every situation right now, Kawano is 2 rounds away from taking this set. Daigo cannot lose another match, or that's the end.
I feel like it's going to be a situation where an EX flash kick gets blocked and he loses the sequence. But I don't know.
Why would you say that? Why would you put that into the
Because
universe?
he's not afraid of doing it. He's going to keep doing it no matter what.
My man, Kawano walking into the booms right now. Burning straight. A little slower than a normal you typically put there, but that's when you look for kind of a staggered pressure, maybe a hesitant move. Great.
Talk about the anti-airs, the anti-escape options against Daigo. Kawano just doing a stand jab and dashing right under.
نحوس activation donc الآخر.
By the way, just match up. Oh god. Target combo parabellum. Just regular parabellum. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Wow, you see the little double pump right there? Maybe a flash kick and still ready to break the throw. Same side back throw here for Kawano. Activate off the target.
He actually stayed still. Is it going to come now? Kawano, he's not fearing any of it. And an EX Vanity from that close against the Sonic Boom. This guy has got the reaction time. That was ridiculous.
Those young man reactions, bro.
Wow, what a
crouch
buffer.
jab into EX Parabellum.
What a counter poke.
No anti-air. Kawano holding his ground. Daigo trying to fight himself out of this corner.
He walked up to his grill. Jesus. Not even in fear of any of the normals that Kawano has.
Stand light kick into the boom. I like that option instead. I would have loved to have seen that earlier in some games. Stand light kick in the boom.
To be fair, Kawano hasn't really given him that kind of opportunity. He kept it nice and tight. No room for error. EX flash kick. That's one for this round at least.
Oh my god, the V reversal got caught by the EX boom.
لا تقول له واسمه.
To stop the jump dash up again. Daigo ready this time.
إدريس هكذا عبك صوتي غير هكا ديرك ما فيش كاع.
صوتي يطلع معك.
صوتي ايه ارفعوا ديرك ما كسر كراش معك.
Parabellum is what he loves to do.
Oh, no conversions off of the lights. Daigo was not, I guess he didn't have any charge left.
And you see him throwing out all these feints, all these normals to try to bait the, oh no. That could have been CA just a few
was gonna be
crouch a medium kick.
Oh boy, this is a dangerous situation. Now he has trigger available. Kawano can actually stop Daigo from throwing booms.
What?
There it is! No!
No!
Oh! What?
A
single hit can do it for both players.
What?
No, that's kind of tough.
What?
That's not enough. Kawano still has an
my
icicle
God.
spear.
15 seconds. Daigo, why are you jumping back?
Why?
The rest of his meter.
Oh my god! Oh my! I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Heck was that?
What just happened?
Oh my god!
Oh, my head's gonna
شنو
explode.
هذا الخلوطة؟
Okay. Clash on the
خلوطة
projectiles.
كاع.
Crouching short once again. That range is so important.
Yeah.
You can see Kawano has one bar. If he
Another
gets
one.
a hit, you're going
Another.
straight to the corner.
He keeps going. It just doesn't stop. Background house not catching anything. Daigo is feeling himself. Kawano definitely knew it now.
This is what I was talking about. He's
EX,
staying in that range where he can react.
nah,
and if
يقدر
Daigo
يبزف لي بوم هذا عنده
commits
شوية.
or a boom, still able to react. If you
What a time
shift
to
quick,
shift.
gets the hit, Daigo in trouble.
And what a cash out against the Grey Life. A big confirm off the counter hit. Kawano now
Daigo
can get that
plus
OT
up.
situation forward again. Can he do it?
صعبة.
Can he seal it?
In serious trouble right now.
لازم نشوفوا
That would have
دايجو.
been it.
No نزل نشوفوا دايجو. نزل نشوفوا
Counter
دايجو.
hit. Trigger on deck for Daigo.
You
Looking for
better
a
be
confirm.
careful with those booms. You got to be so careful with those booms. You see the fake throw just to get a reaction out of Kawano. He doesn't take the bait though. Stand light kick.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
If it's EX Vanity Step, it's over. That's going to be a lot of damage. Daigo's still reluctant on these booms.
Wow.
Oh
my
confirmed.
God,
Is it going to be
Daigo.
enough?
No.
He has one more touch though. He needs one more touch to get Kawano into a critical art. He got it! He got it!
Oh my
He missed to play another game!
Daigo
He missed to play
Umehara!
another game!
Daigo Umehara! Oh my god!
شيت مريض يا وجه.
قلت لك دايجو خا دايجو مش نورمال خا.
Daigo, please! I never learned! Like Jay-Z says, I never change. You think I'm gonna stop flash kicking just because you punish me? Ha! Wrong! Wrong, and wrong again. You can't stop me. I'm Daigo, bro. Check the tapes.
What a time to bust out
Oh my
that
God.
sequence into the low. He conditioned Kawano to stay still and put on.
Check the name
Big
tag,
That's-
bro.
oh
Check the name tag.
Kawano was shooketh. He was shooketh to his core. He did not even move or press a button in that sequence. He was getting smoked.
Can we talk about some of the things Daigo was doing there, right? Notice that Kawano was on high alert. DEFCON 1, ready to react to any boom that came out. Daigo was so confident playing this range that he knew Kawano would not react to EX Vanity Step and Spear that would have gotten him through it.
There was
This
one.
is so good.
There was literally one. He preemptively activated the trigger, and it was in the middle of Guile's animation. I thought that was going to be
thought
it.
that was it.
We were both screaming, this is it. This is the moment. Icicle Spear is coming. It did not happen. What went wrong? What went on in Kawano's head? I gotta talk to
Kawano's trying to figure it out too.
I gotta ask
He's taking
Nephew
a break
about that
right
later.
now. He's taking a break right now.
Why did he not blow through that boom? You saw the startup of it. There was the time freeze from the trigger activation. I don't know.
Maybe he ate the input. Maybe that freeze.
The only thing you should be eating is something else, not the input.
I'm just saying, don't think about it
my
though,
God.
right? Would you have reacted to that?
Yes!
I don't know, bro.
No, I wouldn't
really?
have. No,
Really?
No,
I was about to say, damn.
I'm not even gonna come close to that stage, so you can't even ask me that. Ask somebody like Punk and IDoom. Don't ask me that question.
Oh my God.
That's a bad rhetorical.
4-3. Daigo needs another game for us to get a full set. Gets the burning straight early on, and he's going right back to this range where he's crazy to me, feels comfortable, because stuff like that is definitely able to happen if you continue to do that, especially at that range. Another bad situation, almost half-life gone here for Daigo, and he's in this corner.
Oh my God, that's a
Shimmy.
huge one. That's gonna be close to stun. He's gonna
That
go
is
through it.
stun.
You already know
Yeah.
it. Kawano not phased one bit by the match that just transpired between the two, looking to get maybe a reset.
And saw the scaling there. Kawano
هذا الماتش خلاص يا.
reset.
Nice.
And once again,
هذا
as stated before, set point for
لعب له
Kawano. What
له
is
في الدار.
Daigo going to do? He does have
لا،
2
لا،
bars of
بالضبط.
EX though. There's 2 bars of EX, and we've seen this.
Oh my God! This is a great sequence if you're Kawano. Didn't have the meter to really extend the damage nor push to the corner, but either way,
ديجا يحطه
managed
بكورنر،
to put
شوف.
Daigo there. And look at this, Daigo has to make it up. He has to use some of these booms to create that space, slowly chipping away. Kawano
What?
did not have the flash kick after that light kick. What is going on?
Oof, look at the normal placement here from Daigo. Knee bazooka got the trade in a small combo to boot. Speaking of,
Activation.
Sobot kick. I knew it was coming.
A couple of more, chuck that. Kawano. Trigger is on deck. He's not looking to spend it to kind of punish the Sonic Boom. I think he wants to do it off of a hit. He's looking for it a lot more now. You can see the back roundhouses being the catalyst for that trigger, but Daigo's not going to give it to him.
Daigo getting a lot more confident in his foot space.
It's so tough. It's so tough. Daigo's still willing to throw out these booms.
So let's just say you're Daigo, right? Do you cash out? Uh-oh.
You
Gets
don't.
the
You get hit by
confirm.
this jab into the confirm. Ugh.
But if you get another
Activation.
hit, you cashing out because it's going to get the kill, right? Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Dead,
Yes, I
dead,
agree.
dead.
Oh!
Is he stunned?
Dead.
He's not stunned. He's not stunned.
He is
I was
stunned.
hella
Dead,
wrong.
dead.
That's gonna be it.
GG.
Kawano takes down Daigo. There's no way he's gonna drop a combo like that, ladies and gentlemen. The new guard takes out the legend in the Japan exhibition of a lifetime. That was momentous. That was ridiculous. That
قهوة
was
بفنجان.
that was the best Street Fighter 5 we could have ever seen.
Look, I don't ask for much, man. I just be wanting my Street Fighter to be amazing, my fighting games to be enjoyable, everybody watching at home to have a good time. Guys, please, I want you to make some noise in the chat. That was our final exhibition match here for the Capcom Pro Tour Season Finale 2021. Yo, I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. I hope you really enjoyed those sets, because that's the highest pinnacle of Street Fighter V that you can see in the world at this point. And these regions were all represented so wonderfully. So if you are present and live in any one of these regions, I want you guys to know it's been a pleasure seeing you this year, this season, evolve your game and get introduced to all the new players from these regions, these amazing sets, and every one of the productions that actually contributed to it. I really love to see this come from fighting games, especially when it's something like Street Fighter that's led the charge for so many.
We've seen a lot of people come and go into this team, but I'll tell you what, man, fighting games are forever, to be honest with you. I mean, to be honest, I think the amount of talent that has come through from each and every one of these teams really is a testament to the fact that everybody can pick this game up and be at this stage, right? It just takes a little bit of time, dedication, and discipline, but for the most part, we have that community to help you do that, right? The fighting game community has stuck with each other through crazy times, right? 2020, even to 2021, even in the beginning of 2022, we're still kicking. We're still doing things, big things at that. So again, we do appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in. We got to throw it back to the analysts to hear their word from this crazy exhibition towards the end.
All right, wow, what a final one right there.
What was that?
It was threatening to run away, and then Daigo tanked it a little bit, but not for long enough as Kawano ended up taking it. We are going to talk a little bit about the match, but stick around. You know, stick around. Why don't you stick around for a little while? We'll see how things go. Let's talk about exactly what happened here. Nephew, you play one of these characters here. You play the winning character here. You said that this was a bad match.
Jimmy,
Look, even though Daigo won 3 games, I felt like that was very dominant from Kawano. I felt like 90% of the time was just him walking Daigo down to the corner with those medium punches and heavy punches and just confirming them all into EX hands. And then anytime Daigo tried to jump out of the corner or try anything, he would be there with the air throw. A couple times when Daigo was in the range to jump over him, he had like a jab and then a dash under or like a sweep, as I was talking about before, into the EX hands. So he really had all the answers in terms of just controlling the neutral. And the rounds that Daigo did, the games that Daigo did win, like, were off of crazy comebacks.
I think when you say crazy comeback, I think that's another word for Ume flash kick. Yeah, I said it. A lot of people say, oh, I feel like if I do it, then I'm a scrub. But if Daigo does it, then, you know, are you sure? Are you sure that it was that good? Yes, I'm sure that it was that damn good. This is the thing. You guys, I feel like a lot of people, the people they're comparing it to are in a ranked match with nothing but some LP on the line and a chance to try to make their favorite streamer salty in a one and done, and they do some wild wake up DP. Daigo is in these spots playing for a lot of money or playing in front of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, you know, evos and whatever it may be, and is just fully expressing himself. The amount of comebacks that he had there were just out of this world, man. And I really think that he showed why he's the GOAT, even in a loss. That's my honest opinion. As far as Kawano, man, like that, this is what makes people great. A lot of people talk about opportunities and the fact that people aren't that willing to pass the torch. And I agree in the FGC that generally speaking, you know, we are tied to our heroes of old. You know, so it's going to be hard for me to say someone is like nicer than Daigo and so on and so forth. But when you do get opportunities like this, opinion doesn't matter. That goes all out of the door. The speculation, the analysis, and all of that doesn't matter. Kawano took his destiny into his own hands right here, faced up against a demon of his specifically, and the most famous Street Fighter player, if not fighting game player in the world, and he has a dominant victory. That was amazing.
Marine, what'd you notice?
Man, yeah, wow, like I'm honestly very, very speechless because of how Kawano was still very consistent even from previous tournaments against Daigo, especially Japan 3. But he was able to win against Daigo, and there's like so many things that I've kind of like pinpointed where we saw that Daigo tried to kill Kawano with that back kick.
Oh yeah, the reverse robot, that was sick.
He tried to do that again, but Kawano was ready for that. He was so ready for the back kick or anything that will come to his way. And one thing I also really like is that he did the anti-air sweep. Yeah. And you know, you think that like Daigo would do anti-air sweep because he literally, I think he posted a video on it, or like one of his fans did, where he's like, oh, you can anti-air with sweep, that's really cool. And then we saw Kawano do anti-air sweep, and it's like, you know, anyone can do it. And of course, Daigo just doing the Ume flash kick.
That was so sick.
Anyone can do that. It's not just a scrub thing. You have to be confident. You have to go with your gut feeling. It's totally fine if you do it. If you mess up, that's totally fine. You're committed to what you want to do. It's not a bad feeling at all. So again, both matches between Kawano and Daigo, chef's kiss. Definitely chef's kiss.
You know, at the end of the day, I mean, y'all already covered everything about the match, but I just want to scale back to how great fighting games are and how great Street Fighter is. Kawano is not an old, guard. He's a young buck. He really got into it when he saw Komomichi. When he saw
Quark Deviant.
his favorite player, one
At
of his favorite players,
Phoenix's
I guess.
game
He saw
hell.
Daigo put the work
If you
in,
nd
you know what I'm
RAL
saying?
free nd high quality servitu in
got that fire,
Reserviers.
that passion.
CHK stream details
In a couple
.cm
years,
streamers alred
he was
use
able
it.
to grasp victory against Daigo
Gender fluid
in this
pride.
hot match right here. And not only that, multiple tournaments. And I think what's so beautiful about it is if you have that drive, that passion, that will to be good, that real will. I'm not talking about posturing on Twitter and things like that, like, all this stuff like that. When you stop making dumb excuses, when you stop saying you can't do this, when you watch other people do that, you understand? When you start looking reality and stuff and take the game for what it is, you can achieve something great.
Yep.
And that's not only for the game, that's obviously in life, but you see it being implemented right here. And I don't know Kawano. I don't know him personally, but I feel like I'm a little emotional seeing him get this victory, seeing how much I know how much it means to him because we followed his journey. And that's also the great thing about fighting games, the stories that are evolving, the stories that happen here, the fact that he watched that person and was inspired, and now years later beats him in a set dominantly. That's why fighting games are so great.
Well said.
I love that for a while at least, you could get this great sense of Daigo's personality in some of these decisions. He expresses himself so well through the characters that he chooses. It's always been like that, and his guile really lets him do that. Obviously, he ends up losing here, but nevertheless, you can get the sense of his willingness to take risks. You can get the sense of his willingness to play with his own space, and very cool to see that personality in there. But I also feel the same way about Kawano's Colleen, the way that he plays that character. I definitely get a sense of his willingness to challenge and his sort of fearlessness in some of these situations, willing to jump in ranges, willing to pressure. Even though you talked about this Ume flash kick, guess what, dude? Not all of those worked out.
Yeah,
and
most of them might have been blocked.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of them did not. It did not throw Kawano off of his game. He was certain enough about his game plan that he went right back to it.
Yeah, his confidence, man, in his game plan. I feel like when you put someone into the corner, it's so calming that you can start smelling the blood in the water.
Yeah.
And the thing is, instead, what he would do is actually cage him. This is actually something where I'm trying to improve a lot when it comes to like fighting against IDoom. He brought this up to me. He's like, man, if you're looking, we're playing Karen versus Laura, for example. You know, you have me in a corner a lot of times, but then you're trying to go in, press a button. I end up jumping out, or you end up getting hit. And that's just a very common thing that I believe that happens. But with Kawano, instead of just looking for the damage, he's looking for the damage in as consistent and safe a way as possible. So that right there was just absolutely amazing play from Kawano there.
Nephew, can you give me some final thoughts on the event as a whole?
I think it was just like a great celebration of all the different regions that we've had throughout the year. You know, we've had our CPTs events, multiple of them for each region, and having the chance to just have another opportunity to play for money, for some pride, was a great thing to see from everyone.
Man, I feel like this is just honestly just symbolic of how far the FGC has come. Of course, David, you know a lot, even more than I would for just how long that you have been here. But I just gotta say, just thank you to you and all of the OGs and legends, the production teams, the sponsors, and of course, most importantly, because none of this exists without just all of the fans and everything, bro. Like this is really just amazing how far everything has come with the FGC, and hopefully things are only going to go to new and amazing heights.
Yeah, what a journey. Seriously, what a journey. And like, I'm so thankful to be part of a great community and everyone else here. And I know like these are some trying times, and I really hope that you guys at home are doing safe or well and healthy. And I'm really, really happy that you're able to watch this awesome stream. Like, we had a bunch of CPTs that we went through, and now we're finally here. Again, guys, thank you so much for staying for the ride and just being so awesome. Hope you guys are well.
All I gotta say is, these events remind me, the CPT as well, being able to interact with the community, the reaches, and things like that, what makes the FGC so great. So I hope we can keep doing this year and year.
Yeah, I mean, awesome event, of course. Thanks so much to everybody for watching. Thanks to everybody behind the scenes. There's a whole crew of folks who are here. There's a bunch of cameras that are looking at us right now, and those are actually piloted by human beings. Thanks to everybody doing that and everybody behind the scenes in every other way as well. Look, as we come to a close on this Street Fighter V CPT 2021 season final, just reflect a little bit on the fantastic season and a thrilling series. Well, the excitement is not over. You will want to stick around. Let me introduce a couple of announcements from Capcom.
كابل كان اناونسمنت ماشي وحده.
ها
قال كابل اناونسمنت ماشي وحده.
ايه كاين بزاف صوالح.
ليتس سي.
ما يخلو
Leandrog. كانت الأكران.
كانت إكرام. شنو إكرام دي؟
Leandrog. كابر.
ودي كبرة كانت إكرام. احضر أخويا أنا معاك هنايا. كبر الإكرام. هذا الحال. هدوكن.
خرج لي وحده.
What the heck؟ شحال لعبتها هذه؟ لعبت هذه ولا ما لعبتهاش؟ بوكات فايتر.
هذه لعبتها.
هو
مش حاجة.
هايلة. فن.
ما في حاجة. بعدين راح يخرجوا سيس على الفريق يقولوا. يضرب الفتاة. تضرب المجديد فاش.
بوكات فايتر عندنا اونلاين. بوكات فايتر. ستريت فايتر 2 مع الاخر يقول لك $60. يا روعه.
كوليكسيون هذا.
شحال دير؟ لو 24 جوان. اكس بوكس بي اس 4 سويتش نينتندو ستيم. نيفر مايند. اعطيني اهم حاجه. وات؟ نو What is this? What is this? Ryu! What? Look!
يارق.
Oh, let's go! Look! Sheesh, Street Fighter 6! Let's go! More news? Summer, what the heck? That's it? Oh!
طولنا والو.
يا سامر.
الصيف تخرج هذا الصيف.
لا more news. No, not like this. اللي قاعد تويتي وقاعد
نعاود نعاود ما شفتهاش الصوت وراه ولا راك منحي الصوت
مانيش منحي
هما راهم منحينو
ايوا هما منحينو
ما عطاهم لنا والو يا الزه
واه
ما حتى حاجه جديده ايش دير ما كنتش نشوف
يا شو نقولوا كان قدوس I'm there. What? It's over? Yeah, it's over. That's it.
خلينا نقولوا له تون
Sheesh.
باش كتبوا ستريمينغ خلاص
Yeah, it's over.
هذا ما كيف يمشي عقلي يمشي رجله
Good night.
هم كاع مخطوفين is the thing over
Yeah. يا سامر سامر من بعد يجيبوا لنا الخريف نورمال هما قالوا حتى 2023 تريكو thank you for watching. Yes.
حيتهم